Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're almost done. Just one more thing. Drill. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. All right, well, just take a second. Just a take. Right.
Okay. Hey, Johnny, wake up. Wake up. We gotta do the show.
Whoa! Are you all right?
You good?
Is everything okay?
Gee.
Is something?
You're all right. We're here.
I don't think it's you.
It's not me?
Nah, I don't think it's you.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. One, two, three.
Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage for Smurf. I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome to yet another week of Overwatch League action. The end is near. So I got your emotional support analysts assembled here on the desk. Danny, Jake, and Johnny is back as well.
Back.
He's back.
It feels weird to be back, to be honest.
It's you want to
I
like
haven't been
stay
on my show all
home.
of August. Kind
Yeah,
of.
that's true.
Here I am again. Yeah.
Missed out on an entire month.
It's lovely
Noted.
to be back. Last weekend of the regular season.
I know, it's crazy.
Just in time.
Just in time. He's back just in time for all the action. There's still a lot to play for these teams. We take a look at our standings. Our top dogs, of course, they showed that they have bite and bark and like all the good things. Atlanta Reign, Florida Mayhem, and Outlaws secured their spot into the playoffs. However, we still have some more teams which have to fight it out to not be the third and last team to be eliminated, and it's not entirely in all of their hands either, and we will determine who is joining the LA Valiant and the Vegas Eternal at the bottom of the barrel, ending their season early with no chance at the big cash money.
Really tragic.
Truly tragic.
Truly tragic.
Truly
Yeah.
tragic.
Someone has to go.
I know
It's
there's
true.
lots of on the line here with pains as well, but we can't forget Toronto Defiant opportunity to be perfectly mid.
Oh, that's true.
Always perfectly.
Wouldn't we all
Equal map
be?
differential, equal win-loss. There you go. Looking forward to that.
Wow, that would be impressive.
That'd be incredible. We love a good mid team. Speaking of mid, no, that's a terrible transition.
I like
Keep going with it. So keep going with it.
I'm rolling with it. To break down everything that's happening over in the East, here are Achilles and Avril.
Hello, everybody. Achilles and Avril here, back once again to recap on all of the APAC action that you might have missed from earlier here today. And boy, did we have a completely stacked day across the board.
Anthera Dreamers was our first game, and it featured one of the best 1v5 moments I've seen maybe ever. Arpen 1 versus 5, legitimate Jungle Queen, killed all 5. They unfortunately still lost the series though, 1-3. Close game, but Dreamers move on.
That they did, and then moving into the second series, we saw Rhodes kind of getting dismantled a little bit, and unfortunately ending their season with a bit of a flop because, Poker Face absolutely out with their number. They just completely dominated the whole way through the clean 3-0.
Group B, Guangzhou Charge versus Seoul Dynasty, our first Overwatch League team being sent away from the knockouts. They'll be going towards the play-ins, but Guangzhou Charge just could not hold the candle to the Seoul Dynasty today. We get Void back in, played a lot of Jungle Queen. Dynasty looking good.
Yeah, I mean, Void enjoyers rejoice. Got to see plenty of him throughout. Only Billsbury playing one map in that series, so there's a good little bit of Void in that game. So make sure you go back and watch that if you want. But then to round things out, we did see the Shanghai Dragons getting eliminated by Sinfrisa Gaming, who continued to look absolutely dominant. Fantastic performances throughout the entire team from them, and honestly, Milgaru making a very strong contention for being the best ball player that we have in or out of the league right now.
And tomorrow we've got Dallas Fuel, Hangzhou Spark, Soul Inferno versus O2 Plus, just as the highlights, plus a couple more games. That's all it from us. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you, gentlemen, so much. We do see a shift in the meta emerging here already.
I do think I've heard that the Sim and Bastion comps are kind of gaining steam in general. I think the tank is still kind of flexible, up to the teams, maybe it'll be Queen, Orisa, Ryan. I think all those can work. And different teams might still have different takes on it, but I've heard that those sort of all-in, incredibly high damage comps with the Lucio in play have been seeing a little bit more playtime, which kind of fits, right? Especially we've got Flashpoint in the pool now. You really want to have a Lucio on that map, and sometimes those like super high DPS comps are just really hard to play against.
They're definitely fun to watch. Another thing which is fun to watch is, of course, all our games. That's right. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. New York Excelsior will face off in an all-or-nothing game for them against the Vancouver Titans. Boston Uprising and Gladiators will clash in the last match of the day. Will be fought out between the Florida Mayhem and the LA Valiant. Now, we have 3 teams fighting for their playing lives this weekend, and we know that they need some encouragement. So who better than us to give them the ultimate pep talk? Starting with Jonathan. You got the Washington Justice. You have some big words to say.
Yes. So we were given these whiteboards. So I got one word for you. Well, it's kind of 2 words, but it's really one word.
You're already failing the assignment.
And I forgot. I don't know if I spelled this correctly. Wow. You get it, I think.
We should not have done the whiteboard.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, you're good.
Washington Justice. President! Mr. President, you heard it from Jake? Bastion is back in the meta. It's Washington. The president is in Washington. It all makes sense. It's all coming together just in time for the players and the playoffs. Washington Justice, this is your meta. This is your chance to qualify for the play-ins, make it to Toronto, and finally live up to the Washington kind of name in the America. This is really important for you guys. So this is the perfect Bastion meta. Things couldn't be better for you, Washington. This is your time. Come on, Alpha Yi. Bring out the get down, Mr. President comp thing.
Yeah, everybody enabling Alpha Yi sounds good. But for me, I want to talk to the Gladiators, guys. One-on-one. It's just me and you, Glads. Guys, you've been in rough spots before. You stand now against the greatest armies ever assembled in Overwatch. The Boston Uprising. Guys, New York and Washington, they are not winning their games. If you win this, you can really go to the playoffs. You can redeem your whole season as the Gladiators, right? You can not, getting eliminated now, that would be an absolute tragedy for this franchise. You have to keep fighting. No matter the odds stacked against you, no matter the team you're playing against, you can always win. It's always winnable to the very end. Make it happen, guys. It's very Gladiators, right? Come back in the very end. Be good at the end. That's all that matters. No one cares how the regular season went if you come back.
Or win your game and then not make it anyway because another team is fumbling. That can happen to them.
No, it can happen. But it's, all 3 of these games, they're all underdogs, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, Washington and Los Angeles Gladiators, I'm sure they're gonna lose. New York Excelsior, I'm talking to you guys. New York, first season of Overwatch League Grand Finals was in Barclays Center. It's in New York. Where am I going with this? I have no idea, but hey, it's New York. You guys are New York. You guys are representing the city of New York, one of the greatest cities in the United States, all right? And you guys have great players. New York, you just have to beat Vancouver Titans, and you guys are in the play-ins, and then it's just straight upwards from there. I believe in you guys. Just do it! Do it! Win! Do it! Go!
I'm motivated.
He gives the best speech.
Honestly,
I'm scared.
You kind of lost me there in the beginning. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Fear is a strong motive.
Yeah.
Do it!
Just do it. It's simple as that. Just win, man. Just win. But win or lose, I don't care how you get it done, but I want to see those teams fight it out. I want to see them all go out with a bang. Pull hair, spite if you must. Play dirty. I don't care. But we want to see them in the playoffs. Do it for us. Do it for your fans. Because that's what this is all about. They end up being in front of the fans in Toronto, of course. Make sure, of course, everyone watching to grab your tickets so you can meet not just the players, but also us. That's right, tickets are going fast, so make sure to get yours right now at overwatchleague.com/2023/playoffs.
We will be there.
We will be there no matter what. Now,
Maybe.
one of the... Hush. How dare you? How dare you? Anyway, I think one of the things that we all love the most about live events is, of course, interactions with our fans. So as an icebreaker, a pre-warm-up before we meet them, so we're not socially awkward, we thought we're gonna practice this a little bit with a little AMA we have on socials. So we asked you yesterday, what is time? Yesterday, I think, to send in some questions, anything you want to know from us. So we're gonna pull up a few and answer them live here on air, and of course, throughout the rest of the day, we're just gonna, scan the interwebs and answer some more. But let's kick things off with what we got for you on the big screen. Liz Richardson is asking, on a scale of it's Jover to we are so Barack, what are the Outlaws' chances of winning this season? Jake, you're gonna. Where are we at?
I think we're so Barack. I think it's like a great chance this season. It's a very competitive field, though. I think there's a lot of extremely good teams at the top. It's going to come down to who plays better on the day. And so I don't think anybody can feel like, oh, we've got this locked up. Like, even teams like Atlanta, who were dominant all season long, it's not necessarily true anymore. I think anyone can win. But I think the Outlaws, this is probably the best chance the franchise has ever had to be the champion.
Your face just, they had to make it political.
Look, I mean, Jake is right. This is the best chance Houston's ever had of winning anything. So this could be it.
Rough, okay.
But it's very hard. It's very hard to win the Overwatch League playoffs. No, you can't really be favored. I mean, it's so...
But it could potentially be the highest placement they have at the end of the season.
Hey, they got third last year.
Hey, we did all right. We got second or first.
But you can go second. You can be second.
I mean, when you're second,
first.
you're first loser.
Okay, well. Okay, that glass is half empty. Absolutely. Let's take a look at another one. What else do we have? Wait, what? What is the diameter of Costa's head? Definitely a question we're all asking ourselves. Here to give you the answer, Scott. Fancy seeing you here. I just so happen to have measurement tape. I always have a measurement tape.
How do you get the diameter?
We couldn't get something more
It's not a sphere, guys.
Do you need help?
I might hurt you. I'm
okay. Ow. Wait, okay, that's it.
No.
That's not circumference.
Oh, I'm looking diameter. Oh wait. Oh, okay.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want you to do the circumference.
That's a diameter. Yeah.
How we looking?
It's like 8 inches.
Is it a big number? 8 inches. Honestly, that sounds pretty good.
No frame of reference.
8 inches.
We have no reference.
You have a very long head. Are you a dinosaur?
That escalated. All right. Well, now we know Scott H. Nicholas Kennedy.
New surfaces.
He will be on later if you want to, take a look at that.
Get another measurement.
You get another measurement. We're willing to measure everything here. Who's the best player you've seen play, like ever? Oh. It's not you, Costa. He's looking. It's not him. The best ever, like ever.
I think for me it's
I can't say someone.
No, you can say someone.
You can say someone, but is he actually?
I think I'm gonna go with proper 2022 season last year. I mean, because he did win. The MVP award, and also he was the Rookie of the Year as well.
I feel like it was definitely. It was the first time we had precedent for one single player to do that throughout the season. I agree. That was pretty insane.
I gotta go though. I'm gonna do a throwback. I'm gonna say it's Jonak season 1.
Oof.
That guy was just. There was everybody else, and there was Jonak.
Yeah.
There was no one in his tier on Zen in a meta where Zen was super dominant all year long. Everyone was like, can I beat 80% of Jonak? That's a great game.
Yeah.
No one was competing. And so, I mean, Proper was kind of like that, but I think on each individual hero he played, there were other players competing with him.
So Jonak did get hard pocketed there.
Yeah,
But
he was
only because he was that good.
enabled.
Only because he was that good and the meta enabled it. So, I mean, it was the correct decision, right?
Yeah.
Another player that got really hard pocketed like that and had a spectacular tournament was Shy last year in the mid-season madness. That was some of the most dominant gameplay I've ever seen. Now, that's true. He didn't get boosted, rallied, no one boosted. Literally everything went his way. It was a one-man show. But he repeatedly fled and deadlifted consistently. And that was just very impressive to me. But it's probably like Proper or Profit. I think those are probably the best players here. Flashy, maybe Pine, but he wasn't the best.
Yeah, but he was end boss Pine, right? Like he just came in when they called upon him with the bat signal. It was flashy. It was flashy. No, but it was entertaining, and that's all that matters. All right, another tweet. That's 3 in 1. So let's just go with the first one for the sake of time. Which underdog team could likely go on a Cinderella run to grand finals?
Okay, Cinderella run. The only correct answer is the Toronto Defiant in Toronto.
Agree.
It would be a perfect.
And they're good.
Just in time for the ball. the pumpkin turns into the carriage, you know, like that is Toronto this season, right? Like they're on this major glow up in the final meta. It seems like the final meta for playoffs. Things are still shifting, so it's a little bit uncertain, but they did have a rough season, and they're the only team in that category I can really see winning it off.
Yeah, I mean, if they do it, then they definitely put the glass shoe on. Like that one would be big. In general, if we're looking like in the history of Overwatch League, I feel like it would be the Mayhem for me. Because that's like a from season 1 to season 6 Cinderella story to me.
The true
long haul. They went from like an actual meme of just walkouts.
That's not Cinderella story. That's like the Odyssey. That's like Homer's The Odyssey.
You know what's funny?
It was a journey.
About that, Zoe? Just
What
quickly,
is funny?
in the 2018, the worst 4 teams were San Francisco, Shanghai, Dallas, and Fort Mayhem, and they all would have won Overwatch League championships.
They have to do it now.
So
for the sake of the script. For the sake of the script.
4-hand gauntlet. They would complete it.
Mayhem, this is on you. This is on you.
Teams having Cinderella runs.
Okay.
We're living for those. Last tweet. Ooh, I like that one. Can Danny and Jake arm wrestle? Well, yes, they can.
Sure.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, Danny.
A little quicker. Go,
what
go,
you
go.
got?
Left hand?
All right, I'll do lefty for you.
No, that's right.
Oh, he's off-handing now?
I think Danny's gonna beat me on the right.
No, I'm a lefty, guys.
So I feel like Danny's gonna beat me.
Excuses before it even started.
All right, yeah, count us down, Johnny.
Okay,
Or sorry.
3, 2, 1, go. That table is wonky.
Yeah.
Wait, are you actually doing something? oh, Danny.
Oh. Oh my God.
Oh, Jake bringing it back. Oh my.
Can we zoom in on those biceps, though?
Oh, Danny, come on, Danny.
Oh.
Jake's gonna do it.
The table is gonna break before an arm
Drop
is
the
gonna
table.
break. Oh my God.
Now they're just like leaning. Now they're holding the table and leaning. This is
Okay, how long are we
this is
doing
unfair.
Until someone wins.
Is someone gonna win? Hey.
Good game, Danny. Good game.
I mean,
That was crazy.
that was crazy.
That was so long.
Just like Costa's head. Throwback. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Now that we're all sweaty, I think we're done for the questions for now. The players are keeping it sweaty on the server as well, because not only do we want to hear from you out in the social media space, no, we also want you to get involved, to vote for your MVPs, who's the most sweaty player of the season, and who deserves this award. Make sure to drop your vote. The voting, the polls, they close down tomorrow. Have you guys done your vote yet?
Yes, I have.
I did. I put in mine.
Yeah.
Oh, I have not done mine. Well, I guess I'm the only one who has to do some homework then. If you at home have not done yours, if you're not an overachiever like the 3 here on the guest, then don't worry. We might be able to help you decide, because in our post show, we will go over. Suddenly she became a Murloc. We will go over some of what we think are great MVP candidates and give you some reasoning why, help you with your homework. You're welcome. So make sure to tune in after today's matches. And in just a little bit, we will be talking about the first match today. New York, Vancouver. Again, everything on the line for those two teams. We're going to break it all down after a quick break.
He's going to have to be careful of that.
Almost! No way! Head in hands, Huddy off the map. Oh my God!
Fire, they're sticking with the Reinhardt.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Here's the two-person boot. Oh, CJ, whose parting gift there was the lamp. He threw that out, and then he was gone.
Yeah, shooting pot shots, hoping for any kind of purchase, and Landon is going to have to be careful of that.
Almost! No way! Head in hands, Huddy off the map. Liar hits the best outburst I've seen. Oh my God! Oh, he's going to feel that one tomorrow, Scott. I almost guarantee it.
But, you know, Faith maybe can't play it, doesn't feel comfortable playing it at the time, right? They trade Lifeweaver, I think, as well.
Well, here comes Sugar Free again with the blade. This might be just what the Titans need to get themselves out of this sticky situation. It's a 4K for Lenny. And the bot is already headed back towards parity here. meteoric amounts of damage, Scott. It's hard to keep 2U alive when Irony and Rack Attack are so distracted. Oh, what a punch! Oh, the Ajax! Oh, Fearless is going to be happy with himself for that one. A punch out of the beats, and Rack Attack, you can say goodbye to your ultimates.
Tools to work with. I don't think you're too upset about that. Oh, but that is what you are upset about. Oh, come on, Merritt. That is exactly.
Oh my God! Give us another one. Oh my God! How does he? How does he hit those? A 360 spinning soldier. Just give up your life, Izzyaki. There's no point. I think
Dude, get out of the server. He is him. He's there. Oh my God.
How does that experience in New York, since you've joined the team, compare with the start of the season that you had with the Toronto Defiant?
It's definitely different because, you know, I think Toronto Defiant had much larger expectations than this New York team. So I definitely feel like there's less pressure on me specifically. It's a different environment being in a mixed team versus an all-Western. So, you know, I've never played on like a mixed team before because Atlanta Reign last year was also a Western. So I'm definitely like learning more about like how like the Korean player culture is.
I wanted to ask, where'd the name OG come from? What does it mean, and how'd you settle on it?
It's just a made-up word. It's a shortened version of like a really old username that a friend from elementary school made me, which is a secret. I can't disclose it.
I think we all had those embarrassing gamer tags as kids. You gotta shorten it, make it look a little more marketable.
Yeah, it's like a rite of passage for every player. You get a real cringe name at the start.
Exactly. If in the counterfactual universe, if you had never become a professional player, what would your dream job be? What would you want to do with your life, if not pro gaming?
See, that's a hard question. That's something people my age are still thinking about. You know, I mean, I think a lot of gamers would kind of gear towards like something like computer science, mainly because of just, you know, how much time you spend like online, that stuff. But I think also like biology interested me at the time, during high school.
All right, so the nominees for MVP voting are out, and I wanted to ask who your choice is, just in case you don't have these memorized by chance. The nominees are Stalker, Lip, Someone, Shu, Fielder, Zest, Violet, Fearless, Skewed, and Merritt.
My personal choice actually isn't on that list, but
oh, interesting. Who would you pick? Who would you pick if it wasn't any? If it was just anybody, you could pick anybody as MVP.
I would personally pick Chia this year, despite being like main supporters being like
no main support bias,
no main support bias, but I would personally pick him. I think, yeah, as a player playing against him and just seeing like the impact he has on his teams is just like almost uncomparable for anyone in the role.
Is there anything you want to say to, you know, fans, people supporting, cheering you guys on in New York for your run and the rest of the season?
Yeah, thank you so much for all the fan support here on New York Excelsior. We definitely feel it every day. So please continue to cheer us on through plans. Thank you.
You heard it from OG. Thank you so much for having a chat with him and getting all the details. Did he say off camera what the nickname is? No,
it's top secret.
Didn't spill the
He's taking it to the grave. I got the sense he's taking it to the grave.
We all have
We'll find out. We'll find out.
What would it be? OG?
We'll think about that. We'll brainstorm some ideas and throw them out there. We might be figuring this out. However, those two teams have to figure out a lot of stuff. For example, how to win this game. Because for New York, this is all they need. They need a W to make the play-ins, and if you're a Gladiators fan, that would mean the end of your play-ins hopes. So even if the Gladiators were to win against Boston, it would mean nothing if New York wins their match today. That's right. New York Excelsior, if they lose, they can get knocked out, and a lot will be out of their hands. For Vancouver Titans, a victory would secure the 5th seed in the West, and a very important first round bye in the play-ins, which can be huge there as well. So this is what's on the line for those two teams. Who is coming into this as the underdog, and who would be considered the actual...
The favorite?
The favorite, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I feel like we've got to say Titans is the favorite, right? I mean, like, they've had a much more dominant season all season long. They've looked more flexible, have a smaller roster, so ready to make more swaps. They do seem maybe a little bit more resistant to the new meta, which could be a worry for them, where New York seems like they're embracing it. They've got Fitz in on support probably to play Idiari, so.
Right on. Well, let's take a look at our predictions here to see where we're heading with this one. I went with the Vancouver Titans, as you just said. They had a better showing thus far this season. New York, yeah, they might be on the upswing, but I still would consider the Vancouver Titans the favorite.
Yeah, I think that I also went with
all of those.
I also went with the Vancouver Titans. You know, they are the favorite. They lost. What was it? They lost against Toronto, I think, last week. But I mean, it was a
Toronto looks really good.
They look really good, and they still held up against them. So, like, I think for today, it is definitely the Vancouver Titans are clearly the favorites.
Yeah, agree. Johnny, you don't get a vote.
Yes, I do. I'm making myself a vote. You go first, Jake.
No, yeah, it's got to be Titans. It's got to be Titans. I think New York, we'll see, but I just think Sugar Free looks so good on that Genji. I think he's going to tear him apart, especially if they have Fitz in. Fitz is not going to be good if he swaps to Brig, tries to counter Genji. You know, it's going to be hard for him. So he's got to win with the double flex support.
One weekend and production forgets about me needing thread. Come on, what is this? There we go. Yeah, I got the Vancouver Titans as well. It was interesting because I thought Vancouver Titans, they actually struggle a little bit. They keep want to play this dive composition. But actually, if Junker Queen is meta, we spoke in an interview with Punk a few weeks ago, and he said we would be comfortable in a Junker Queen meta. So this could actually be really good for Titans if we're seeing a Junker Queen Bastion meta.
Right on. Let's take a look at our chat prediction. All right.
Reasonable.
That's
This is
yeah,
all right to me.
This is
I think
this is reasonable.
New York does have a shot, but like 27%, sure.
Yeah, and I mean, the meta seems to be playing into their strength there. So maybe New York can make something happen. Again, everything on the line for this one. All they need to do is win, and they are in. Vancouver Titans, they're just playing for a seed here, so it's not their backs against the wall here. So
but you don't go easy though. You want that first round bye.
100%.
There's scary
100%,
teams in the play-in.
100%. Well, let's get it on the server. Let's see who's gonna make something happen here today. Matt and Mitch are gonna cast this one. Who you got winning this one?
Okay, I wasn't really impressed by Titans.
I got the Titans. I was gonna say, do I gotta submit a Q&A for the desk? Because if they got a tape measure, they gotta get over there and see what's going on with you. Side to side there. See where you're at. Well, this makes me look bigger.
Sorry,
but you're in person.
You've been asking for something to make you look bigger for years. Now you get it, and you're using it as an excuse. All right, bring the tape over. Thank you. No, not me.
Yeah, bring the tape
All
over.
right, fine. Me. Do me first. Bro. 12
Where
inches.
am I at? Yeah.
Wow.
Now me. How much? Huh?
Maybe like 5, a little
Absolutely dominated, bro.
You just cheated me. You cheated.
Sorry, bro. Ain't my problem. You're over there on the East Coast in your basement, and I'm here soaking up the good vibes. Look, I'm feeling pretty good about the Vancouver Titans as well, but I want to say, like, we kind of joked about it. I touted Heesang as a player that's really broken out since getting onto this team, and in the last couple of weeks before the patch break, we were really impressed. Over the board, his stats were incredible. Not the greatest showing from him on the Titans' last outing. In fact, the whole team looked pretty average. It was just Sugar Free with these massive 5K blades bailing him out every third fight, but that wasn't enough to give him the win.
Yeah, you think, though, this could be a match for the Titans. It's like a really good tune-up for play-ins, right? Like, New York's still trying to, like, battle their way in, still got a shot, right? So, still kind of, obviously kind of holding off the Gladiators as Jake just, Jake wants to get in on the action there for just a brief second. But I actually think, like, Heesang not playing that great and the Titans, like, losing, like, a close game, right, where Sugar Free's popping off. I think you start to see a normal performance from Heesang. You're going to start to see Titans wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Like, what is normal for Heesang in this kind of metagame? I thought we saw him play Mei last time around, so maybe there's
also,
like a...
though, if we start going over to these, like, Symmetra, like, Rush, Lucio-based compositions, I mean, it's completely different than what we saw last week, right?
Oh, snap. So, Happy Father's Day, Dad. I forgot about that.
What about
I'm in
you
trouble.
and Custom?
I'm in so much trouble.
You guys even thought about that?
No, I'm in trouble.
Unbelievable.
I'm in the doghouse, Matty. I'm going to be honest with you. All right. Moving on. That's right. Mother's Day's the same between us, but Father's Day differs. Anyway, Vancouver Titans here on the Junker Queen. The devs pointed it out. Punk said, hey, if we get to play Junker Queen, I'm feeling pretty good. It's Junker Queen versus Orisa for control of its high ground platform to start us off.
And New York's got like a little bit of like a bunker type of setup, right? Not want to play super aggressive, when you have the Sojourn with the Torbjorn in the mix, and it's going to be Sugar Free actually going in with the Genji and picking up one. But you actually saw because they don't have the speed, they aren't actually able to get that high ground control, right? They kind of get like pushed back to their side on the bridge, and that is not the spot they want to be at.
All right, can we talk about the mobility advantage that Vancouver have here? Because Heesang can be essentially anywhere, and Sugar Free, of course, is just going to paint the town red on the Genji.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge mobility advantage, right, for the Titans, and they take that high ground, like I mentioned, where if you're New York, you would have loved to take the high ground, right, get set up with the Illari, the Torbjorn turret, right, let the Sojourn start raining down some damage, you know, as they're trying to make their way on the point, maybe force them down. Without that type of positioning for New York, it's really difficult to get anything going.
Again, Heesang gets to come in from an off angle. It's a little awkward to Fitz, but the healing turret remediates some of that early pressure. How long is it going to be able to stand up here? In fact, the Titans ignore the healing pylon entirely. They push on in on Shockwave and able to remove him from the mix, but Fitz is still at large for now. Creator's been able to find Fate elsewhere, but Psycho is under so much pressure. And New York are getting split over and over again.
Yeah, you're not really able to get the benefits of any of the composition from New York. I really think they probably need a change at this point. I know 30% still really early in the round, so still some time for New York to make a comeback. But they have the Captain Sun, so maybe they're going to use this ultimate here. I know Fitz actually playing support to start things off today.
Captain Sun coming in here. We get a connection one way or another. Fitz now going to drop to the ground and go back to healing, but it's another Lenny blade. He's already arrived. Creative at least is able to shut him down, and elsewhere Kellen deals with Fate. But the Titans have a very strong position to play from still, and a Rampage just around the corner.
Yes, they're not a huge rush here for the Titans, right? If Punk can just kind of play around the central pillar, you know, just keep kind of point contested, you're going to get some players back in rather quickly, and you also have Crimzo with the Immortality field. So New York not able to take off of that fight.
Fitz can't heal Kellen from that high ground position, and then they get forced back for a moment by Sugar Free. Shockwave is still jockeying, fighting to try and get a good position, but he got yanked off the edge there by the knife. Crimso's able to finish the job. It's all too easy for the Canadian gun. And now Kellen looks towards Punk here, good pressure. And going to be able to avoid that Rampage coming past him, but the sound barrier for the Vancouver Titans, I mean, they can dig their heels in. We're at 90%, and we're going to keep going.
And Mitch, because you have Fitz in on support, do they have a Lucio? I mean, Fitz Lucio? Like, is that like a realistic option? Like, it doesn't really seem like it. Looks like just going to a here to maybe go back, get a touch, gonna go to the Mega, but not able to get there, where Titans dominate round one. You don't really have a Lucio look with this lineup, right? Like, you know, hey, Fitz can come in and play the Illari as Crimzo making a little bit of a meme of it, the Fitzio there coming in late, but it's not the best look, right? I mean, if you needed Lucio and then you were going to play like a dedicated hit scan, you would love for Fitz to be that hit scan.
One of the most important kills of the game. And that's just as New York regain that high ground, where it looks a little dicey for Vancouver. Punk able to find the most punishing player to play from the high ground and yank him down to earth. The nut push! I don't think he knows a nut push, Punk.
It's a dance. It's like the Cotton Eye Joe, right? It's like the Australian.
It's less cringe than is it Australian? It's less cringe than Cotton Eye Joe. It doesn't have like the high squeaky auto tune. No.
Yeah, I didn't learn about it until I became Australian. So it was a bit of time before I figured it out.
That's a 3 a.m. wedding reception number right there. Classic.
You and Cuss will have to give us a good old.
I guarantee you, Scott,
in the next.
Scotty probably nuts a serious push. He'd be excellent at that. Don't you worry about it. Fitz here, looking to reposition as he only was able to peer in for a time. He might want to circle back around and get off this odd little Illari flank he was on. Heesang cops a glancing blow here. Turrets are being deployed to the point, and Kellen's forced to javelin spin and back up already.
This comp, though, for the Titans works out probably better on this point without that high ground, right? Like, this feels like a little bit more of a traditional type of, like, point that you can execute the rush on, but they do lose Heesang early on as he was in the front line trying to just build up some energy on the sim.
I'm curious to see where we see Fitz's position on this Illari. At the start of the round, it was a bit of a flanking angle, one where you're playing outside of the range. Yeah, look at the wireframe there. Look where Fitz is playing from. So you can't really heal with your secondary fire, but the turret is incredibly good on its own.
A sim long range kill there with an assist from Punk. I wonder if that was another knife grab there. So you lose Psycho, that's huge, huge pick off there for the Titans, right? I mean, the Mei Ice Block being able to kind of stall this out for longer periods of time is just like that. I mean, it's a huge win for the Titans, right? You don't have to kind of sit around, build up towards ult, give up more percentage and build up towards it. You can actually just get really early pick off.
How is it that New York keep getting split like this? This happened in the last couple of fights, and even on the previous map.
Well, I mean, once the rush comes in, it just seems like players just try and like scatter a little bit, right? And the Titans have done a great job of, you know, isolating 1 or 2 players and just running them down. And for New York, there's just, you know, not anything they can do, right? They can't really kind of get back into that fight rather quickly, playing without speed, where Crave now playing the Karika. So, Kellen, you see how much damage he takes just coming up onto the point.
They found him. Turret placed down for himself. You're not healing anyone else at the moment. Sugar free, rather. I mean, yeah, please. Able to get away. Does get hit with that debuff there, but who's going to proc it? No one. It looks like that, yeah, he survives that pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he kind of like uses his ultimate there, Fitz, to just keep himself up. That's going to really nice TP spot, going to catch him. Fitz off guard. They actually try and counter it with the Blizzard button. Everybody gets out in time.
Faith able to play from a really frustrating position here. Kellen will be lucky to get away with his life, and he doesn't. I am struggling to feel like I want to co-sign this playstyle from Fitz here on the Illari. It's pretty exploitable given how mobile the Titans are. They spot the Illari, they just beeline them.
You just have no options. Like, you just really lack options in terms of moving away from compositions that include Illari, right? Which the Titans, obviously, they come in, they don't even play. I know Illari here in map number 1, it looks like. They actually just go with a more rush style.
That turret spot is so good. It's going to get a lot of healing over, and it's going to be very hard to notice, let alone remove. But Crimzo just flattens the Psycho as they're trying to play around this Kitsune rush. You can't allow this to happen. What choice did New York have to face the music here? But Crimzo's marching to a completely different beat. There's no chance for New York here. They got absolutely dumpstered all through Antarctic Peninsula.
And it looks like, you know, how Jake was talking about maybe some of these rush comps kind of coming into play. It almost looks like the New York comp, right, with the Illari. Like, that is so last week. It's so dated with how easy the Titans made it look, just getting aggressive right in their face.
Well, like, I mean, are you suffering for healing output? Maybe you can't use her in that flanking position. You have a Soldier 76 already. Why not use them to flank and maybe, you know, make a different consideration? Maybe they come into this based on like player setup and want to play Larry the whole time because Fitz is on support. They don't want to have the Fitzio again, and they're forced into this playstyle that doesn't look good against Vancouver.
So if you also close the gap, right, and you get really aggressive onto the Illari, like, you can push her away from the turret, right? Like, she's not able to kind of just post up near the turret, do damage. Also, like, her weapon is way more effective at range as opposed to close quarters, right?
Absolutely.
Where if you're kind of like just running her down, because you have to, like, you know, take a little bit of a beat to get that next big shot off. You don't have that when everybody's in your face.
For me, it's question marks in the chat. I'll be honest, folks. Stick around, though, because our second map will be Midtown. An opportunity to actually maybe make use of Illari on a more static setup. Stick around and see how it unfolds here as the Titans take a huge lead early. right along with me here, everybody. First, you got the Fitz support, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
How about the sugar-free support, Faith, move to DPS? With the Sunnies on, no less.
You know how you explain this? Yeah, you explain this substitution with the Sunnies. That tells you the level of confidence I have in this substitution.
Damn, bro, I see Puck gold tabbing to Honkai Star Rail. I see you.
This is also why you should not have your playoff chances rest on other teams' failures or success. Because sometimes
Gladiators punching air presently.
It gets a little silly as we go into Midtown. Do not believe we have ever seen Faith on DPS. I hope he plays the map with the Sunnies on as well. But we'll see what happens. I mean, Sugar-Free playing anything other than the Alari would be a little bit odd, but we've seen some stuff.
Yeah. Could be the Life Weaver pocket we've been waiting for.
The Weaver would be.
We need
nice.
something.
I mean,
we need something
Weaver,
mechanically intensive for Sugar-Free. I thought that's a great choice. There is no way that
if you put Sugar-Free on support and Faith on DPS, and you got something like Faith on like Widow, Sugar-Free on Life Weaver, they'd probably start calling up Sean Miller and be like, hey, yeah, you gotta see what's going on here. This world is a little wild.
Good to see you.
Faith
Love me
hovering the
some
Widow.
Weaver, but
Okay, poke composition probably not amazing to start this map for an attacking side, as you're playing through a choke here, which can quite often be obscured by this Orisa. So we'll see if that's going to be the pick here. Maybe Faith hoping for someone to extend it into the crosshairs, but this will be an odd pick.
New York's comp is just naturally going to work better here as well, right?
He's
on
doing
defense.
You're a rascal. You're a bloody rascal.
Get off it. What are we going to?
Bastion.
Yeah.
Okay. Faith here out to display his mechanical prowess to anybody that'll watch. And it will be the Omnic himself, Mr. President, getting rolled out here on Midtown. Convoy leading the way, of course. Crinzo nailed to the wall by Shockwave's rail.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the Torb in close quarters there gets a little bit scary. As a Bastion enjoyer myself, right? The grenade obviously does huge amounts of damage currently, and it's not the most mechanically intensive hero to play, so like maybe you actually have some kind of like grounds to be like, hey, let's put Sugar-Free on the Alari, because
mechanics on, like, he plays Lucio and Brig, both like can have some mechanical requirements, right? Especially Brig when she's gotten a little weaker, being able to play her cleverly. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm just curious about the overall game plan here. So, Sugar-Free, switch. You've made a great support hero when every team's DPS is asking to be sub to support to play it. That's a great success, I think, in hero design, but we need to see the plan for the Titans, how they drew it up. Sugar-Free here, Captain Sub. Someone's hiding behind the turret. It's Psycho. He's going to get picked up, though, and Sugar-Free only really gets the deployables for his trouble. Still, healing turret taken down. We have a Terror Surge. Sugar-Free breaks line of sight here. Looks like Kellen folds away from him, but Punk's able to chase him down. And with 2:20 on the clock, we have time surging forward in numbers.
Yes, once you actually kind of get some of these ultimates, right, the amount of damage output for the Titans is crazy, right? Between the Baptiste, Bastion, 76, and the Alari, Sigma to just kind of spam these chokes, so becomes very difficult, I think, to even like retake here for New York. So this will be a point A take here for the Titans. A good amount of time in the bank as well.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy with that. You spend a minute and 40 dealing with like an Orisa comp that can be really hard to shift. Not sure about Kellen's choice to go for the Terror Surge there. I think he probably thought that all the Titans were grouped up and it was a good opportunity, but he was playing on a corner. So breaking line of sight from the Orisa looked pretty easy, at least for Sugar-Free. Kellen wants to play forward here, though, and Fitz is going to... Again, we have DPS players switching to support. I love to see it.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux here from Punk, actually. Be Fitz with a Captive Sump on the backside here, so we'll see what he's able to kind of connect with. Is Punk gets really low.
Yeah, healing though is good. It's good enough to keep Punk standing here. Safe hands as always for the tank of the Vancouver Titans. Length of trades
Bastion ult here from Faith.
Well, I don't expect too much from it. The backlines are pretty mobile here for New York.
Oh, I thought he was about to pop it while standing in the Torb ult. Pretty low for a sec.
We get Christmas in September, apparently. As that ult clears up now. Punk still trying to surge ahead. I think he spotted Fitz playing that off angle here, but Creator's going to get a Amp Matrix on the high ground, and Fitz wins out against Punk. Now Shockwave can go up a gear, gets into an aggressive position now, and Heatsang is going to try and dodge away from this one. No chance of escaping alive, and I think, yeah, it's curtains for this push for Vancouver.
Yes, they're going to have a tough time, like maybe even just breaking that bridge setup, right? As Punk does a nice job actually kind of keeping Faith alive for, you know, an extended period of time. And there's a trade there, so Faith gets Fitz. But I actually think this kind of like benefits the Titans, right? There's no Illari on the other side. Maybe you can come in, get a little bit of payload progress, a little bit of map space.
You see Sugar Free pushing really hard. They're even using the outburst to try and chase Psycho down. But the Tourbillon's going to have a chance to get away. Faith still on the Bastion, of course. He's saying Torb. The turret's put back, I guess, to answer a potential flank. But no one from New York's really going to wrap around. Again, there's a lot of this poke damage coming through. Now the overclock from Shockwave gets shut down. Punk's able to find the kill, but Kellen gets in there now. The Javelin Spin, the Terror Surge. He's got everything you could ask for. And Heatsang falls to the Orisa roll. Will clear the turret, and we'll be back to business.
Well, what do you think about this, like, you know, Torbjorn Bastion composition now, like moving away from the 76 to play the Tor, right? I feel like the 76 probably a little bit more consistent, a little bit better than the Torb, especially because they're not really going to be pushing in New York, right?
It's hard.
They're not
Okay.
incentivized to.
Well, yes, but your flank angles aren't good right now for the attackers because look at where Psycho is set up with Fitz. You can't really push through there, and there's also a Torb turret likely hiding in that hallway, or it could be one to answer a potential flank. So, I mean, Torb is at the point now where he's just kind of good at mid-range in general. That's overkill, but that's fine. We praise the sun either way. Fitz now going to have to try and get away from this one. Nice little connection on Sugar Free there. That's a huge kill. Railguns everywhere. Shockwave and Fitz find the key kills now, and Faith again caught outside the play. He's able to find Fitz on the way out, but this is not enough. The Titans are trying to play a poke composition, but New York are denying them the safe sightlines by sticking Kellen up their nose every opportunity they have.
Yes, since the Titans got checkpoint day, I mean, they've gotten absolutely nothing. They end up using an Amp Matrix there as well, so really going to come down to probably this, you know, Gravitic Flux, see if you can make a play with Punk's ultimate. But yeah, like you mentioned, they're having a tough time, like, just kind of traversing the map. See how annoying that turret almost kills you.
He's like, please kill it. But again, yeah, so hard to sneak in on these flanks. If you're a Soldier 76 trying to kill that turret, you probably get jumped on by Psycho as he emerges from the shadows. Fitz here wants to play this corridor and deny it. So far, he's been able to do that perfectly. Crimzo there just caught out that mid-range damage. Fitz with the lion's share of it, but Psycho was able to finish the job. Fitz actually doing some healing now, which is remarkable, I think, based on what we saw on Antarctic Peninsula. And the Excelsior are not going to be broken here. They are way, way too robust on this defense.
No, I mean, they get some payload progress there, the Titans, but you know, not anything meaningful there. As that was the Bastion ultimate. Now New York, they push up, they have Captive Sun, they have the Terror Surge, looking for a pretty good hold.
Okay, Molten Core here to deny the advance of the Titans. It's going to be really hard to push through this, especially with the Captive Sun in play. Punk eats it though. He's able to go with that one up, but no one will be able to touch, excuse me. Vancouver get forced back. And there are smiles on the face of the Titans because they know at the Gladiators facility, it's wailing and gnashing of teeth right now as the Glads need the Titans to win this game.
So, I mean, you have an opportunity here as well on defense, right? Like Bastion Torb with the Illari is probably better on defense anyway for the Titans. And it's not like New York, like they were tremendous on control, right? Like, no, they get a hold there, you know, once they have like high ground and they have a really great corner to play around. But before that, it was, Titans maybe 1-2 pushes to take checkpoint A. So not entirely a given that they're going to win this map.
Not at all. Plenty to play for here. But I've got to say, we're not particularly convinced by this quasi-poke composition that Vancouver rolled out for us on the attacking side there. Torb is so good at shutting down these peripheral angles, that's why you just won't see Tracer right now. And even Soldier just doesn't have a lot of good options on the attack, at least on this phase of the map here. The Fitz Illari's looked pretty darn good so far. I'm still waiting for the sugar-free Illari to wow me, as he has 0 final blows for 4 deaths so far.
Yeah, I think the issue is that, like, you just can't switch really off of this for New York, right? You're kind of, like, stuck in this type of position in terms of comps, so it's really the only downside. Fitz has been pretty good on the Illari, though.
All right. New York with a great job on defense here, making this potentially much more of a bite-sized task to accomplish in order to even up the series.
This is a lot of damage, though, for New York to walk into, right? Like, to try and, like, get to the point and, you know, kind of traverse around. We've seen teams, like, kind of go through the alleyway and just get blown up. Just a lot of damage with that Bastion Torp.
Good poke damage so far, though. Healing turret already down, Sugar Free. Keeping Heesang standing now as he takes pretty easy shots into this alleyway. Gotta watch out, though, as Kellen wants to push forward now. Heesang clinging on to life, Immortality Fields to keep the Torbjorn in it. But again, no trade here for the Titans. They've not found any kills as a result of that. Finally, they do. Creative is down now, but Psycho barreling towards the point. Sugar Free probably is going to have to switch to Lucio here to get to the point in time. Providing the Titans don't make a move of their own here. He's going to come back. We have already 1 tick and counting, though. So looking a little bit scary. Faith here in tank mode, trying to make use of the Air Matrix. This is a great stall tactic. You're able to buy so much time, and Punk can set up here, provided he can stay healthy.
Oh, it buys a ton of time. It also buys a ton of map space where everybody's actually able to kind of get into a great position as Fitz actually goes to the captain. Takes a really big shot there from Sugar Free.
It's unclear to see.
Get Punk, though.
Yeah, Punk down. I mean, he's ready to pivot. Now the Titans are looking to play around here. Losing Sugar Free early in that last fight had them down in healing. It had to be the Bastion tank mode plus Air Matrix to give them a chance, and that wasn't enough. And here come the Excelsior once more. It's Fate down already. There's no chance to set a staging ground up on this high ground for Vancouver. They're going to be forced back into their own spawn again.
Yeah, and I like this play from New York, right? Push up, take this space. Don't let them get control of that top bridge straight away. If you're able to kind of control some of this area, I see Heesang going to the Widowmaker, maybe just trying to find a pick. You can get enough cart progress to get it close to winning the round.
They are close at that. Shockwave here is happy to give up the high ground because now you can play that flank angle that Vancouver couldn't because there's no setup there for Vancouver right now. He's saying switches to the Widowmaker. Cat's out the bag now. All Kellen needs to do is play the card here, have the rest of his team play around him, and this is going to be hard to stop. Kellen is coming for it now. Punk finally steps up. Kellen copying a lot of body shots as he backs away out of that fortify.
Well, now they can get control of the high ground, right? They don't have to fight it from that position. You see the way they're rotating. You can actually just drop down and fight it from almost the defensive side of things, right? Now you have New York, the Titans, who are really split underneath the card.
This is a scary prospect, especially if they're going to walk into a Torbjorn ultimate from Psycho. That's not going to be an issue now, though, as he's caught in the gravitic flux. Turn into a pancake. We Punk step up here as Kellen just slowly gives up a bit of this ground, and Shockwave stays safe playing behind the cars. They don't want to give this up for free. He's saying he's playing a position to deny the high ground, and only that.
Yeah, I mean, that's really his only job, right? Is to potentially take some of these players out on the high ground because he can't really contribute to the fight underneath. It does get scary for New York if you kind of like invest a ton of ultimates and lose this, but they do still have that great positioning.
Fitz is going for the 1 versus 1. He is keeping Heesang quiet, but his healing might be needed. Shockwave, though, gets rid of the enemy Ilari. Sugar Free falls. It's going to be Fate, though, with the ultimate. A couple more of these mortar shells are coming down. Is he very low? Is Creative forced to back away. Terror Surge is good, though. Crimzo and Punk ripped to shreds. And New York have done it. Psycho can't believe what just happened as New York have a comfortable showing on home territory.
Yes, New York ends up taking Midtown, where their composition looks much better in comparison to what we saw from the Titans, but the Titans do make some interesting subs, which I don't think paid off there.
No, I think we're not over the moon about the Ilari pick, which has no final blows, Sugar Free, 0-7. Fitz is 5-4 on the Ilari on the other side of things, and Heesang only manages the 1 final blow for the entire map. Not a convincing showing at all for Vancouver. It's clear they're trying something a little bit different. Looks like the vibes are still pretty positive in that camp, but it is still a map you've given away for free. That kind of thing can come back to bite you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, maybe this is something that the Titans want to, use in their game a little bit later on. Maybe it's something that they've scrimmed and like, hey, we have a real world game scenario. Like, let's try it out now, right? But yeah, it did not really look as natural or good as their Genji setups have looked, and their Genji setups have been really good and effective, just like how we saw in map number 1.
Absolutely. You see why Orisa is just so powerful is there's only so far up that Punk can move, even playing something so powerful as that Sigma. Not a lot of great sight lines for the rest of the Titans to play around. Their tank there is often being bullied away. So Ravasa coming up next here. Of course, our Flashpoint map will be approaching in this series. A chance for the Titans to show us that was just a little bit of silly time, or perhaps New York are on a roll. Well, for the first time in an official Overwatch League match, we see Faith at DPS for the Vancouver Titans and Sugar Free at support. It goes about as you'd expect. So New York here with a pretty strong showing on Midtown. I'd say a pretty dominant win here. We're starting to see things reset a little bit, but Fitz is brought out of the lineup for New York. It's going to be OG coming in here at support. Psycho and Shockwave will be alongside each other still at DPS.
Yeah, so you need OG and Faith to OG to come in, Faith to go back to DPS to go to support to play the Lucio here, especially for Flashpoint. We see Lucio play the most, but Kellen did have a really good game there on Midtown.
Let's talk about him a little bit more here, as this Orisa pick has definitely been cropping up a little bit lately. Just the one death. And we saw New York pedal out a similar looking composition on the first map of this series, one that was really taken to task by a hyper-mobile brawl-style Junker Queen setup. But here, it seems like the ground is much more fertile for New York to start farming the Titans.
Yeah, once you kind of get them away from that rush comp that worked really well on control to start things off and get a little bit of a comp, obviously not a mirror, but comps that kind of play at the same pace. Kellen able to survive and play much better on the Orisa.
Heading over to Suravasa now, a map that likely gives us a bit of a different look here, as mobility is absolutely king. These Sigma-based compositions, not a thing you should expect to see. That's why OG getting subbed in here, as we know, as the Lucio specialist for the New York Excelsior. It's all about going fast all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of the story of Flashpoint, at least thus far, where if you're going to have to play the Lucio, I wonder what New York plays, right? They were not playing the Lucio early on. We know what the Titans were running when they had the Lucio in the mix. So how does New York kind of fit their comp around? Also note, they don't bring Fitz back in to play DPS, which is something that we've seen, Fitz, when he's not in on support, right? Just move back to DPS. They don't actually decide to do that again.
How do you feel about May on this map? I've played up against it a couple times in rank, but can't really glean too much from that particular SR. How do you feel about her being able to cut off one of the
Wood Division, yeah,
something like that?
Yeah, down in the doldrums. No, I mean, I think it'll be interesting how they go about using this. It seems like they don't want to play Genji in some capacity where. Psycho, we've seen him play a ton of Tracer in the past, right?
Yes.
Maybe it's just Genji's just not a hero they kind of have, in the mix that they can play for New York. So maybe without a Genji type of setup, right, where Soldier and Genji work so well together, especially paired with the Queen, that you kind of have to play this, slower type of play style.
May's wall doesn't, you can catch people off on the point for a time here. There's some places where you can use it to block up a choke, but it's a little hard to get max value. He's saying immediately on the flank, straight away. Pressure on Psycho, forcing an early ice block. That's a great exchange. And Psycho has to leave the point entirely. They're in deep trouble. Meanwhile, though, Shockwave's been able to deal with Crimzo, and now the Titans crumble.
But this is the benefit of having the Lucio in this comp for New York, right? Where, Heesang goes on a little bit of a flank, right? He's trying to do some damage, and then they would have actually gotten a push kind of going on forward. But instead of just sitting there and taking that damage from Heesang from that backside, they have the Lucio so they can speed up and take advantage of that damage not being in the front.
Good start here for New York as Heesang leaves formation to try and find a flank opportunity and looked good. Unfortunately, his team suffer as the rest of New York push in once they see it's only a 4-player contingent in front of them. Heesang will still be looking for a flank. Very Corey now. Got good Helmy. Hydron-esque. Excuse me, as he tries to wrap around a lot in the Soldier 76. But again, it's Shockwave who opens up the account for the Excelsior here. And Punk is completely besieged here. And later Immortality Field for Creative means that this is a walkover.
Just having that, Lucio, the speed in this composition allows them to take advantage of that, right? Because the Titans, they want to have Heesang on an off angle, right? Maybe play a little bit split and then a big collapse. But when they can get the Orisa in the mix with the May and then also Shockwave's damage at medium to close range, then the 76 doesn't become an issue and you're constantly fighting, 5-on-4s.
Looks like we're off the temple here. Of course, we'll be playing inside that structure, so an enclosed space with those 4 entry and exit points. And already, New York have been able to set themselves up here. We'll see the Titans come at them with a bit of a concave as they look to wrap around. The question is, does Heesang attempt to go for a flank once more? He's been losing out quite often to Shockwave.
Yeah, so see the point will unlock here in 2.
Blade
Blade coming through. Nice sound barrier there from OG.
Yeah, great response. Sugar Free completely stymied there. Nothing he can do but stow it away for later. OG, though, a little low. Sugar Free doesn't really see the chance to approach, but it's going to be an Ant Matrix here for Crimzo. It's a do-si-do for New York. They're going to wrap around as well. They throw a main wall up. This breaks up the Ant Matrix a little bit. It's a weird one, as it was set up, assuming New York would come from a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside there for New York, is that they ended up layering support ults, right? Sound barrier and Ant Matrix there when that Blade comes in, but the Heesang with attack visor, they get both support, so this is pretty good here for the Titans.
I mean, it's just a playground for the Soldier or anybody.
Thrown in here too.
That seems a little wasteful. Psycho maybe thinks he can turn the fight around there, but Heesang is playing from well outside the radius of effect there with a tactical visor. That wall was not enough to keep him at bay.
Yeah, I mean, and then you end up investing the Blizzard there, which is kind of brutal, right? I mean, you could have came back in this next fight, you could have had that Blizzard, you know, maybe at least to kind of get sound barrier out. I mean, now the Titans in full control.
New York grouped up here. They're going to play around the overclock. That might be a decent flank opportunity for Shockwave. No, opts to take a front door instead. The Rampage, he's knocked off course and he still catches 3. The reaction time was decent from OG, but not enough to save his team. Creative is low, a lot of bleed damage there, and Punk was looking highly durable with 3 players debuffed by that ultimate.
Oh, that'll be a point here for the Titans. It's just a massive Rampage. You know, just get a few players with that debuff, and that's all you really need, right? With no cleanse on the other side. So a big trek across the map here. I'm curious, how does New York decide to play this? They want to like cut them off mid-map? Do they want to rush straight to the point?
This was like Paris Point B a lot of the time, right? Palace has like these sort of 3 entrances and then a lot of these balconies. So very, very good. If you can get a Soldier 76 or someone who can take advantage of an off angle with a lot of safety for the flanker.
Heesang just gonna a little bit of a drive-by helix dangerous there onto Shockwave. Is
Blade here for Sugar Free, Matt.
From the Titans, though. Yeah, take this high ground and then attack. He's got to get healed up before he can go.
Oh dear, the deflect in the Air Matrix. That is perfect. Sugar Free finds the perfect elimination and now can double down. He descends with the blade in hand, and Psycho didn't know what hit him. Kellen's not going to get away either. The deflect that starts it off, and it's an avalanche that follows.
Yeah, I mean, what, a quick 14% there for New York on the point as now Psycho goes over and plays the Genji. So I think this is a better look for New York. I think that, 76, I mean, if you're obviously, even just playing on live, you can feel how strong he is currently at the moment. I feel like it just provides a little bit more pressure than having the Sojourn.
Air Matrix here very quickly. New York able to fold away from this. Kellen takes an amount of damage he's ultimately going to be pretty comfortable with, so Crimzo ultimate not having a huge impact here. Heesang, though, can really choose his flank angle here. There's quite a few options, and this tack visor could be deadly. We've already seen Javelin spin, so the doors are open. Kellen flattened at long range.
I mean, what in this position is great, but then you're just, imagine, so let's say hypothetically, right? The tack visor here is they're just trying to exit. I mean, this is not going to be pretty as OG not going to make it back to the spawn. But think about that position that Heesang is in, right? Like, if he was playing the Sojourn, like, it is much easier for kind of Kellen to move in, take that point, right? It's just the constant damage and pressure from the 76 that becomes a little bit of a nuisance.
Puts a lot of heal pressure on a Lucio. Baptiste's composition as well, and we're going to go for it here. Why not? Yeah. Next flashpoint has come up here, but there's no reason for the Titans to take the foot off the gas at this point. A little bit low as Crimzo has to throw an immortality down for himself when we have a trade. It's ultimately creative. The first Baptiste to fall, but Crimzo follows soon after, so now on Lucio and nothing more. OG has a sound barrier here, but there's no reason to make use of it. New York able to win that fight out here and have the chance to head over to this next point.
Yes, it'll be New York getting control first here, and they'll also have a good chunk of ultimates. Look at this. He's saying, though, going on a little bit of a flank. Can he find both supports?
He has no ultimate to work with, though. If he can force an immortality field from creative, that could be good. He gets the burst.
I mean, he gets creative low, so that's going to be the burst. And, like, what do they have to, dedicate resource-wise over here, right? Can Psycho just kind of, like, monitor this? Like,
he can't commit, though, to getting rid of the Soldier. That'll be a huge mistake, I think. Psycho getting close to the play. There's an overclock for Shockwave here. He's going to garner a lot of attention with his ultimate pop, though. Terra Surge. Oh, Faith with the boot kill. And a sound barrier comes in at just the right time. That is perfect from Faith. Not only does he find that elimination, but keeps his team alive against the Orisa ultimate. They've ceded a lot of capture percentage over to New York, have the Titans. but what a fight win to get here.
I mean, that is such a huge fight win there. I mean, OG ended up using the beat. They go with like Terror Surge, but not able to just finish off anybody there from the Titans. That's one where I thought New York had an advantage coming on. I mean, even if they decided to use the Amp Matrix there, right? I mean, Amp Matrix with the overclock let Shockwave back up, do some damage, but he gets quite low. I think OG's beat was just like a hair, a second too late.
On paper, this isn't close at all. 23 kills to 10, favoring the Vancouver Titans. After that last fight, Tac Visor, I think I heard that from behind the Amp Matrix here. That's a scary prospect, but Sugar Free, Crimzo, they're going to be able to deal at least with the Immortality Field. Sugar Free dips a toe in, decides it's not for him, and it's back to business for Vancouver as they get in the lead on Garden, and this could be what decides the map and sends them 2-1 up in the series.
Yes, they push up. They want to see if they can get rid of Psycho because they know he's got Blade. He's been holding on to it for few fights now where they're not able to finish him off. Now, kind of like as the Titans backtrack, right? This is where New York is trying to take advantage.
It's going to be a Blade here, but Psycho instead is going to opt to go for a back cap here. It may not work though because Faith has found another kill. Faith is 5-0 right now on the Lucio.
No, they're gonna give up the point, right? And then actually come down and play for the point. So what? This Blade is now in a 5-on-3 scenario. Immortality Field. Kellen's trying to move them out of it.
Psycho, good choice there to go for a deflect as all the heads turn towards him. Ultimately, though, it's just a trade. He's saying did fall from the Blade, but the Titans are back in control now, and Kellen's going to be forced away. Another Terror Surge might be the option, but Fate is going to be able to get out of it. Takes a bit of damage. There is Kellen. Cuts that one off preemptively to get the damage at the very least, but there's now a sound barrier in play for New York. Crimzo's going to go to work here. He's on the tools behind his Amp Matrix. Is going to throw down an Immortality Field for himself here, and Shockwave falls to Sugar Free. Desperation for Creative. Throws down a drone of his own, but it's just not going to be enough. The Titans in the brawl look to be heavily favored behind his Junker Queen leading the charge, and they'll get out to a 2-1 lead.
And I love the way they played that second to last fight, where Psycho goes to the point and he starts taking it, and the Titans say, you know what, who cares, right? They're not going to be able to win the game off of that flip. They can kill like both supports, and then they kind of move into the point. They have to use a Blade in a 5-on-3. It was pretty decent, Psycho and Kellen trying to make a play there, but still, when you're, at such a disadvantage like that, it's tough to battle back from.
It's insane. Faith and Crimzo between them have about like 11k healing. On New York, they have like 15, 16k healing. So way more healing, but their DPS on New York find 2 and 3 kills respectively. To Heesang's 12, Sugar Free's 10. Suffice to say that the Vancouver Titans are just doing a better job of getting their DPS set up for success.
Yeah, I just don't love the Sojourn pick in comparison to the 76. Like, the 76 can traverse the map way faster, right? Sprint, get these off angles.
Self-sufficiency.
Like the first over. Yeah, the first over to the point, right? Can play on these off angles, with the healing for a little bit of self-sufficiency. Where there's Sojourn, like you're having to build up this charge and then like land these rail shots, and when you're not doing that, right? You're gonna lose in a big way in terms of the damage output.
Faith 5-0 as well on the Lucio. Another masterclass from a veteran here in the Overwatch League. Esports is going to be our 4th map in this set. A chance here to get the Titans out of this one with a 3-1 win. More answers being sought by the New York Excelsior as we have another shuffle to the roster. Fitz comes in at DPS, but it feels like consistently the deck is stacked against this roster coming out of Suravasa, but they fall to another Junker Queen rendition. But for me, the scariest part of this Junker Queen, look, this whole composition came from the backline of the Vancouver Titans, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Faith was sick, right? When you get him back on the Lucio, I know his Bastion play is, I know jury's still out on that one.
Questionable.
But on the Lucio, I mean, he was sick to be able to go an entire Flashpoint map without a death. I mean, that is a really impressive few big kills at perfect times.
Again, the sound barrier, there was like a key, there's like a boop kill that happened here. Yeah, that was during Shockwave using that overclock there. So, I mean, you are really having an outsized impact on the fight by getting a very solid sound barrier, coverage rate, and then getting rid of an ulting DPS. Can't ask for much more than that from the guy.
No, so here's a little bit of a weird one for me. If you bring in, you bring in OG to play the Lucio, and then you leave Shockwave in for that previous map, like what's the thought logic there? Like, because you could have just brought Fitz back in if that's what you really wanted to do, and now they bring Fitz back in.
Not choice there. I won't argue with that. Obviously, this is the kind of map where you want OG in one way or another, like you pointed out, but we are seeing some significant shuffling at DPS here. And the hope for New York Excelsior fans is that Fitz comes in, hits the ground running, and makes a big difference.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is because like it doesn't really align with what we've seen in the past from New York. Is that like when they take out Fitz to play, support, right? Then that's when Shockwave comes in. But when OG comes in, they just move Fitz right back. But today we didn't see that, which is just a little odd.
I mean, yeah, it could be because they felt like Shockwave specifically on the Sojourn would be a great decision there, but that's definitely a hero that we've seen Fitz pilot before. I don't think we have, I mean, we might even see it here as well. So it may just be a protocol that they've practiced. Don't want to mix it up too much, but there's an ongoing debate for 6 years now about the impact of, players coming in and off the bench. There's freshness, there's the psychological aspect to it. But we get a new look here, another different look rather from New York now, as they must get a W on this map. Vancouver look to lock up the 5th spot in the West, giving them a first round bye in the play-ins, a much coveted prize.
Yeah, I can't imagine just, coming in and out in the series, like as somebody who's, played competitively in the past. Like, I just can't, I just think it would be super bizarre, like really difficult to kind of be able to just jump in the middle of a series and, pick things up as Punk takes a big chunk of damage there around the corner, just trying to contest the bot for a quick second.
I like that from Sugar Free.
Really low as well. Immortality field already here from New York.
Yeah, Sugar Free dived after Fitz as he got yanked and then was forced to try and slide away. Fitz eventually going to get the better of Punk though here. He's been suffering a lot of early pressure, as this time New York are able to keep him quiet early in this round.
Yes, they'll get the bot moving. Some big damage comes down at the start on the Punk. They kind of have to back up, give up control of the bot on that side of the map, and then the next time they go to engage, it's actually a nice Maywall there from Psycho. Gets Punk on the opposite side of it.
This time Punk a bit more wary about that hit scan pressure. Maybe we're starting to piece together why Fitz is coming in here to play the Sojourn. We have a slightly different shuffle for the Excelsior. Sugar Free upstairs briefly. Get some time with Creative, and they'll be forced back here until the Orisa can join them on the high ground. New York had hoped to stake their claim up here, but now they might end up being a bit more defensive as they get that early lead. It's 37 meters off that first fight.
It's not a ton of progress there, as Kellen does a nice job actually. So Crimzo pushed that Matrix up in the high ground. It's so aggressive right in his face. Just spins him off of it, right? So they don't really get anything with that.
Yeah, Crimzo seems to believe that he'll be impossible to move off the high ground once that air matrix is set up there, but the opposite is true. Kellen just bullies him back down to the low ground, and that air matrix goes for naught.
Another nice Maywall there from Psycho, like as Punk is actually trying to back out there. Finishes him off, so after this fight, nice shot there by Fitz. Now you can start to get the bot moving. You may actually even get this first checkpoint.
That's looking pretty likely at this point here. I'm not sure about the gambit play from Vancouver. Maybe they felt like they had no options outside of Crimzo Exo booting up and throwing an Ant Matrix down. But Creative just reciprocated on the other side of the map with one of his own in an Immortality field to make sure he couldn't get sniped.
Curious. Kellen. Yeah, Kellen actually just kind of playing a little bit passive here. You have the Terror Surge, right? So you don't have to go through that choke right away. Oh, they actually catch Heesang out as Heesang's going off in an off angle. So, oh, Sound Barrier as they get aggressive.
Yeah, the barrier though doesn't catch Creative. That was the one that SugarFree was pressuring on the high ground. But SugarFree only gets rid of the Immortality field and then gets punished by Fitz anyway. So Creative, all on his own, is going to deal with an ulting Genji and live to tell the tale, turn into a trade back.
And I wonder if they're switching off of that. I mean, that was the Rampage there used by Punk towards the end, and it doesn't actually go off. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be Punk matching the Orisa.
You have already given up a huge amount of real estate here on this map. We're only 3.5 minutes in, barely that.
Dude, in New York, they have an Amp Matrix, they have Blizzard. Like, you're getting close to like full map completion territory here.
Yeah, Amp Matrix comes down first here. Still, the Titans have no choice but to try and get involved. He's saying a flanking tack visor might be the play here. SugarFree, though, again gets flattened by Fitz, who's really showing up on the Sojourn this map. And for all their attempts, New York, they have 2 ultimates in that fight. Go for nothing once more. They are getting absolutely stomped.
I mean, the Titans do not look like the same team we have seen throughout this series. As Heesang will play the Sojourn now. You'll have SugarFree on May, so things kind of going down to a mirror matchup here as the bot makes its way around the final corner.
Okay, Heesang going for it now. Amp Matrix is in play, but Fizz has the overclock and a bit of defensive architecture now. Fate maybe regrets trying to accost him here. Ice block pogged by SugarFree, but Heesang finds the first kill for the Vancouver Titans so far this map, and Crimzo doubles it. Finally, Vancouver finding a little bit of action, but they spent heavily in order to gain a foothold on Esperanza.
So they finally get the bot for a second. I was like, because OG ended up using Sound Barrier. Maybe you try and keep that fight going, but it would have just seemed like a really bad use there. As now you can come back. Really, like what you're gonna get here, like even before it maybe gets to the bridge, like mid-map, like the Titans still have made zero progress at all, right? Yep. I mean, this is a huge lead for New York.
Vancouver have had no ability to make use of the high ground on this part of the map specifically because they were forced into the choke early. Fitz is able to go
they
to 9.
Seen this part of the map yet.
Fitz was 9-0 before his first death in that previous fight. And that's because they're able to use the architecture so effectively, make it 10. He's saying just gets worked in the neutral. There's no other way of putting it. A Maywall thrown up here to try and give the Titans some privacy with the New York Excelsior. They are an invasive bunch, and they're going to continue to come forward. Once again, flattening the Titans, and they're going to move back into a very, very promising position.
I mean, I'd love to know like what our biggest like push comeback ever has been in the Overwatch League, because this feels like it would be it. I mean, they get bullied, the Titans, all the way back to their spawn off the rip. And then now they have to battle out, and you're in a situation with the Titans where like it's like, you know, you have to use some of these ultimates to try and get the bot going in your direction. But if it doesn't work out, you're incredibly screwed, right? I mean, there's no battling back from that. So this time they have to use Sound Barrier and Blizzard. So not a huge investment here from the Titans to get the bot moving.
We talked about this before. Getting good Blizzards with May on this map, especially against this highly mobile composition, is really, really difficult to do. Because Orisa just walks out, Psycho can ice block, Fitz can slide away, OG is obviously very speedy. Very nicely played by SugarFree, who had been shut down on Genji earlier on in this map. Picks up the May, finds a Blizzard that enables at least the Titans to get back into an aggressive position. But New York are going to wrap around behind them here and trying to sail the high ground. How long can Punk afford to hold it? Terror Surge as he goes down, trying to drag New York with him. But instead he comes up with very little. It's going to have to be a fortify and sheepishly back away. The May wall's a big problem. None of the rest of the Titans can get involved now, but the Amp Matrix comes down after the wall disappears, and New York have to regain the high ground to get away out of line of sight.
This isn't terrible for the Titans, though, right? You win this fight, get them off that high ground, you get that checkpoint. You know, you're in a spot where this comeback, it's still unlikely, but you can find a path in which it can happen, right? You have to get the checkpoint here within the next, like, 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so. You need a full team fight win here.
Kellen a little out of position. He charges off the bridge. The rest of his team remained up there, but no casualties as a result of that brief split. Vancouver now realize we really need the high ground, but we also need to contest the bot from up here. So Callum's going to have to find a way to garner a little bit more attention from the the rest of the Titans. As Sugar Free plunges in, here comes the May. It's going to be an air matrix thrown out by New York to try and stave off this assault, but it might be a little too slow. Creative is already the first down. No regenerative burst available with the Baptiste Immortality field out of the mix too. But Fitz fights back, at least gets rid of the emo from Vancouver. The Titans will have to settle for the 1 kill. It'll have to be enough for now.
Yeah, but that 1 kill might be enough, right? You get this checkpoint here. The New York Excelsior need to be really careful how they play this, right? You kind of get aggressive here, push on in. Titans win that fight. Like, you are getting close, you know, to that 80, 90 meter mark. And then it's a toss-up, right?
The flank Blizzard from Lenny. It's pretty darn good. Kellen's forced into Terror Surge now, which gives him that 4-5 buff. It's only Crimso's Immortality field removed by that. There was a frozen target, I think, inside the Blizzard, but it wasn't something Sugar Free could follow up on, and Fitz is here to save the day with the overclock, and the Blizzard coming back from Psycho, that much more frigid.
I mean, if Fitz doesn't go on the flank and go absolutely massive there, if Punk's got that Terror Surge, it's probably good enough for some damage that could result in, like, Heesang picking up some kills after. You're in a real spot where the Titans are like marching towards, you know, that final corner as well. I mean, that is a massive play there by Fitz.
See the Vancouver feel like they're running out of time. Definitely running out of rope here. They try and get aggressive play to the choke. Fitz just overextended there. The rest of his team had already folded around to the right-hand side. It's easy pickings for Heesang, and this could be a big surge. The wall thrown up there by the Titans, maybe break up some of the damage coming the other way. But this should be a comfortable win for Vancouver. They're putting it together. They just need consecutive fight wins. Many of them, in fact, from here on out. They're still about 60 meters off pace.
Yeah, so where's your path to victory here for the Titans? I think it probably relies in Heesang using this, you know, overclock, right? You maybe get it on the flank. You're able to get like 1 or 2 kills. New York has to back up. You come back with an amp matrix, right? Like around a corner, it puts them in a bad spot. And then you're in like final fight territory, right? Yeah, obviously in overtime at that moment, but you probably need 3 fights. Those are probably the 3 paths, you know, for the fights at those the moment is
beautiful, just beautiful. Yeah, and Matrices up for both teams, but Heesang makes use of his. It was a headshot on Creative anyway. He didn't even need the amp damage, but he'll take it. That's 2 fight wins in a row for Vancouver. That's fantastic. They probably need 1 more in change, though, to equal here, but we're in overtime. It's all go here for the Titans. They're going to have to deal with the Terror Surge and Sound Barrier Blizzard in the next fight. That's a scary prospect for even the most staunch of attackers.
So they're going to have Sound Barrier, though. The Titans are going to have Sound Barrier. They're going to have their own Blizzard. They just need to be wary of Fitz on the flank, or like Fitz on the flank or up on the high
ground. What a Maywall!
I want to go fast.
What a Maywall! Kellen gets nothing from this Terror Surge. He's split off for the rest of his team, and Psycho's in trouble, but he goes for the Blizzard, and he gets Crimzo. Eventually, the sheer weight of Ultimate paying off for New York there. It's a Sound Barrier after the fact, but Faith had already used his. It's enough for Punk to stay in the fight. Fitz is down. He was a problem, but Sugar Free's out of the mix now, and it's really just the Orisa standing. Punk will have to give up the ghost here. And the New York Excelsior in a position to claim victory. That's a Terror Surge. That's a big one. Heesang comes in. Faith trying to touch, but gets caught by the Javelin here. Heesang finds 2 kills, though. There's something happening. From long range, Heesang with 3. He's able to back away. Kellen trying to get in his face, but he hangs on. Only just. It's Faith here. Keeps it going as Crimzo chimes back in, and Kellen is removed. Overclock for Fitz, though. They've got to stay out of his line of sight, and Crimzo gets it with 2 from long range. Vancouver are in this. 3 players to work with. Sugar Free switches over to the Tracer. There's 1 more fight in this now, and Vancouver are going full mobility. The Doomfist comes in. Psycho trying to play from over the top here. Kellen on the Doom as well. It's a tough life. For Tracer, though, it could be tough. Immortality field already used, Matt. Sound Barrier could be big to try and keep Punk in it, but it comes a little bit too late now. Faith finally has it online, but he can't get Crimzo back in the fight. And so Vancouver are going to be forced back here. Fitz on the Cassidy, jockeying back as Faith is in trouble. That mag grenade was headed straight towards him. Now the Tracer's an issue. Eventually it will be dealt with as well. Doesn't get much closer than that, folks. Vancouver just pull up short from potentially one of the biggest comebacks in push history.
It's a New York map win, but it almost doesn't even feel like it. As the Titans, they battle back. I mean, that was 127 meters to nothing. That comes down to what? It was like decided by like 4 meters, 5 meters maybe at the end, right? If that, I mean, what a ridiculous end here on Esperanza.
Fitz is 18 of 33 final blows for the Excelsior. At some point, I think he was 14 of 24. Disgusting showing from him on the Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, we know Shockwave is like awesome as well, but we've seen them play with Fitz in this role and have this happen numerous times, right? So wondering what happened on the last map when they decided not to do it. Maybe it's just a flashpoint thing, but you see Fitz come back. This fight right here where he actually goes on this flank and gets like, 3 kills, that's probably what ends up winning them the game. Because you would have had more progress going for the Titans at that time. You'd have been in a different spot.
Seeing this from Heesang's just point of view. Oh, that was... I almost said the word. Circuit Royal will be our last map in the series. I'll do it when it really counts, you know what I mean? In 6 years, I've gotten away without doing it. Circuit Royale, going to be our 5th and potentially, it will be our final map in this series, rather, so stick around for that one. It's been a banger of a series so far. Well, it is a 5-mapper to kick us off here, as there's a lot on the line for both of these teams and other teams on the outside looking into this series. The Vancouver Titans going all the way to 5 maps to try and lock up that 5th seed in the West.
Yeah, but Fitz had something to say about going home early in this series there on Esperanza, as he was tremendous, like you had mentioned. I mean, 18 final blows there. Only 5 deaths out of the 33 final blows of the team. I mean, just, even if you look at the 25 elims, right, just kill participation. I mean, just massive game.
He was flogging Heesang at the start of the map. Again, we definitely feel like Vancouver weren't able to gain that high ground control. At some point, we saw Crimzo exo boot up and throw an air matrix down to try and just, give his team a staging ground there. He gets repelled pretty much instantly, and then the Titans are playing from behind for so much of the map. You know what else fits? tell you what, this guy is, even later in the series where things started to go sort of haywire, switch here towards the Cassidy just to shut this down. They got very, very
I'd
close.
say haywire is a nice way of putting it. I mean, you have a 127-meter lead, and you win by 3 meters. I would say that is definitely as bad as it kind of can get with a win, but I mean, he goes crazy on the Cassidy there towards the end, picking up some big kills. I mean, I still can't believe, like, Faith and Heesang stayed alive during that whole kind of period of time and allowed them to get back into it.
Yeah, and Crimso comes back and gets 2 final blows. One of them being on the Orisa, on Kellen. That's what sort of gives them a chance there. I mean, they had to win, three consecutive fights, I think, in that last phase of the map, and they just pull up short. I like Fitz's switch to the Cassidy. He knows there's going to be like hypermobile heroes only for Vancouver running off the respawn, and it ends up being Tracer Sombra. So bring the Cassidy in there, obviously very powerful. The hindrance supplied by the mag grenade can be just devastating to either of those heroes. So in a pinch, some really quick thinking as both teams just go, we've got to get there as soon as we possibly can. Faith sound barrier is a couple seconds too late to keep Punk alive. Could be a difference maker right there. But we cast aside these thoughts and these what-ifs as we head to Circuit Royal, our 5th map in this series. Now, of course, as we have our Escort game type move to the bookend here. And only one team can emerge here victorious. Vancouver Titans, of course, like I said, want that first round bye in the play-ins.
Do you think we see some Sigma play here from Punk?
I think so. We actually started to see that fall off a little bit as teams were playing Winston. They were playing quite a few different dive picks here. I think the question extends to how do these teams match up when we have long-range hit scan in the conversation? Because I think that New York have a fantastic DPS line for that situation, right? Fitz and Shockwave are both great options if you want to go that way. Heesang managed to come alive a little bit later on Esperanza on the Sojourn. I thought that was a really good look here. Again, this seems like a pretty solid setup. The Faith Zen, one I have less exposure to, so curious to see how that plays out. We've seen a bit of creative Zen though, back on Seoul.
Yeah, I'm curious who this kind of like benefits, right? I think obviously Punk a fantastic Sigma player, so I think like in terms of, you know, Hank, I think that works out great. It's like, you know, how is Faith on the Zen? Fitz can kind of play the Widow here, so you can get like a, double range, kind of like not exactly hit scan with the Sojourn, but pretty close to it, right? So really interesting going into this 5th and final map.
Fitz on the Widowmaker, Psycho on the Sojourn here. So poke compositions, I mean, we're poking when we have the Zenyatta in both setups. Okay, we've seen this a couple times. Why the Brig? I have to imagine the Brig is only there just to heal pack sugar-free, because it's not a brawl setup here, really.
Yeah, we've seen this go for a few teams. I mean, maybe it's for the rally, right? The rally a little bit towards the, end, but like, where does the Brig play from? I mean, look at this. Yeah, you have to be up on the high ground to, kind of just chuck out flails to trigger the healing inspire, right? Because you're only got those like 3 packs, right, with the recharge, so you can't exactly just keep burning them. Yeah, I mean, they give them all the sugar-free.
Yeah, they want to bully. They want to get in Kellen's face as quickly as possible here. Kellen only has so much of a window he can open for players like Fitz. And having these sight lines denied him, especially with that disruptor shot, makes it a little bit hard for Fitz to make use of Kellen's hard work, creating set space. Disruptor shot, though, comes back from the Excelsior and forces the Titans to sort of fold for a time, but he's saying that's a railgun headshot on the Widowmaker. You're taking that one all the way to the bank, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have Heesang here on the Sojourn, and also you can put the pressure on the Widow with the Genji, which we saw that when we were on Fitz's POV, he was really scared, like always kind of looking for sugar-free, like where he was coming from.
I love that from Punk. As soon as that headshot came down on the Widow, he just pushes out. He created all the space. Yeah. And in that pocket, Faith charges, shield bashes forward, and is flat Creative, who doesn't have the ability to get away. Punk very quickly, very good at quickly scaling up in positioning and giving the Titans some room to fill in behind.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't love the Brig, right? But you can kind of see in certain situations like where it does pay off, where if you're going to get in some kind of like brawl scenario on the cart as an Amp Matrix for both sides here, sugar-free with the Blade, and they do not have Transcendence built up yet here, so an opportunity to get this big Blade off.
Amp Matrix here, creating more space. Faith close to a rally here, but they've lost Heesang. So how do they play around the absence of that Sojourn? The one that was really looking to benefit there from that Amp Matrix. Ice Block instantly forced. Rally going to be used here, and Sugar Free going to play quite close to Fate to get as much value out of that as humanly possible. Blade for Sugar Free. Punk got dumped there in the Gravitic Flux, but has the health to get through it. He'll have one of his own should he choose to use it here, but losing Sugar Free might be the white flag being waved by the Titans.
Yeah, I don't think you can fight this now at this point, right? Because any of the follow-up damage, for a big flux would have been from Sugar Free. So Punk and Co, this is a really awkward spot to be trapped in. They're going to be able to get it out. And
Punk got him out of there.
Fortunate that like Psycho wasn't playing with like a wall kind of triggered, ready to go, right? Could have just walled them inside.
Sugar Free just poking here. Does force Fitz back a little bit. I think he's aware of the Genji popping up above the barriers. That's a Gravitic Flux from Punk that gets interrupted by an accretion. And the Transcendence going to be used now just for New York to push aggressively in behind. What a shutdown by Kellen, who's not who we would have said would be headlining the Sigma matchup. Absolutely outplays.
No, really nice, accretion there from Kellen, but this is not over. You get a kill here. Still in the mix is this Brig is going to be difficult to kind of take down, where Punk and Faith both able to stay alive. You're going to have a rally come up here in a sec.
Uncomfortable at times to play Brig against this poke style. Fate trying to stay out of line of sight as much as humanly possible there, but another perfect accretion from Kellen gives Heesang an up-close and personal geology lesson.
Gotta say, New York is dumping a ton of ultimates into these fights. That is a rally close range that does not pay off, and that is like, what, the first rally there from Faith? So the Brig not exactly paying off, but I mean, New York, the previous fight, right, where the Flux comes down, I mean, they used Blizzard, Overclock, and Transcendence. This time, I believe it was the Ant Matrix here used right at the start, so just dumping a lot of these ultimates early into these fights.
Ant Matrix, Overclock for Vancouver, but another Gravitic Flux is going to be the wrench in the works here. Yep, it's good. Immortality Field doesn't quite stick in. Faith is brought down, but OG's traded out here. He's saying finds an unlikely kill from the low ground. But the Titans aren't in position to make use of this, Matt.
No, I mean, you're not in a spot where you have like speed to close a gap or anything in that like kind of sense, right? As you can just kind of keep poking for damage. But the poke with the damage should favor New York with the Zen.
Heesang gets aggressive and then just curbs his aggression for a time. Doesn't want to extend too far into Fitz here, and there's players around the corner that needs to be careful of it. Psycho falling to the accretion despite getting the Blizzard off. That allows for Punk to be snapped up. It's going to be only one Sigma on the field right now for Kellen, and he's trying to stress that advantage as much as possible. Here he comes straight down the hill here, and all the Titans are forced to play behind the masonry on the right.
Yeah, they're just in the same spot, I feel like, every time, right? It's a different location, but they're in a spot where it feels like they can't, get out of a corner. They're a player down, they're always waiting, right?
What do you do if you have no Sigma and you're playing Brig? Probably not a whole lot here. He's saying caught by Kellen again, creative. Throws up that healing aura, and Sugar Free decides to pull on out.
But you're also like playing around the blades, right? If you are the Titans, and because they have this Transcendence, there's nothing there.
That's ridiculous. Sugar Free went up to try and get Kellen below 50% HP to guarantee the insta-kill for the Gravitic Flux, but Fitz picks him out of the sky with an overclock. This guy has taken over the game.
It's great. I mean, you feel like it's a little bit of a meme when they put him on the Illari because he's so good at some of these hit scan heroes. And then you see why, they kind of rely on him to go back and play some of these like really high impact heroes, whether it's the Illari on some maps or even the hit scan. Is Heesang now over to the Widowmaker, I think just trying to find picks, right?
I mean, they're throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks, but I tell you what, don't smell like roses, Matt. Oh, okay, Gravitic Flux there for Kellen. He'll get Fate, that's enough. Sugar Free falling now, and the Vancouver Titans are pulling up well and truly short here on Circuit Royal. Heesang still at large, but what kind of sightlines does he have left? Crimzo once more flattened. Is it Metamorphic? Is it Igneous? Doesn't matter. You're back to spawn, son. Heesang able to find just the Zenyatta. That's not nearly enough, not by half, and Heesang's too far away to interact any further.
Yeah, it's a 0.8 take for the Titans, but not even really close. About halfway maybe to taking that second checkpoint. I just don't think the Brig is it, man. I think it, like, especially when these comps are like so more like poke damage focused, right? Like having the Zen, having the Transcendence, right? to be able to use that to kind of counter the Blade. I mean, I think, obviously adding the extra damage with Discord and just the primary fires of Zen, like, I think it's a huge addition to a team, especially when you're kind of mirroring, except for the Zen versus a Brig.
And we see what happens as soon as Punk gets picked off there. Faith has to play very scared because that shield doesn't hang around for long enough. And there are so many things that just batter you. With nothing, he has to hide. They all hide. Punk is so pivotal to the strategy, and New York identify that. So every time Kellen has Gravitic Flux, he just points at Punk, says, come up here.
Yeah, I mean, there's really there's nowhere to go, right, in those types of scenarios. Like, especially, like, you lose Punk, you can't exactly just kind of stand there and, you know, exchange damage.
This is so dirty, bro! This is so good.
As he's just kind of, like, falling out of the sky.
Not much, I guess not much really Sugar Free. I doesn't expect that to come up, though, but that last kill, it's not even necessary. That is just styling at that point. Kellen is 6-0. So the win condition for Vancouver, if they're following the same script as New York in getting onto the enemy Sigma, it is not working. Kellen has been impossible to kill.
Well, I mean, you can leave the Harmony Orb on him, like, if you want, right? And then also, he doesn't have that extra damage coming on through, right? Like, it's a huge, especially with these comps where, like Faith can't exactly get close and, like, do damage, right?
I don't like this at all. Punk has to play close on that corner. I mean, it's a lot of confidence behind that posturing, but it doesn't pay off. Fitz eventually brings him down. Oh, just been removed. Fitz drops a little gift on the ground. He's saying, no, okay, that's a big kill on Creative. Fitz is low as well. He's saying finds two. Slides forward. This raw aggression from Vancouver has bought them a bit of a buffer here on defense.
Yeah, and if there was a position that the Brig would work better in, it's probably here at the start in this type of scenario, right? Where if you can play close quarter, play around a corner, it's not in this open space. Like, once I think it kind of like turns the corner and goes into that large open area, and then the fights happen at a distance, that's when it kind of loses all value. I mean, you see right there, Faith actually builds up almost a rally here off the start.
Wall up here in front of Heesang. Immortality Field, he's only got eyes for that right now. He gets rid of it. Air Matrix, though, can still play around the car pretty safely. Heesang wants to slide into gear. Very quickly, Creative had to get inside that room. Another wall placed in front of Heesang. Always something to obscure his view, but he sees clearly when Fitz drops into the crosshair. Heesang for two, and Creative is the third. This guy is nuts.
I mean, that is a sick flank there. That is a full team wipe. So the Titans starting to get things going here on D. And this next fight, I think, will be huge, right? You're going to have Blizzard, Gravitic Flux, Overclock here for New York. I think if you're the Titans, like, obviously winning that would be huge, right? Especially if they come in, use some of these big ultimates. But I think just getting them to use, 2, 3 of these ultimates sets them up in a spot where maybe they even get
Lenny Blade
right before that first point.
Oh, Fitz went to slide out of the Immortality Field. It wasn't going to last much longer anyway. But first it's Heesang, and then it's Sugar Free. And both these DPS now starting to tick over nicely. A minute 45 left. I want a quick sidebar. Heesang, you see his hero pool, you can maybe see why he wasn't exactly set up for success playing alongside Proper. Yeah. Because that was all the picks that Heesang has looked so good at so far. The guy is 12 of 25 right now for the Titans. Looking scary. Fitz might have something to say about it though. Matt, what a flux! That is perfect! Transcendence though keeps everyone above 50% health, so no insta-kills as a result of that ultimate, but it's very disruptive. What does Fitz do after the fact? That disruptor shot meant the Faith had nowhere to go and Fitz be sliding into the back line.
Yeah, but this isn't the worst case scenario, right, for the Titans, right? Some ultimates used here, a minute and 10 on the clock. The cart's going to get around to the corner here, maybe, where there's some, like, high ground for the Titans. So, although the Titans end up losing that fight, I still think they're in a position to maybe even get this hold. Ant Matrix on the high ground could be, like, devastating here.
I'm getting serious Uprising versus Mayhem vibes from this match. These two teams are neck and neck. And both DPS cohorts working to outdo each other. And Matrix Kellen quickly gets out of line of sight there. Elsewhere, Sugar Free looking to control that high ground. Looks like Fitz is forced back for the time being.
I mean, Sugar Free gets hit with a Discord Orb straight away as he kind of makes his way around that corner. As this will be an Ant Matrix.
It's Fluxing time.
Get rid of the shield. Now the Flux is trying to get like a little bit.
Just fight.
Oh, there's a Blizzard in there as well.
Immortality Field though, they can't get rid of it right now, Matt. They can't get to it. Psycho eventually gets rid of it, but Fate pops around to keep himself alive just in time. Sugar Free does fall here for the Titans. They're playing with 4, and Fitz has a commanding position here on this high ground. Crimzo cannot survive the accretion. He can't get away. He's saying he's not even looking at Fitz right now, who decides to command attention more directly. And he will get that kill. New York able to get the checkpoint and the time extension, but this one remains too close to call.
I was going to say, they do at least get it into overtime, right? So they do burn a significant amount of clock. And now 2:20. They do not need a full, checkpoint completion here. They just need to get it to, it's about like 75% the way there. So still pretty decent push there from the Titans on their offense. So what, you think you can get a fight win with like a blade, right? Or at least get the Transcendence out so you can come back and flux, right?
Mortality field, where is it? Not in time
for it, yeah.
Faith is there with the shield bash to finish the job. Sugarfree was discorded there, so pretty hard to withstand most of that post damage. It's a trade though. Transcendence now is in play, and Punk can go for a flux after the Transcendence, but he doesn't catch anyone, in fact. That's not enough. He might have had Creative there by the skin of his teeth, but he just dodged away. It's a Cossack kick in desperation for Creative to try and create a little bit of space, and so far he's able to stay alive. He even gets the kill on Crimzo. How has he done this? Fitz now chimes in to look to finish the job. And New York are on the march. They're headed straight for the box to victory.
How in the world did they keep Creative alive all the way through that? I mean, that is insane. I mean, there's a DPS in there, there's a tank in there, just trying to go down damage.
The wall.
Oh, nice Maywall.
Sugarfree's there though. He gets discorded straight away and can't stay alive. Punk's here on the Doomfist, a big punch. Multiple players stunned up by that, but the Gravitic Flux from Keller might be to finish the job. Doomfist comes down, but he stays alive. Faith gonna pop the rally for the time being here, but Punk can't get it done. And there it is. Oh, you're not feeling good if you're a Gladiator right now. But New York prevail in an absolute belter of a series.
Oh, I mean, a tremendous game here where New York comes out on top in the end. Just the ability to keep Creative alive there. We'd love to see that again, but some fantastic tank play from Kelly.
For his life, buddy.
And then Fitz obviously going crazy, right? The last two maps specifically, how he played on that Sojourn, being able to get like 2-3 kills of it, like every overclock, coming up massive.
Ridiculous stuff, especially towards the end there. Punk has that Gravitic Flux that comes up in that last fight. He thinks, I've just seen Transcendence popped. What an opening here for me to make sure that at least someone goes down to this. But he misses it entirely. All of New York able to... Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think he got Creative in that. I didn't see him get... So Creative was the one he was probably going for. All of a sudden, New York are caught inside this small room as a result of backing away from the Flux, and you think, this is a very compromising position to be in. But somehow, OG and Creative, Creative is able to stay alive through what mechanism, I don't know, and then they just stomp the fight from a really compromising spot. Crazy stuff here. Let's talk about player of the match. There's only one player to my mind that deserves it here from New York. They all played great, but Fitz was head and shoulders above the rest. His team and his opponents.
I mean, even if he didn't play the first, 3 maps, I still think by his performances in the fourth and fifth map, it's probably warranted as a player of the match. That, he was that impactful. I mean, to be able to just hold on and steal out Esperanza after you got a really big lead, but then I know the game vibe still keeping up that really strong Sojourn play.
Yeah, and he really was, taken to task by Heesang here on Circuit Royal, but comes alive definitely towards that later half of the attack for New York. We saw everything here, right? We got Widows, Sojourn, we questioned earlier on as not a great flanking choice on Flashpoint type maps, but here you can do so much with it. She's back in the metagame, and Fitz is so well positioned to use her to her fullest. Per 10, 13 final blows. Both Sojourn players, were in deadly positions at times. Fitz gets a clean one on Esperanza. I've got to say, Heesang gave as good as he got and put on a great show as well. But man, New York, they have thrown things into question now. Vancouver's fate now hangs in the balance a little bit more. That first round bye in the play-ins is, now it's off the table to some degree.
Not as easy.
And for some teams, their fate is sealed. We're going to discuss that a little bit more, though, of course, as we're going to take a break, catch back up with our experts, and see the lay of the land now. After our first match of the day, it's New York in a 5-map banger. What a win over the Vancouver Titans.
Great players, New York. You just have to beat Vancouver Titans, and you guys are in the play-ins, and then it's just straight upwards from there. I believe in you guys. Just do it! Do it! Win! Do it! Go!
I'm motivated.
He gives the best speech.
Genji,
이 정도면 씨가 다 없대.
All right. Well, you heard the hype speech. You see it there again as a visual from Angie.
This is great.
This is fantastic. It was that simple. Just do it, and then they just did it.
They did it.
They
just
did
did
it.
They
Sometimes
just
you just
did
gotta do it. Yeah.
That's
Keep
true.
it simple. I don't have to talk for 5 minutes like Jake did. All I had to say was just do it, and they did it.
But
That was it.
that was it.
That was it.
That was it.
Now, if Gladiators lose, it's really the speech gap. Is what I'm saying. Call it out.
Let's talk about how they got it done, though, because this was hotly contested. The Vancouver Titans had a great performance there as well, and at times it did look like they got the
also
series
played
in the
Midtown.
back. Yeah, exactly. That did happen also. Let's look at the highlights once more of that 3-2 series and talk about how New York Excelsior edged it all out.
I'm really impressed that New York was able to do what I thought they couldn't, which is deal with Sugar Free's Genji. I mean, there were maps like this first map where it felt, okay, there's no answer to it. Then Sugar Free was on support here. Based on DPS.
This map was a dream.
This was a miss. This was like your dream today, Johnny.
That was
like,
a fever dream.
This was Johnny in the dentist chair for Vancouver. I think they're really going to regret this, though, right? Because you could have closed this series out in 3, you know, for the Titans. And so to have thrown away Midtown, maybe you think maybe that strike could have worked. I don't know. It's a pretty rough one for them. And then to fall short on maps 4 and 5, it's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, the Orisa really worked here for New York Excelsior, and they showed, you know, coming out with Psycho on the May, for example, it did kind of counter Punk's efforts as playing Junker Queen, especially on the push map. I mean, we saw the lead that New York Excelsior got into. And Vancouver Titans, they almost got back and ended up winning push. But overall, I think that was the story of the match, really, that New York Excelsior were able to utilize this composition to its fullest, while the Vancouver Titans, we're seeing them play their comfort heroes. You know, Punk talked about the Junker Queen, Sugar Free on the Genji, Faith playing the Brigitte, especially on the escort map to close things out, right? Hisang had like a phenomenal Soldier pop-off moment here on the push map and also on Circuit Real. I mean, this was nuts. They could have closed it up. That would have been one of the greatest comebacks in push history, like Mitch said. I mean, that was an unbelievable comeback that didn't happen, unfortunately, because New York Excelsior held firm here. So Vancouver Titans, they're looking good when they're playing their comfort heroes, but it just wasn't enough. And really impressed with New York Excelsior locking in the play-in spot here.
I mean, we also have to talk about Fizz. He just went, when we just saw him on Cassidy, but like, I think throughout the whole match, he was so impressive. And also at the end, like his Sojourn plays, I think, were what clutched out the win for the New York Excelsior.
Oh, so clean to the end, right? To a high-pressure moment where potentially your season's on the line, or at least your control of the season is on the line, and Fitz kept delivering on one of the hardest heroes to play and to play at that level. Seriously impressive performance.
Absolutely. And now we do have a winner's interview ready for us as well. So let's hear what they have to say about this match.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And for this post-match interview, we got Kellen from New York Excelsior. Kellen, big congratulations on getting this win. I think this was a very important match for you guys because now with this win, you guys are in the play-in. So I just want to start off by just asking you, how do you feel and how did you guys get this win today against Vancouver Titans? That's a very long question. Let's divide that up. Let me just ask you, how do you feel right now? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 오늘 굉장히 중요한 경기였죠. 아무래도 오늘 승리로 인해서 이제 플레이인에 진출을 하시게 되셨는데 일단 소감 한 말씀 듣고 싶습니다. 어떠신가요?
일단 이겨서 너무 다행이고 플레이인을 확정지어서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely very happy and satisfied that we got the win, and it's just it feels good to cement our win and also getting into the play-in. So let's talk about how you got there. So this match was very back and forth. It was very close. What sort of gave you guys the edge today for your match against Vancouver Titans? 자, 그럼 방금 이제 굉장히 다행이고 기분이 좋으시다고 말씀하셨는데 오늘 그럼 이 경기에 대해서 조금 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 오늘 어떻게 해서 밴쿠버를 좀 이기시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
처음에 솔저가 혼자 도는 거에 너무 많이 당해줘가지고 그것 때문에 좀 힘들었던 것 같은데 그거 좀 무시하고 정면 싸움 세게 하자 해서 좀 더 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
I think the biggest problem that we faced going into today's match was the Soldier flanking around and getting all the kills. And I think we were sort of so focused on that and we were worrying too much about that. So to sort of we didn't really want to care too much about Soldier. We just wanted to sort of ignore the Soldier and then just go front face in towards the Vancouver Titans. And I think that was our strategy that really worked and ultimately got us to win today against the Vancouver Titans. Kellen, my final question for you is, of course, now with this win, you guys are in the play-ins. Is there sort of a team that you guys, or you personally, want to really face off against in the play-ins? 자, 이제 오늘 방금 제가 말씀했다시피 오늘 이제 승리로 인해서 플레이인에 들어가게 되셨는데 플레이인에서 켈란 선수가 좀 개인적으로 이 팀은 좀 진짜 한번 이기고 싶다, 아니면 겨뤄보고 싶다 하는 좀 팀이 있을까요?
저는 런던 선택하고 싶습니다.
런던 스핏파이어 이유가 있다면요?
런던이 혼자서 특이한 조합을 하고 라인 러시 위주의 조합을 하는데 그거를 한번 이겨보고 싶어요.
I want to choose London Spitfire because they have their own thing going on. They like to use a Rhine Rush, and there's not a lot of teams, not other teams that use that sort of specific composition. So we want to try beating that composition. All right, that is it for the interview, Kellen. Big congratulations and good luck in the play-ins. 자, 플레이에서 파이팅 하시길 바라면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Danny and Kellen. Congrats to the New York Excelsior, a must-win scenario, and winning they did. We love to hear it from Kellen, but also we always love to hear it from you, dear viewers. So make sure to use the socials and X at us. Oh my God, it never
Tweet.
stops sounding
Just say
dumb,
tweet.
doesn't it? I use the hashtag OWL2023 because we're still calling it a hashtag at least. So there's that, and we will.
Number
we
sign
might
OWL2023.
We might be featuring your commentary on the big screen. Can't wait to hear what you have to say about this match, the next match, us, anything really. We're desperate for content. Now, we do have another match coming up in just a little bit. We're going to head into a quick break, and afterwards, we're going to break down all the action between the Gladiators and the Boston Uprising. Just do it! Hey, you. Yeah, that's right. You want to be proud despite missing all your charges? You can do that right now in style. Grab the new prideful Reinhardt team skins on sale right now in our in-game shop. They say if you charge with a team skin on Reinhardt, you do live up to 3 days longer.
Days?
Days. Yeah.
I want to live for 3 days. Actually, I don't want to be in an Overwatch match the last 3 days.
How do they test it?
It's just sources.
Sources say.
Sources say. Just trust source. Just trust me, bro. As Mitch just said. It's true. It's the main source I'm using for literally everything. Now, people in the back, smarter than me, much smarter than me, ran the math for the scenario for our upcoming game. I will keep my hand right there to make him uncomfortable. You can't actually make him uncomfortable, though.
That's the thing. You don't want to one-up Danny in this game.
Well, we started this. Now it's a game of chicken. Anyway, let's go over this. New York, they locked in their playing spot. Ain't that right?
Okay.
Because they just did it. Now that means the Gladiators have to win their match against Boston, but that's not it. They then also need to have Washington lose against Toronto to avoid elimination.
Yeah, that's what Gladiators are relying on. They need to win and hoping that Washington falls
win and
at
then
the last
some.
hurdle.
Exactly. So that needs to happen for the Gladiators come through. For Boston Uprising, I mean,
They're chilling.
they're chilling. They're
They
set.
could put Gladiators out of their misery.
They
right
could.
Here. Don't worry about what happens
They could
tomorrow.
end it for everybody.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I mean, what is the incentive for the Boston Uprising to show their hands in this one?
Winning is
Do
fun.
they have an incentive?
Winning
do
is
they
fun.
need to?
That's a very good point, John. I also
Sure,
think this
but-
Gladiators team is kind of hitting their stride finally, even though they haven't been like a top team. I think they might be a more dangerous team than Washington or New York, potentially, can be competitive with them. And so I think for Boston, it's like, you know, you're getting rid of an opponent that could become stronger, right? You finish them off now so they don't get a chance to come back and fight you again. I don't know. I think Boston, you just want to take this win, be as confident as possible. I just don't know. I think you don't want to risk anything, right? If Gladiators come back and beat you in the play-ins, you will regret this moment. So I think you gotta give it all.
Is that your strategy too? Just take them out? Are you into
that would be my
a teeny
strat.
tiny bit of
Yeah, that
sandbagging?
would totally be my strat. That being said, though, like we hyped up Bastion in the pre-show, and so far we only seen Faith on Bastion pretty much. So give me Birdring. Birdring played Bastion this season before it was cool.
Yep.
So Boston, bring out the Bastion competition.
Bastion. The Birdring Bastion.
Bring out the Bastion. Bastion.
Way to go. Well, let's take a look at the predictions for this one. I had to go with the Boston Uprising. I think just pound for pound, those players individually. I'm not going to give up on this. He's weakened already. He had to arm wrestle today, so I think I got this in the bag. I'm going to stay like this until post show. I don't care.
Talking about getting things in the bag, I think Boston got this in the bag as well.
That's
I'm on the right. I'm on the same
You
side.
kind of let go for a second there. Just saying. I won, right? He took his hand off.
Oh, well, no.
Then you should put your hand down if you already won, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, Boston, I think, they're looking good. I'm going with Boston.
We're gonna be back in the next post show with you guys. No, I got Boston, guys. I think as much as I want to believe in Gladiators, and I think they have become a really good team, Boston went toe-to-toe with Florida, who I think is one of the best teams right now. I think Boston looks really, really good. Even if Gladiators play really well, this is going to be a tough series. I do have some hope. That's why I put a 3-2.
My brain says Boston.
Oh, no.
My heart says the LA Gladiators.
He's doing it.
But you don't listen to the heart.
That's right, Johnny.
I
like it.
Listening to the heart is stupid. Listen to the brain.
The brain knows what's going on. It makes good executive decisions.
You want to switch?
No.
Are you sure?
Last chance.
No, I don't want to switch.
All right, let's see where our audience is heading with this one. Oof, okay, clear in favor of the Boston Uprising. So the big question is, what do the LA Gladiators need to do to get this victory? Let's actually hand it over to our casters to walk us through the scenarios. Look at that. That's nice. Is Mitch auto-winning? That makes him auto-win, right?
What is this?
I can do it too, guys.
Nice.
I want to feel close to my co-workers too.
I won.
Even though this guy's decided to live across the country.
I won.
Come back.
It's kind of cringe, really.
Yeah.
It's pretty cringe.
I tried to move. I tried to move further, but I can't get a visa.
How do you feel about this 3-2? By the way, big guy. That's the
one that Jake picked. I mean, that is an interesting one.
Yeah.
I think he's just. I think Jake wants to give Gladiators fans just a sliver of hope And then when they get absolutely destroyed, he'll just kind of like sit back and laugh.
There's a case. Okay, so there's a case for this argument.
Serious today. No count for Kepster. That is serious mode.
Okay, sure. To be
Ready
fair,
to go sicko mode.
we were pretty impressed with what we saw from the Gladiators because this definitely feels like a metagame that suits him a little bit more. And Marvel has looked like he's gelling finally with this team. Whether it's just like more favorable wins in terms of like compositions that suit these guys individually, they look like they are ready to roll. I will say that the Boston Uprising, as we saw in that banger matchup against the Mayhem though, don't really care. They'll still play Winston if they can get away with it. And they might be able to get away with it.
I mean, the Gladiators, you just look back on their season, right? They like it feels like five like winnable matches in the middle of the season that they just kind of like slept through, just kind of.
It was disastrous.
Giving them away. I mean, yeah, it was a disaster. So now you find yourself in this spot, needing a win here against a team that is very talented, very good, can go toe to toe with like even the top teams in the league, not just this region. But it's a new meta. I think that's kind of the fortunate thing for them, right? New game mode in, new meta. That maybe kind of eke out a win in that way.
I mean, Birdering has really looked fantastic as of late. Not just the Bastion play that we're kind of hyping up to see from him, but just the hit scan. Sometimes Widow, whatever it's had to be for Birdering. I really favor Boston on maps like Survasa. I think they're really going to benefit from their highly dynamic style that Flashpoint kind of promotes in general. And over to Oasis, there's plenty of opportunities, I think, to continue to play that Winston style, which we saw at length against a team like the Mayhem. But that's a matchup in which you might see its own meta develop, because I really think that's one of the biggest rivalries we have in the league right now, the Boston Mayhem one. The teams are just going to throw themselves at each other in that matchup. Right here, the Gladiators need to give the Uprising a reason to respect them, first and foremost. That is our starting point, and from there, we can start to talk about how comps match up. We can start to talk about the macro play, but they really need to tick that box first.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of a Decay and Birdring going up against former team trying to send them home for the season, right?
About that. This will be it for the Los Angeles Gladiators. This, to my understanding, is the last match of their regular season, their last chance to give themselves at least the chance to compete in the play-ins. Still not in their hands though. Can't feel great, but here, leave it all out there, Matt, because you won't have another chance to put your best foot forward this season, at least in the regular part.
Thinking about like the teams coming into the year, right? There are some teams you would have predicted to be down there that are down there. The Gladiators were not one of them.
They always do this to us, Matt. They always do this.
So this might be good though. This new, kind of like Lucio Rush style play, like this could be good for the Gladiators.
All right, here we go. To the high ground. We have the Gladiators set up here. Both teams in a Junker Queen set up. Eyes on Birdring here to get value out of this Sojourn. Won't be flanking as aggressively as a Soldier might. But we saw some real high-flying play in our previous series when the Sojourns got brought out against one another. Decay Genji as well. Not a bad look.
Yeah. We liked from the Gladiators the last time was the inclusion of Kai, right? Having him play the hit scan, letting Kepster be, that hyperflex type of player that we know he can be. Birdring's got a railgun shot charged, connects onto Kai, and then the dive comes in, finishes him off.
He got turned into canned food awfully quick there. That's the issue, right? When there is any potential to dive with this Genji, descending upon those head scan DPS when they lack those mobility cooldowns, that's the way to go. Boston doing quite well in that flowchart right now, as Funny Astro is trying to evade death, but he's been left behind by the rest of his team.
Yeah, so Boston, I mean, they pick up where, they kind of, obviously the Mayhem series, a very good one, but we'll see kind of like, if they come in here today and they're really focused, right? Because a team like Boston, like, what are they kind of, playing for in some aspects, right? They're really kind of playing for, sending the Gladiators home. It's just a matter of like how up does that get them? You know what I'm trying to say? Where like, how motivated they are to get that type of win, to send a team home. At least thus far, pretty much just locking the Gladiators in the choke. It looks like they really want it.
Carl's already lost their immortality field at the start of the fight. It's not a great sign. Izzyarki's been able to maintain his. And oh, buddy! That carnage hit. You'll be hearing the echo of that one for a couple weeks. Kai able to find Decay though. Oh, the rampage is just gorgeous. It has to be a sound barrier here. Smurf though is about as topped up as he's going to get, so it's time to get his hands dirty. Kevster with the blade. It's not going to be much to find there. He throws himself to certain death.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge fight win there for Boston because they also lose Decay early on, right? So losing Decay, forcing out some ultimates from the Gladiators and winning the fight's massive. But Marvel comes back here and catches them a little bit off guard.
Birdring stays alive, just the bleed expires, but the Gladiators are on the way here. There's no way to staunch this kind of wound into the Uprising. So you're best off playing for some stall, some extra percentage here before getting done with it.
Yeah, you can definitely do that with the Genji, right? I know.
So annoying.
It's on you. Still have, I believe it's Lee Gone in here, yep. Actually like 10-15%, right?
That is quite
now
significant.
Now you come back for the Uprising, right? You can use this overclock. Maybe it's on the high ground, maybe an off angle, and then you also have Blade. There's no sound barrier on the other side, so it's really just count their immortality field.
They had that forced early in the previous fight. A disrupt the shot, I think, picked it off in the end. And the Uprising still had the bandwidth to go for another fight after it. An overclock for Birdring here. How solid is this high ground? Because Birdring's not going to find too much outside of Marvel playing in the middle Pergola here. He's quite low. Birdring sending these immediately as they charge, and Decay is going to get in here to finish the job. And that's the 1-2 punch you're looking for from your DPS. Soften them up with your Sojourn, and Decay goes in for the resets.
Yes, now the Gladiators, you're looking at maybe one more final fight with how long you stole this point out for. That Marvel goes over to the Doomfist here, just kind of tells you how desperation they are to get that touch.
Wow, it doesn't pay off at all. Now, went for a punch there. It's like he was the only one left at the impact side after the fact, and that's going to be a pretty solid first round here for Boston. Getting a ton done, and I've got to point out for a moment here, Decay and Birdring working well together. Izzyaki with 3 final blows, though.
Yeah, I know he's able to pick up a few key ones as well. If I remember correctly, like being able to take out Kevster when he had the blade there towards the end of the blade, where Kevster wasn't really able to kind of move on in.
A little bit difficult, I think, is the Uprising got up to that 82% lead to really start things off. Kevster's blade there, I think he goes in for it, but there's not really any opportunity, there's no option. And I think Kai is a little quiet, unfortunately. Just the one final blow for Kai. Rough start here for the Gladiators. Their last outing of the regular season, let me reiterate. Their really last chance to make an impact here in the Overwatch League before their fate is well and truly out their hands. So they don't get a win here, it's over.
Yeah, as the Gladiators, they'll actually have that Orisa comp with Bastion in the mix. So Bastion and May, as the high ground that was controlled by the Boston Uprising already, is a nice boot there from Lee Jae-gon. Just trying to displace some players, split up the Gladiators.
Yeah, this is real master vibes I'm getting from Lee Jae-gon's positioning here, and it's effectively splitting the Gladiators in half, leaving Marvel on an island on his own. The rest of the Gladiators can't move in to join him, and they eventually get that line of sight cut away. Very straightforward. Like, I just want to point out, there's nothing that reinvents the wheel here from the Boston Uprising. It's just really solid fundamentals and an understanding of what the win con is here.
Yeah, and knowing exactly what the Gladiators are playing and exactly the win con that you need to kind of maybe switch up if they were doing something in like a mirror necessarily, right? Where Lee Jae-gon plays a perfect position there up on the high ground, splices a lot of players, the Gladiators, and they're not able to get anything going.
And they're playing Orisa into Junker Queen here. We've seen how that's played out already a bit today. It's not been stellar. Look at again. Look at Lee Jae-gon's positioning here. Such a problem for Cal, but Marvel's able to hold on and get rid of Smurf. The Immortality Field, Cal deployed now, going down, but it's well and truly done its job. Kai's able to stay alive in that small alcove created for him by his teammates. Hey, the Gladiators here, they get it done.
Yeah, I mean, they have that Amp Matrix, right? Which obviously boosts that Bastion damage to a whole nother level, and Smurf is in a really rough spot when they come around the corner and use some of those ultimates. So Boston gets caught off guard a little bit there, as now they'll actually move on in.
Okay, high ground though, just being straight up offered to the Boston Uprising to make use of. Decay, somebody who can really benefit from that one there. They've also sent the Junker Queen up. Air Matrix thrown out. It was a brief disruption via the Javelin. Bit of sound barrier comes in. Decay more than happy though to wait it out for a couple of moments. Is that Rampage and caught Cal? They're in trouble. No escape now. Bastion ult to chase Smurf down. He's a little too spry for those mortar strikes.
It feels like just both teams just dumped a ton of ultimates into that one as the point flips. Yeah, you try to get like Smurf with the artilleries on the exit, so to speak, as Marvel's trying to hunt him down. It's not work out. Bastion's ultimate, though, I feel like you can just kind of like throw it in there. I feel like it's not like something you need to really play around where, you know, maybe you get a kill there, you kind of come back here a little bit faster. I don't entirely hate that.
How do you get Kai back in the game here?
I mean, it's tough, right? Because Bastion's such a large target. He actually gets hit with a knife there. So, like, coming around the corner and going into that, you know, wheels mode, sentry mode, like, it's a huge target. I mean, look at him just kind of standing there on the points. Very difficult to live.
You get Blizzard Immortality Field, you can't convert that into a final blow until just now. Birdering still had the high ground for much of that fight, but a great wall thrown up there by Kevster, making it hard to get full value out of that overclock. Assault configuration here for Kai, just to finish the fight as Smurf eventually is going to be sprayed down. But Boston managed to get back to that magic 82 number again.
Yeah, it's that first pick off they actually get onto Lee Jae-gon, which allows them to just kind of like speed onto the point, makes it a little bit easier. You don't have as much mobility there for the Boston Uprising at that point. But yeah, where do they position Kai, right? It looks like they're not like taking the high ground with him. Maybe they're scared it's just a little bit of an easier kind of scenario for him to get pinched from both sides, run down. So
maybe Decay goes up
the
there.
Low ground on the back. Yeah,
I guess Kai can't 1v1 Decay if Deflector's up. That's maybe a consideration. Doesn't want Decay to go upstairs and just do what he's doing right now, to be fair. Marvel surges forward here. Maywall's in play, was looking for Izayaki with that javelin, but doesn't connect. Cal, though, what a pick off. Getting Decay there is big. The Gladiators now squeaking their way well and truly into the game. Birdring's done. Skewered.
Yeah, I mean, it's just proving to be really difficult to kind of like break this setup, right? Once they get control. So you have a sound barrier here for the Gladiators. You're going to have probably just 4 ultimates. I mean, you're in a fantastic spot, 90% as well.
You watch that swing back there up the top, your advantage bar, as the Gladiators have a much more productive fight. Last chance for the Uprising to get in. A lot of ultimates in this fight. This is about to be volatile, and that's putting it lightly. Lead Jae-gon gets the sound barrier there. Okay, Smurf looking for Cal, and maybe the Bastion. Gonna try and get that debuff at least on Kai, and then back to the fight he goes. What a nice connection. Kai gonna be yanked out of position, but the Blizzard is sublime. It's just perfect from Kevster. Terra Surge creates just enough spacing to end the round, favoring the Gladiators. And hey, we've got ourselves a map now.
Yeah, and once the Gladiators get control of the point with that Bastion setup, it becomes very difficult to break, not even utilizing the high ground. I think as much as some people probably would have expected them to use. Can you replicate it here? You know, there's not any natural high ground. Kai's going to have to play in the open. I'm curious if they try and run it back again.
I think that the Baptiste play for the Gladiators really shone in that round, and a couple of really important blizzards from Kevster. May Bastion doesn't always seem like, on paper, maybe the most, burst-heavy setup, or at least the best at manufacturing those picks, but maybe that's why the Gladiators wanted to play the low ground, play together.
I kind of like the sim setup with it. I know we talked, I was just talking a little bit about like how the mobility and lack of high ground may be difficult here to kind of play that Bastion, but if you can move the Bastion around, right, with the sim TP, kind of alleviate some of that.
Oh, gee, these poops are frightening. Nowhere to go there for Kai and Kevster as Lee Jae-gon does his thing. We've seen this a couple of times before. Nice to have that one on speed dial when you need it.
Look at where he's got Funny Astra and just booping him back towards his spawn as that'll be the take here for the Uprising. I also mentioned the Uprising not running that Bastion, but also running the sim here. So adding even more mobility.
I think you just want to make it as easy as possible to go towards the enemy Baptiste, right? Also, get your Junker Queen in a great spot, get her surrounded by foes for a nice axe swing. Immortality Field again here from both sides. Quite aggressively place one by Izayaki now. Ant Matrix, that's not enough. Smurf's able to pick Cal off, but Lee Jae-gon had already fallen. Birdring wondering how he gets into this fight now, a little bit low, waiting for that shield to come back, and he really wants a bit of argy-bargy here, but realizes Kai maybe had the drop on him, so he gets out.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt by the Gladiators. They TP pass, they use an Ant Matrix from the opposite side, but it is not enough. This will be interesting, right? Because you'll have both sim walls in the mix, right? So, Kevster becomes way less scary with those sim walls. and then also a blade here. So you think Funny Astro is going to have to end up using that sound barrier as they go aggressive with the blade.
They forced that sound barrier early. That's just a blade, by the way. We're not in like a nano blade meta right now, so Decay's got to be feeling pretty good about that. And they double down in this fight, pop the sound barrier, and Decay's able to find another. I mean, he's had 6 kills in a row at least. He's been all over this in the last couple of fights. Kai trying to dance the barrier here, but Decay's happy to let someone else take center stage until it's his time to strike once more. Decay almost has the ace.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that there as well. They end up like baiting the teleporter, so they come around the corner and they drop a sim TP while the blade is going down, and Kevster's just shooting like the TP, like almost like pre-firing it, and nobody comes through it. TP. Yeah, they actually just use the speed boost and just run straight down.
Faking out Kevster, spends all of his damage and time on something that was never really part of the fight to begin with. Marvel, yep, definitely playing for a Terror Surge here. The wall, though, is going to completely stuff that ultimate. He's done. Perfect stuff here. Caught by a Smurf with that Rampage, so the anti-heal makes it impossible to keep your Orisa in the fight there. This should be curtains for the Gladiators on this map now. There's not much to do but run and hide. And wait for the Reaper to knock at your door. Kai eventually out, and I think that's a Doomfist here for Marvel, who wants to try and keep the dream alive, but won't even get to touch.
And Lee Jae-gon, just such a nuisance here in map number 1, just constantly booping, displacing the opponents, whether it be Marvel or some of the other players away. I mean,
he has 9 final blows. 9 and 4. He has more final blows than almost anybody in the Gladiators. Well, only Kai equals him.
So they're like at Lee Jae-gon, like it's either gonna look like that and be awesome, or the other team's gonna kill him like at the start, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, he's always dead. Like those are kind of the ways it goes. Right, this time they don't punish him. He does a tremendous job of playing aggressive displacement, making the right calls for the Uprising.
Well, we see a Junker Queen mirror out of the gates here, but it looks like the Uprising just have a little bit of a better handle on it than the Gladiators. They got that aggression from Decay. Birdring also tough to keep tabs on. Lee Jae-gon starting his Rampage early. Then the Gladiators go to the Orisa composition, and the Uprising unable to really answer this Orisa Bastion setup. The Mei from Kevster is a big difference maker. And then we head to the third map, where this time the Orisa comp falls over. It's all about Symmetra. Tough stuff here for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and again, hopes and dreams on their shoulders right now. A whole fan base behind them for this last outing in the regular season. Stick around as Boston take an early lead.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
You gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the...
Nothing personal, Glads, it's just business. Say to the Boston Uprising, bustling into the first map of the series. It's a back and forth affair on Oasis, but ultimately the blue and white prevail and go to an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, they just had, it feels like they had control over most of the game, even the round, you know, when the Gladiators ended up winning, right? It wasn't like Boston Uprising were totally out of it, you know, maybe a fight away from actually taking it there. So now as we move over to Hybrid, Eichenwald, the next map up, we'll see what the Gladiators have for us here, because I think the story is more about, like, the Gladiators, right? The Gladiators need to rise to a level of play we have not seen from them this season to keep their season alive, so to speak. They're close in map number 1, but close isn't going to matter in this series.
Not at all. And they have to do so against the perennial gatekeepers of the top 4 in our Western division of the Overwatch League. A top 4 studded with incredible talent, teams on any given day that can be the best in the world. We've seen it from the Boston Uprising on occasion here. Yes, a bit of a change in metagame. Seeing Smurf on the Junker Queen, and now potentially on the Orisa here. But they're handling the Gladiators pretty well after Oasis. We keep our eyes here on the Gladiators, getting Kai positioned to do his best work. From what we've seen earlier today, it's a good time for hit-scan players if you can set them up, and if you have the right context. Eichenwald might not be where Kai shines on something like an Astral Sojourn or Soldier, but the Bastion, if it's set up, can be a game changer.
Yeah, it's about keeping the pressure off of that Bastion, right? Because once he, you know, doesn't have obviously the Sentry mode, the Wheels mode to do large amounts of damage,
you're trying to make
very
this a thing, aren't you?
Target.
You're trying to make Wheels mode a thing. You're subliminal.
I have been on Wheels mode since the start.
This is a psyop.
I am the originator of Wheels mode. Yeah.
It's like a guy who is like the person who invented edible shoes, wanting to talk about it all the time. It's like, okay, duly noted.
Edible shoes.
All right, Cash defines Decay here, and the Gladiators able to stave off this initial assault. It was a high-powered push here for the Gladiators, but the deflects from Kevster were very nice.
Yeah, I mean, Boston TP straight into their own death there is, maybe they weren't expecting the Bastion. There's now that we see a switch away from the Symmetra, it'll be Birdring now picking up the Sojourn.
You wouldn't buy edible shoes?
No, because I need them for my feet. I would prefer other things.
I'll send that back to R&D. Oh, very low was Lee Jake on there. Marvel, though, feeling the hurt at the moment. It's Kevster wanting to wrap around, looking for Birdring here. Already an Immortality field down for Cal, but Kai, it bought him enough time. He gets Lee Jake on of all people. That's perfect. The Gladiators here look really comfortable, giving a little bit of room here to Boston, playing around the Immortality field, and using that time buffer to come back.
I mean, that's Ziaki with an Ant Matrix there up on the high ground. They try and like close the gap onto that Bastion, but there's so much space back there that they can just keep like backing up, that gives Kai the opportunity to be able to get that pick off.
All right, the Uprising a little frustrated here because they're not able to connect with their initial intended target and eliminate them. They can't get a player advantage because Cal always seems to be there with these Immortality fields. That's 2 fights in a row. That Cal has made it impossible for the Uprising to pop a player off the back. Here's a commanding shout from Marvel, using it mostly for some repositioning. Gonna yank Smurf out of position. And an Ant Matrix in play, plus Kai, means you're running. You're headed for the hills.
You see, like, I think they need to bait this out, right? And then now this is an opportunity, right? Like a 10-second window to maybe make a play. I think that's kind of like the situation they have to be in.
Yeah, you bait ultimates. Sparks Kevster here has another one. There's many more where that came from, apparently. And this blade is going to get a lot of value here. Izzyaki might be allowed to live, but it's only for now. Comes for us all.
The Gladiators have looked tremendous here on defense there. Just wiping the floor with Boston. I mean, Boston not even getting close to the point, not even like finding really many picks. It's just been a complete blowout thus far.
And they've been holding ultimates really well. They only used up Dragon Blade in that last fight. You'd think against an Immortality field, you wouldn't get value there. But Kevster waits it out. Izzyaki has to use it because of poke damage or something similar, and then it's all like Donkey Kong. Marvel with the rampage here. I love this from the Gladiators. They are dictating the pace. And they're holding the puppet strings right now. The Birdring's been able to find one there, and losing Kai is going to hurt. Smurf doubles down here. Birdring finds another one with the overclock, and eventually the Uprising cycling the big ultimates.
Yeah, Funny Astro goes to drop the sound barrier there, and Birdring takes him out with a railgun shot there. So if nobody got the benefits of that sound barrier when that rampage came down, and that is what decides first point here. So, man, what a nice shot from Birdring. Love the catch and angle on that, because that sound barrier could have been huge.
There's so many positives to take from that defense for the Gladiators, right? Not just the fact that you burnt 3 minutes of clock. They look really, really good. And we actually saw this on Oasis second, I think. Keeping Kai alive, setting him up for success. It's something we asked for at the start.
All right.
I love that kill. Birdring with all the mobility offered to Sojourn. It's still not enough to get away from that mortar strike. Smurf somehow didn't leave into Funny Astro though. How'd that happen?
Yeah, that's a little bit odd, and that's not great because there's not really no speed here for them to like disengage. So a lot of these players can just full commit down at the choke. Yeah, it's kind of full commitment.
So we get exactly that from Kevster, and it's classy stuff here. Dragon Blades from both, but Decay gets cut short. Literally and figuratively there. Cannot get over towards that setup from the Gladiators. Caught in midair, if I'm not mistaken, by Kev. This is vintage Kevster, but we've seen it all season.
Kevster is just so talented. It's crazy to think that like a team with him and him playing at this type of level. Yeah. I mean, yeah, 6 and 9. I mean, he is so good.
Decay hasn't gotten into the game yet. One of those matches from him, apparently. 0 and 5 right now for the Uprising's Genji. Kai is flanking in wheels mode. Kai's got to be careful here. Kai's just trying to get some attention. Look at me. Please look at me.
Yeah,
well, he gets what he came for.
To die here. Yeah, does end up falling. So now you'll get the cart moving here for the Boston Uprising. I think they need to try and take some high ground control because you can't allow that Bastion to get set up on the high ground.
Yeah, so like despite losing Funny Astro in that fight there, Kevster had a blade and said, okay, I'm just going to go for it. He gets a kill before the blade even comes out, so the commitment all of a sudden looks great. It's a Dragon Blade in a 5 versus 5. I think he got a Baptiste or something like that, so huge sort of advantage gained there by the Glads. And they can still work with this Rampage to some degree, especially if the Uprising try and take the stairs.
So it looks like Boston thinking about coming down here from the stairs, or maybe they wrap all the way around. They have to have an idea that there's a Rampage on the other side, but they have that sound barrier to be able to live through it.
Here it is, double Rampage. It's a good one from Smurf. 4 players connected with by that one. And that's going to manifest on the scoreboard here. Carnage shit on Kevster. Nicely done. Oh, what? What a knife!
Oh, that is sick.
That's a Crocodile Dundee knife.
The thing that I was most surprised about there, Mitch, is Legion Gone doesn't use beat. Funny Astro didn't have the beat at the start. But the Rampage comes through, it hits a few players, but he decides like, he feels like it's safe enough that they don't have to end up investing that sound barrier, which is huge because you have it for a Kevster Blade now.
Here we go. Bastion all comes down, no connect this time. Sound barriers coming out from both sides as Birdring with the overclock now assisted by the Air Matrix rather, and Marvel got vaporized by that. The Uprising here running out of time, so they needed a checkpoint here, and they'll have it by the looks of things. Immortality field out of the way here. Cal in no position to interact right now. And they get there, Marvel over the top. It'll be just in time, but it's just the Doomfist. And they'll clear him out of the way here. The Uprising still have a chance to finish the map, but just 90 seconds to play with.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about the Bastion in this type of scenario, this close? I mean, so I think his damage obviously is fantastic in this type of area. It's just I feel like there's not a lot of spots to hide him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think you're hiding Kai here. It's a great point. I do think though that Kevster can generate so much threat with a blade here that Kai can have a lot of space to work with. See, look at Kai getting pressure. Decay goes straight for the Bastion here. 2 swings, no kill, and Decay down to 40 HP. Funny Astro doesn't bother trying to chase initially. Decay's only able to pick up the mini, and Kevster's going to be waiting for him. And all of a sudden, you might have lost Marvel, yes. Smurf might be a problem now as the Rampage comes in. Caught 2 players, by the way. Both Funny Astro and Kai here with that deep. Oh, but Kai, the grenade on Birdring. Picking up Lee J gone the old-fashioned way here. And now Smurf looks a little sheepish as his team fall around him.
Oh man, that nade had to be through the Matrix, you would think, right? I mean, just end up getting a 2K with it, which is huge there as 25 seconds on the clock. Boston, I tell you what, I mean, the Gladiators have put up a really good defense. For Boston to even kind of like get this far, I feel like you got to chuck it up if you're them as a little bit of a win.
I love this. They know when to take the initiative. Lee J gone caught out in the open there, and Kai guns him down. Cal had an immortality field in play, but it really wasn't even necessary at that point. I love this change of pace on the Glads. That's a really good defensive endeavor on Eichenwald.
Yeah, I mean, they look awesome bringing the Bastion into the mix, and you know, he just does so much damage that, and it forces the other team to try and focus him so much. It allows Kevster to finish off a lot of these players who are very low, whether it's from the grenades or just regular fire from the Bastion. So really nice play thus far from the Gladiators. Now it's how do you make it work on offense?
Kevster has a great map. 15 final blows to 5 deaths. That Kevster Genji looks been good. And Decay, I feel like Decay on the Genji's been a bit of a contentious topic. At least at times. So far, he's had a really, really quiet map. Just 3 final blows on this Genji. You know you need it, especially that verticality. It's really important. But he's really not able to manufacture the same degree of opening as Kevster's been able to. And Kai, he's getting dove a lot, right? 6 deaths, so tied for highest on his team, but able to still squeeze 10 final blows out here. Here's the commit. Oh, you got rid of them. Yeah, it's just perfect. No immortality field.
Dude, yeah.
He's so sick. Oh, he's so sick, man.
Dash straight down here, yep. Just a nutty play, man. I mean, Kevster is so talented.
And I wonder if he eliminates anyone but the Baptiste, does he full commit with a blade there, knowing he'd have to play around an immortality field? It's possible, but he couldn't have asked for a better target to start that fight off. Stunning start.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Still hope for the Gladiators.
Pharah, Widow, just to come out, maybe get a shot off here.
Just a body shot for Kai, though, but hey, letting him know he's there. Kind of hard to miss the Bastion when he comes trundling out. Kai hit by a knife.
Getting the Bastion through this choke. Do you think it's going to be difficult?
Not if Marvel's able to create enough space here. Like, look at Kai. He just went through.
Actually wraps right around, yeah.
I like that a lot. It's going to be hard to deal with now. You can't really stand and fight this, right? Unless you have the deflect up, which fortuitously Decay did. And Birdring's able to snipe Funny Astro down. Kai now backing away towards the choke and having to poke is not where the Bastion is best suited. You can't have much of an impact.
As soon as he went into wheels mode, the team had to separate on the other side, right? It was like Izayaki, Lee Jae-gon, and like Birdring in the left-hand building where like the health pack is, and then the other 2 players had to veer off to the right. It gave them an opportunity to kind of close down on some of these players, but Birdring and Izayaki pick up a kill each.
Yeah, the deflect from Decay actually bought a considerable amount of time there and allowing that half of the uprising to get back around the clock tower. So the element of surprise compromised here. Here comes the boy. Going for it. Kai rather makes his way in with the rest of his team now, and will be Smurf trying to wrap around here. I like this coming from 2 angles. You can see across the map, it's Decay pushing in towards the computer shop. Izayaki taking to the skies now, and Lee J gone. Can't complain about that one. Great job by Boston here, really making it hard for the Gladiators to get to the point in numbers.
Yeah, and forcing them to use that Sentry Form to get in through the choke, right? Like, that's, I think, the right approach. Because then, now, the Gladiators in a weird position where they don't have that extra damage, and then they're in a spot where the sound, the speed boost and collapse from both sides of that pillar could come through from Boston.
We might just see that happen again. It's a great point, right? Kai having to use such an important cooldown just to get his team close to the point.
Most of his damage, right?
Blade here, Decay. All right, talked some smack on the Genji, but that was pretty decent. Cal was brought down, and the rest of the uprising, I mean, they're no strangers to following Decay's lead in piling on in for these big brawl fights.
I mean, the Bastion ultimate isn't incredibly impactful, right? So the longer you commit to this and feel like it's the way to go, the harder it seems like it may end up being, as Boston seems like they kind of have a little bit of a formula now.
Okay. I don't know how you sort of combo this with anything. Yeah, too much mobility. Oh, I like that. Save one for later.
The last one, yeah.
Birdring, though, had enough time to get away. And Matrix Smurf found himself swung pretty wide there, but is still able to get back to safety. Maybe Decay running interference with a deflect there. It's unclear. And overclock now for Birdring. He headshot someone. It was pretty impressive, but the sound barrier means there's no kill at the other end of it. And Funny Astro went over his head here. You'll note the Rampage put a lot of pressure down on Cal, but they're able to stay alive and deal with Decay. This is good. The Gladiators have finally broken through. Both teams tough nuts to crack on this point A. But eventually the Gladiators now have a map to play with.
Yeah, Marvel actually able to hold on to his Rampage as well. So goes down to the wire here on checkpoint A, but 3 minutes here. This will be the big test, right? I think if you're the Uprising, like, you need to just burn clock here, get it into OT. If they take it in OT, you feel like you have a fight or two there at the final checkpoint to win it. Play really close to the choke here as well if you want. Like, there's not like a great flanking Bastion angle, right? To get
Spurs wants to do that. He's got the hill. Oh, okay, another knife. Yeah, beautiful. Carnage. Obviously, he pops that before he yanks the target in, so they fall straight into the path of the axe. This is great. This is going to really reinforce your positioning here, playing close to the choke, although Decay, a little bit questionable how far forward he'd extended.
They wanted that kill on Decay really bad. I mean, you see how low he is.
Doesn't change too much, though, about the setup here for Boston. Smurf, though, maybe a little bit less encouraged to push up. It's going to have to be an air matrix for the heals for the time being from Izayaki. It does make Smurf very hard to shift for now. Marvel holding onto the knife here. And the Rampage comes in. Looks like I think he drags Smurf back into it. Smurf get caught. Decay, by the way, just dying off spawn. Just running into the fight and getting blown up instantly.
Yes, I believe they lost Lee J Gon a little bit earlier as well. So Rampage used by Marvel and then winning the fight. So now see, it doesn't look like they want to take any type of like high ground control. Well, they got Kai up there and now Cal as well. It's like Marvel here too. So looks like they do want to set up a little bit on that high ground. It looks like just maybe Kevster moving the payload.
Waiting on that was Kai. Smurf takes a big hit, but it's going to be a sound barrier to erase much of the impact of that Bastion ultimate. Marvel can't get away from the blade, though. There's an M-Matrix on the stairwell by the looks of things. I think, yeah, we see Decay take note of that. Meanwhile, Birdring and Smurf are down here. The card also starting to get away from the Uprising. They're going to play a disadvantage. They've got 2 supports to work with, though. They need to get Decay in a position to find a kill, just one. Otherwise, they're just going to be on the outside looking into this situation.
Well, they also don't want to just jump down here onto the cart and try and just run at Kai. I mean, so much damage would take them out in the open area where they have to wait here for Smurf to get back into the fight, which they do.
Yeah, it looks like they did enough, at least in that fight, to take the Glads down to 4. That when Smurf appeared, he's able to really tip the scales in their favor. Now we got to stagger.
And this is rough now because you start to kind of take a little bit of a landscape here look where the Gladiators are going to get back here. You would say onto the cart, right? 20 seconds left. You are not close to anything. You got Rampage, you got Ant Matrix, you have Overclock here for the Boston Uprising. Set up perfect.
Wait, what is this? I thought Smurf, he was lining up for one. Oh, it's big! 4 players hit by the Rampage, and watch the health bar of Smurf. It keeps ticking back up. Everyone gets hit with the bleed, they're very low. Cal and Funny Astro working their darndest to try and get their team top back up, but they can't. Yeah, I think there was something going on there. It'd be sliding back. Okay, the back cap for Decay. Do they know? They do. Lee J gone very quickly heading back. Kevster rather. Almost knocked off the map. He's able to right himself, but they've lost Izayaki on the backside here. So they have no Baptiste. Funny Astro, though, has to go in. And Kai, unfortunately, probably won't be fast enough. Marvel, however, does have the mobility to get back onto the cart and get this overtime going. And Immortality Field thrown down preemptively. It's all about Kai barreling forward, trying to mow down the Boston Uprising, but a sound barrier is going to make that all but impossible. And Kai, celebratory if that, going to pop his ultimate and find not a whole lot there. It's the Boston Uprising that prevail on Eichenwald.
And I love the decision there. Boston knew they had a huge ultimate advantage. Instead of just kind of playing there by the payload over on the bridge, get the Bastion opportunity to start getting rolling, they just push straight up into the spawn, catch them off guard. Huge Rampage there from Smurf. to seal the deal.
Attempted back cap there, of course, by Kevster, but it's the Boston Uprising. They're ready.
Option.
True. They're ready for that kind of thing. This was like the double rampage we saw earlier on. Smurf getting the better of it here, and I think there was that uncanny knife on the Lucio after this that really kind of blew my mind.
This one coming up right over the... It
that
is
ain't easy.
pixel perfect there. No, that is not easy whatsoever. But, you know, the Boston Uprising, they just survived. It feels like they just survived this map, right? Like, I feel like the Gladiators are playing quite well. It's just Boston using those ultimates, playing things out to perfection.
So the Los Angeles Gladiators, a fixture of the Overwatch League now for 6 years, are peering down into the abyss. This might be the end for them here in this season of the Overwatch League. Survasa is our third map in the last chance for the Glads to show us anything.
Cannot come through, but now Shotgun's
funny Astro.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt
in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What?
That is dirty. A rough return here. Just kind of getting bullied.
Yeah,
that was a good shot.
Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field, Nano Zen just to keep him alive.
They were exciting prospects when they entered the fray here in Season 6 of the Overwatch League. The Los Angeles Gladiators came out with Kai and Kevster together, bringing Kai, of course, over from the rain. It was Dante at tank, Funny Astro being retained by this franchise. And a competitive beginning for the Gladiators, right? I think it was like 2-2, some real lively Overwatch to start off the season. But from there, it all went south, and some inexplicable losses put the Glads in this position. And now, they stand in the shadow of the gallows. It's the Boston Uprising, ready to dispatch them just for fun, as they've already solidified their spots in the postseason. The Glads need a reverse sweep to have any hope.
Yeah, the Sombra meta was not pretty to the Gladiators, I would say. And now they need a reverse sweep, right? Just to kind of keep the lights on for a little bit longer on their season. So we'll see what they decide to come out with. They can play this Bastion again. It seems like a little bit, though, maybe Boston figured out how to kind of play around it there on Eichenwald.
Kyle heavily pressured. It was not necessarily the Bastion that was creating the headlines for the Gladiators. It was, as always, Mr. Reliable himself, Kevster, on that Genji. Honestly taking Decay to task, making him look like a bit of a clown. It just wasn't enough. It just hasn't been enough for this Gladiators roster. Out of the gate here on Suravasa. It's got to be here or never for the Gladiators in the Season 6 of the Overwatch League. Let's see what they've got left.
And I think, with the way things are going, right? First fight is huge, just in terms of like momentum, morale, right? You have the Gladiators. You played pretty well there, and Eichenwald still doesn't result in a win. You know your season's on the line, right? To lose this first fight, it would just kind of feel like everything's falling apart.
Not the foot you want to start on. Smurf and Birdring established himself on the point first, as Decay wants to try and operate from the rafters here very quickly, though the Glads exploded no action, and it's a grenade from Kai that gets rid of Birdring already. Smurf trying to hang on here. Carnage swing looked to be good. It's just not enough teammates to work with.
Yes, the damage there from Kai was really good at the beginning, being able to take out Birdring, like you mentioned. He ends up picking up another one during his Yaki grabs too, but it's not enough as Gladiators get off to a really good start. Get the control of the point first.
Izzyaki with 2 kills on the exit, which means we have a couple of players from the Glads that are still filtering back to the point. Funny Astro had to turn and taxi. There'll still be the full cohort, though, the next time this wave comes to break on the shore. Smurf again having to be a little careful. I think he has to know that Kai's lurking close by. Ready to bust out the wheels. Here he goes. Oh, they weren't
He just runs right out the choke, and they just takes out both supports. I mean,
I think the need for subtlety was dispensed with about 20 minutes ago. Just get the Bastion where he needs to be. Doesn't matter how.
yes, maybe they catch Boston off guard, because Boston, it looks like they're maybe like setting up to go in there, and now it looks like they're just going to lose first point.
Oh yeah, they have no chance of regaining this here. They're not even probably going to go for it. So there it is. Market has been claimed by the Los Angeles Gladiators here. And again, they've just been speeding forward, taking the tempo. They actually did this a couple times on their defense on Eichenwald, which is what looks so good. We're headed to Temple now. Or not.
Yes, got a little bit of a pause here, and it's from the Gladiator side, it looks like. Boston will have like a Rampage Sound Barrier Blade coming up next. Funny Astro's just kind of like laughing a little bit. Maybe something weird just going to happen with his game, or somebody else's. We don't really know right now, but a pretty good start for the Glads.
Lee Jagan looks like he's about to call an emergency meeting. Someone looking sus. Looking down the bridge of his nose like, what? Why has the game stopped? Okay, we're going to have a clash here between these two teams before we even get to the point. That is underway right now. Blade here for Kevster and Decay. It's going to be an immortality field that is short-lived for both sides, in fact. Makai again gets involved. He's on that kill feed and he deals with Lee Jagon. The Gladiators are dominating the Uprising.
Absolutely dominating. And I mean, it's just too much damage, it seems like, for the Uprising to deal with, right? They use that immortality field. They have Sound Barrier. No, they don't have Sound Barrier for that one, but you have immortality field, you're just gone instantly, right? Kai gets rid of it within seconds, and then everybody else falls.
I feel like Kai is given everything the Gladiators could have asked for from that Baptiste player. They've been really on point with a lot of what is needed from your Baptiste, especially this timely. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Speaking of which, double air matrix thrown up here. causes Cal to simply cease to exist. Okay, the Uprising can spend those ultimates they banked up here. They want to get into the game and they want it now.
Yeah, a sound barrier has to be used there by the Uprising to be able to take it, and now it allows Marvel and the Gladiators to come back and use this Rampage, right? Can you line up a big Rampage?
Where I want to see where Birdring tries to play from here with an overclock.
Oh, look how pushed out they are.
Slide off angle here. Okay, that Rampage did clip Birdring. The Bastion ult. Just an immortality field there. I like the disruptor shot. That's going to cause Marvel to take so much damage to get close. Very effective use of that ability here as Birdring needs to take a breather right now. Not the time to be throwing himself into the Crucible. And now the Uprising get ahead here on Temple.
Well, and you were also talking about that the Gladiators are like doing a good job like controlling the pace. One way to take that away, right, is to just push up, get these chokes, and like, you know, prevent them from really kind of get anything rolling.
Yep. Well, you want to force the Glads to do that, like to try and take the pace without perfect info, right? They don't actually know what they're pushing into. You can actually punish them for that level of aggression. I like this though. Trying to go around here.
One player.
Yeah, Cal, the one player that you don't want to lose at the start of this fight. That is absolutely brutal. We have Wheels mode up here for Kai. So no real attempt at taking the point here outside of a token presence by Kevster. That will be put to bed very quickly. Marvel follows soon after. So we're going to be even here on Suruvasa after our first 2 flashpoints.
Yeah, and you see how the Uprising can win, right? If you can put that pressure on early, it looked like maybe actually like Smurf hit a knife onto Cal and they got gripped back. So just on the other side, and they just ran Cal down real fast. They were like, hey, we have an opportunity to get rid of the Baptiste, the Immortality Field, Burst gone, all the AoE healing. I mean, that is an opportunity you have to take.
All right. Okay, went high there. What's he looking for? Just to get in front of the Bastion, but I mean, there's no way Kai's looking at him while he's
got the sound barrier out early.
Yeah, Blade comes a little later, which yes, has some real effect.
Yeah.
The damage is good. Also, the Immortality Field being down is huge. Flashpoint is now unlocked. Neither team looking to take it right now, as the map is such that these teams usually get forced into a fight against each other before having a chance to touch. But now they will rotate over.
Now, we used to see that like a lot back in the day, right? Where you know, Genji would dash up straight in the sky, and that's typically like you would see that like in a nano type of situation, right? Where Genji would dash up, and then maybe they wouldn't give the nano and try and bait the beat out on the other side. And that time, Decay goes straight up in the sky. Funny Astro used the beat straight away, because I think Lee Jae Gon used his beat as well. But what the advantage that the Uprising had is they had a Rampage right after.
Okay, again, Kai might be pretty alone on the point here. Birdring now going to go for an overclock though. MH is in play, doesn't really do anything to dissuade Birdring whatsoever. Funny Astro though comes in, scoops him up. Kai now, yeah, struggling to deal with Decay. And that's something that, you know, Boston were really looking to get Decay doing over this whole series to shut down that Bastion. You can see there how it's so scary.
Yeah, and it seems like now that like when Kai goes to take these off angles and like play from a off position, that they just don't care, Boston, and they'll just speed boost into the remaining players on the Gladiators and like double back and worry about him later, right? Like that time, they got really up in their face.
We're getting close here. Decay also nearing that blade. How does Kai get value here? Holding onto it.
Zoning? Yeah, hold on.
Towards the point. Yes, it does appear to unironically be a zoning ultimate from the Bastion. Smurf has to commanding shout to get away. Decay here tries to keep a foot on, but eventually we've got to concede control if you're the Uprising. Decay has that blade we mentioned here. And Matrix will force the Gladiators to back away. But they'll be ready to contest here. Kai dives in, but straight away Decay says, don't worry about Dragon Blade damage. I'm going to deflect to send to the Bastion. It's going to be all too easy for the Uprising now to put themselves on Flashpoint point. How about that?
Yeah, it seems like they have just gotten in a groove here. Kai now switches away from the Bastion and goes to the Sojourn. So I think this is just going to give them a little bit more of like consistent results, as it definitely seems like the Uprising started to get a number of how to attack this Bastion.
We're headed over to Garden here. Again, one of the points that has like some of these longer sight lines, and you're not playing so claustrophobically inside a room with entrances at each corner. And I guess the randomness of it favors the Uprising. They're in a position to screen the Gladiators away right now. Rampage for 3. Got to be a sound barrier here for Funny Astro now, but it's going to be one from the Uprising in response. Oh, great Rampage from Marvel. That might be enough here. The Immortality Field's getting held uncharacteristically late into the fight, but it favors the Gladiators one way or another. Birdring using the longer sight lines to manufacture a pick on Kempster, but it's going to take more than that.
Yeah, it'll be the Gladiators getting control of the point first, it looks like. It's like Funny Astro on his way there. Yeah, I really liked Marvel's Rampage, right? Like just at the end of that sound barrier's effects there from Lee Jae Gun, he was able to pop it and get huge value.
What are we dealing with for the Gladiators? It's a question of how they lengthen their lead on this flashpoint, the one that keeps them in the map in the series. It's a Dragon Blade for Kevster. No defensive ultimates to answer it on the side of the Uprising. That seems like a pretty clear-cut way of getting a nice start to this fight, and there it is. Birdering fell instantly. It's traded though. The Immortality Field just a little bit too late, but still, Birdering able to get a posthumous elimination on Kevster.
Birdering's done a really nice job with these like disruptor shots, right? Like throwing them down at his feet, like around corners. Oh, Cal gets really fascinated by Decay.
The Immortality Field as well to make sure Decay actually gets away with that particular brand of murder. Means that it's a clear-cut win for Boston, despite Kevster entering the fight with a Dragon Blade, and there was no defense ult counter for it.
And now it's rough, right? I mean, these flash points tick up really fast. I mean, that's like 70% right there for the Gladiators. Uprising, you have your own blade here, no sound barrier on the other side. You have your overclock. Izayaki can kind of just play from the point with an Ant Matrix if you want. I mean, a lot of different options on how to play it. They go with the blade here. And it'll be both supports going early. Oh.
Just comes up short there. He was probably hoping to find Kevster. I think he would have been felled in that situation anyway. Still, the Gladiators on balance end up winning that fight out here. I think Lee Jae, oh yes, he knows he can stop Kai from capping. Marvel though is too healthy. He can't stop the Junker Queen. So it's a slight delay, but eventually the Gladiators regain control of Garden.
Yeah, he can go back get the rest of the squad. So Kai is going to be a little bit delayed here, as it looks like Uprising want to fight this.
And Matrix straight away from Izayaki. Good position to use it. Forces the Gladiators away entirely. Has to be a quick cap for Boston. And now there'll be much more of a fight to be played here. The Glads want to get away without losing too many players. It's a 2-for-2, but it has to favor the team that controls the point. Smurf is on a very wide flank here, and he isn't able to interrupt anybody with that knife, so now it's a sound barrier Sojourn coming in for Kai. Kevster's been able to find Izayaki with a dash. And the Glads are back in control, while Smurf spent the entire fight sipping mimosas across the map.
Yes, I don't think they're going to. I think he was just playing for that Mega. Knew he wasn't going to get peeled up in time to make a play for that point. So we are going to go down to one final
Palace,
flash
baby.
point here. Gladiator season on the line. They got to win this one.
6-9, the Gladiators. It's been a rough one. But again, their fate remains in their hands, which is a surprise at this point after how the mid-season went. Here's the blade. Marvel wants to go in now as well. Hits him with the axe, but Smurf is going to be there with the rampage. Marvel tries to respond. He's so low, though. He's just able to stay alive against that tick damage. But the damage, it's already done. Boston are going to have this point to start.
Yeah, and it looks like Marvel actually, when he used his Rampage, had some effects of the Rampage from Smurf, so wasn't getting healed straight up right away. Like, he was pretty low. Was not able to kind of keep himself up after that, so Boston will get control first.
Okay. Not a whole lot to work with here for either team. Yeah, Matrix from Cal, that effectiveness is entirely speculative. Throw it down on the choke, it's pretty telegraphed and pretty easy to break line of sight from. Ooh, Cal, that's an early regenerative burst. That's dangerous here. Lee Jae God wants to force the issue, but he pushes way too far. Smurf, though, follows up. It's a full commit. In for a penny, in for a pound if you're the Boston Uprising. And they're going for it. A late Immortality Field. How do you come back from this? The Gladiators mulched in 2 consecutive fights.
Yes, they get around the corner, and they just kind of all sitting around Izayaki's Immortality Field until Decay pulls out the blade to make sure it goes in the Uprising's favor, as it may just take one more fight, Mitch. I mean, it's gonna be like 80% here, yeah, with how fast he's going. Oh, they try and use an Ant Matrix to just kind of catch them off. But this is going to be a pretty long rotation. Yeah, they're going to make their way to the point now.
Cal has a good one. That's pretty well placed here. It does mean you've got to play from this choke if you want to have effectiveness, but it's an Immortality Field just to make it a bit more of a robust position to play from. Smurf staying canny, playing around that mid pillar. Kai doesn't have the rail charged up here until Smurf comes knocking in, so he does. Kai is down, and the franchise responsible for some of the most famous moments in Overwatch history. Shuon Havana is the Baptiste, the Great Bamboozle, you name it. They will be bowing out of the postseason as the Uprising take them to task. It's a 3-0. It's not a valiant defeat, it's an execution.
And as the sound barrier, I don't know if it came online a little bit, too late there, or just the usage of it was a little bit late, but you lost, I think, both DPS there as the sound barrier came down, and just felt like the end at that moment where Boston, they come in here and they take care of business, a clean 3-0 sweep.
I mean, Boston have had their fair share of tough breaks going up against some of the most ferocious teams at the top of the standings. This is the kind of matchup we come into, we think, should be pretty cut and dry for a squad like this. I will say, like, our desk definitely gave the Gladiators a decent amount of leeway here, expecting maybe them to have a couple maps, and you can kind of see why, because it did finally seem like a little bit too late, as it's always the case, they began to gel.
Yeah, I mean, look, they played quite well in this series, the Gladiators, all things considering, but, like, you just lost so many games in the middle of the season, just gave games away, and this is what happens. You find yourself, on the outside looking in.
Yeah, it's a really promising squad and franchise in this season of the Overwatch League that did not live up to the hype, the expectation, and the quality of player on that roster. I think it's probably worth time talking about our player of the match here for the Boston Uprising. For me, it's clear cut. Smurf on the Junker Queen. What a showing. Someone we expect to see a little bit more, of the Winston in the past. Played the Junker Queen in a mirror and then against the Orisa, and we're thinking, okay, this comp looks really good for the Uprising.
Yeah, and it was also like he had to play the Junker Queen against some pretty difficult comps to do it against, right? They're playing Mei, they're playing Bastion, right? The Bastion was really effective. And time again, it seemed like he was able to kind of move around the map, stay alive, hit some big rampages, some really impressive knives as well. So I thought Smurf had a great series today.
Absolutely. Decay had a tough job. A lot of the time really was trying to limit the effectiveness of the Bastion where possible, so couldn't be a high flyer, couldn't be a scoreboard leader, so to speak. Smurf really having to pile in a lot of the time. Sometimes Lee Jae-gon's really setting the pace, right? That last fight, Lee Jae-gon is like very overextended. Smurf has to be right there with him to make sure that it's not just a waste of a player. Almost 10 final blows per 10, Smurf. Very much the eye of the storm here. In the thick of every single engagement, making sure Junker Queen got where she needed to get almost every single time.
I mean, since Smurf has come into the league, right? I mean, he has been one of the top tanks, regardless of which tank it is, right? 6v6, 5v5, dive, Junker Queen, it does not matter. I mean, just has lived up to the hype in every regard.
So a bid farewell to the Los Angeles Gladiators here in this season. They enter a period of hibernation. We wish them well in their future endeavors. But let's now head over towards our desk. Let's break down this game. Let's get some talk now a little bit as we look forward to the Boston Uprising in a postseason campaign. One to remember, I'm sure.
And with that, all the teams in the West are now locked for the playoffs, the play-ins, and also, of course, we know who's out. Gladiators, unfortunately, are not going to make it. This is the end of their season, so I think it is time to pour one out for the homies. Pretty little something. That's right.
Wow, that is loud.
That is much louder than... Why is it going to be a slushy?
Does it keep going?
Oh, they're iced
they're
out.
iced out.
Oh, like that intro video.
Oh,
remember?
who's gonna get iced out?
Would you do the honors?
Yeah, of course.
Are we pouring one for the homies?
We're pouring one for the homies.
For those we've lost.
You're literally just pouring it out.
I'm really worried about my shirt because of this blue stuff. There we go.
Wow!
Well, that was a big slush.
I think you need to turn this on more.
That was kind of like the Gladiator season. A trickle, and then all
block of ice.
Okay.
Well, that also goes in here. Well, I was worried about my shirt. I should have been worried about his shirt. I think he took the blunt of that. Sorry, not snore. Sorry, not sorry.
It's fine.
Anyway, blue stuff in the bucket. Speaking of blue things, Smurf is ready for an interview, so let's actually head on over to the screen and have a quick chat with our winners.
I like that transition. All right, for the post-match review, we got player of the match, Smurf, on the line with me. Smurf, big congratulations on getting this win. Was there anything you guys have specifically prepared for this match against the Los Angeles Gladiators. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 오늘 글래디전에서 좀 오늘 경기를 위해서 좀 특별하게 준비를 했던 게 있을까요?
딱히 글래디 상대로 연습했다기보다는 저희가 이제 앞으로 플레이인도 해야 해서 그 약간 좀 미래를 보고 연습을 했던 것 같아요.
All right. Nothing really specific for the Gladiators, but we did have to practice for our future matches in the play-in. So that's how we practice with the mind that we have a lot more matches coming in, and that's how we sort of had our practice going. So nothing in particular for the Gladiators. I guess I sort of want to talk about you today as well. You had a fantastic Junker Queen play today. Of course, getting the player of the match as well. When people talk about Smurf, people usually talk about how great your Winston is, but you sort of proved that you could play everything else as well. So for you personally, Smurf, how are you feeling about this meta? Are you enjoying it, or are you sort of sad that you don't get to, I guess, flex your Winston play? 자, 다음 질문으로 이제 스머프 선수 개인적인 좀 질문인데, 어떻게 보면 스머프 선수를 얘기를 하면은 원래 항상 너무나 잘하는 윈스턴 선수의 플레이어이기 때문에 윈스턴 얘기가 많이 나오는데, 또 오늘도 그렇고 저번 경기에서도 그렇고 좀 정커퀸뿐만이 아니라 윈스턴뿐만 아니라 좀 다른 영웅들도 너무나 잘하시는 모습을 많이 보여주셔서 좀 개인적으로 지금 새로운 메타에 들어오면서 윈스턴을 안 하는 거에 대해서 좀 아쉬운지, 아니면은 좀 새로운 메타라서 좀 더 많은 영웅을 다양하게 할 수 있어서 좀 더 행복하신지요? 좀 어떠신가요?
윈스턴은 개인적으로 많이 보여드린 것 같아가지고 작년에는 이제 서울에서 정커퀸을 했을 때 이제 스스로 좀 아쉬운 모습이 많았었는데 이제 또 증명할 기회가 생긴 것 같아서 좋아요.
All right, definitely, I think Winston, I had a lot of chance to sort of prove myself that I'm a great Winston player. I did play a lot of Junker Queen last season in Seoul Dynasty, but it was all these Junker Queen plays that I did last year I didn't really feel too good about it. So I think coming in with the new meta, I think I sort of am able to prove that I'm a great Junker Queen. So that is really good. All right, I think that is it for the interview. Smurf, thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 보내드릴게요. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Always great to hear it from Smurf. Thank you so much, Danny. That kind of sounded, or he made it sound like this was just a practice match for them, for playoffs, because why not? They were one of the absolute top teams we had all season long. However, before we diving into the nitty-gritty of this match and really break it down of how they got that 3-0, a few last words for the Gladiators here, who did turn it up towards the end of the season. They came off a horrible losing streak, a hard one to recover from.
Yeah, it was tough for the Gladiators. I mean, okay, that's your first words, Jake? That's your first words? RIP? I mean, it's really been an ups and downs season for the LA Gladiators, because they started off looking pretty good, actually, and they got wins to their name, but then, Dante departed the team. Summer stage has honestly been really disappointing from the LA Gladiators, and this ends up being the worst regular season for the LA Gladiators in franchise history. Wow. I mean, that is unbelievable, right? So the LA Gladiators, massive disappointment. I mean, we're going to miss someone like Kevster in the playoffs. The fact we won't get to see Kevster in the playoffs is a tragedy as well, because he's one of the best players in the league. So the three teams that miss out are Vegas Eternal, LA Valiant, and the LA Gladiators.
No, LA!
Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable. It's actually really sad that the LA Gladiators missed out. But they lost consistently. They didn't live up to the name. So, I don't want to say that it's deserved they miss out, but you gotta be better. If you want to make the playoffs, or play-ins rather, if you want to make the play-ins, you gotta play better. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it's a tough season for them, honestly. I do think there were bright moments, things that they can remember back to, but it's certainly one that the franchise will want to forget.
They were one map away, one team fight away from making the mid-season madness.
Yeah.
Ouch. They played Florida Mayhem in the lower bracket, and they lost on Antarctic Peninsula in map 5.
I mean, there are fantastic players on this team. Every once in a while, there is a meta hitting you, and you just can't play it right. Like, it just doesn't work. It's not in your wheelhouse. For the Boston Uprising, though, their journey is not over yet at all. They are in the play-ins, and they should be considered one of the top teams we have in the play-ins.
I really think they're one of those teams you really expect to see qualifying, but the competition is going to be fierce. I mean, Toronto has been really strong in this meta. I think Vancouver has showed impressive looks. Now New York can beat them. I really feel like this play-ins is a very dangerous place to be. Even teams that look good are not surefire to win. So I think those top 3 teams are going to be really counting their blessings that the regular season went so well for them. You don't want to be in these play-ins. It's going to be chaos.
Yeah, there was an uprising. I mean, they're looking really dominant. I mean, Smurf, he's a role star to me. I mean, consistently been one of the best tanks in the league, and the backline. I mean, the story for Boston Uprising this season is they really lived up to the potential of the team.
Yeah.
Going into the season, I was
a doubter. I was a doubter.
Plat Chat were combined, united a doubter in the Boston Uprising.
I think everyone out there has been a doubter. There was just absolute haters.
Jaws has been in. Jaws has been in. I'll give Jaws his credit.
Jaws has been a Boston fan since day one.
Yeah. But Boston Uprising, they've been really good, and honestly, looking like they're peaking against the LA Gladiators like this, right? I mean, they got top 4 in the mid-season madness. They have a chance to be like a top contender and even win the playoffs when they play like this.
It's a stacked roster filled with veteran players who are no strangers to playoffs for sure. So I am going to be very interested to see if they're going to make it out of the play-ins into the playoffs and how they will fare in this current meta. Right now, that was a good look, but did the Gladiators test them and push them to the limits? Probably not. No. So it's going to be interesting to see how they will do in the play-ins against maybe some fiercer competition. Now, speaking of fierce competition, probably not what we're going to get with our last match of the day. It's going to be the Florida Mayhem going up against the LA Valiant, and we're going to break that all down for you just after the break.
Anything could happen.
Sure. Florida Mayhem looking good, poised for playoffs, ready for Toronto, as you can see. And in case your team is eliminated, don't worry. You can support a new team and follow them to victory by grabbing their jersey for up to 20% off. Everyone is saying jerseys are the cure for lactose intolerance.
Where are you getting all these?
I have sources.
That is bold.
Trust me, bro.
FDA does not approve these messages.
You know, I got a take for you, Zoe.
Oh, hit me up.
I think I'm over ice cream. I'm all about sorbet now.
Ooh, that is
I'm all about
so interesting.
sorbet.
Why is that? Do you like sugar water?
No, I
Not even milk, just water.
I feel way better afterwards. It's fresh. It's reinvigorating. It's like a nice freshness after a big.
My main issue with sorbet.
This guy's
We tried to green sorbet yet.
That's a take for you. There you go. I'm back.
That's not a hot take. That's a cold take for sure. Yeah, don't know how to transition without being mean again. I'm having a mean streak today. Y'all need to help me out here. Florida Mayhem, they're actually playing for a seat here, so there is a little something on the line. They do want to grab the #1 seed, of course. If they win against Valiant and Atlanta Reign is losing their match against the San Francisco Shock, then the Mayhem can lock in the first seed, and that is, of course, that's a position you want to put yourself in. Can they do it against the Valiant, having a little bit of fun? I dare say yes. Jake says no, by the way.
No.
He's an anti-fun police here.
I just think you want to play the comp you think is the best. You want to stop as hard as you can. Like, this is going to be the last match they play before playoffs. It'll be a while before we see Florida again. And so I think you want to sort of get the best momentum you can going into that break, keep the motivation up in practice. And so I don't think they're going to go easy, honestly, on the Valiant. And on top of that, there's a chance that Shock hits an upset. I think Atlanta's really favored. Atlanta's probably going to be the 1 seed if they beat Shock. Probably going to beat Shock. But Florida, you've got to like leave that risk open for Atlanta to slip up. Give them a chance. You know, you're not going easy on this game if you're Florida man.
I'm gonna disagree for the sake of disagreeing.
Yes, I was hoping for that one.
No, Johnny. It's all about vibes. You want vibes in the playoffs, okay? It's
you like losing? Is that for vibes?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you win the last regular season. Okay, it kind of matters actually. It kind of matters. But it's all about the vibes, okay? You want the best vibes possible. What brings good vibes? Winning when you're playing Lifeweaver. Come out and win. I'm not saying they should lose, but come out and beat Valiant playing Lifeweaver. Cook a little bit. Just cook it up a little bit.
I honestly don't even know if they would. If they played Lifeweaver,
Come on,
they might lose.
If there's a team who likes to have fun, I feel like Mayhem should be it.
True.
Right? They're vibing.
It's
They're cooking.
in a Junker Queen rush meta though, it is so hard to play meme heroes. Like, if you don't play Lucio and Junker Queen in a mirror, you
They
will
can
get
do it.
eaten alive.
Just do it.
Tell Jake, no one makes you
Do it. It's worked for Danny. Just do it. Do it.
That's right. Well, let's do predictions before we see all the shenanigans maybe unfold. Oh,
Can
big
we do
surprise.
I'm for vibes. I'm with Johnny.
You're vibing.
Vibe. I think Jake's no vibe.
No vibes.
No vibes.
What happened to the brain, Johnny? You sided with the heart. Disgusting.
It's
No, but the heart.
Brain vibes.
Yeah, the brain vibes. You need stimulation. You need entertainment. That has nothing to do with your heart.
Get a 5K over and over again, and we just keep watching that all day. I am happy.
Tree! Big tree!
Love those. That's the energy we need. Speaking of energy, we're going to send it over to our casters. We have Jack and, of course, Scott 8-inch Kennedy is standing by as well.
Here for the vibes. Here for the vibes. I've heard that somewhere before. I'm not saying anything more. Also, what is this desk thing now where everybody's just getting loud? I don't think it works for you, Johnny. I'm not going to lie to you.
Shut up!
Loud truly is funny.
I'm feeling it.
I'm losing it, all right?
We're near the end of the season. Loud is now funny. Forget everything else, and yeah, we're here, Scott. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong camera.
And Jake's just bringing down the vibes. I'm with Danny here. You know, sometimes you just gotta get a little silly, do something different, and remember, Florida Mayhem were the first team to win a map playing Lifeweaver when Lifeweaver, let's be honest, sucked. So if anyone is gonna pull it off, Florida Mayhem will be the ones able to do it.
Yeah, are they gonna play it though?
I don't know. Like, I think there's a middle ground between completely trolling and Merit just getting 5Ks over and over again and beating the Valiant into submission. So we'll have to see. As the desk really set up, Florida Mayhem, they do want to win this match. If they win this and Atlanta Reign, for whatever reason, does fall to the San Francisco Shock, which is possible, San Francisco Shock are on the way up in some respects, then Florida Mayhem could take that #1 seed, which is all important heading further into the playoffs.
It's pretty cool. That's actually really exciting. Imagine a time where like, oh, the Atlanta Reign are not gonna be first seed. It's insane that we now have teams that are matching their record.
Yeah, I feel like Florida Mayhem has been that team. Obviously, we've hyped them up and we're very impressed with their success, and they're hitting new heights every time we see them, but 13-2 is a ridiculous record, one of the best records that we've had throughout the history of the Overwatch League. Very few teams only lose 2 matches.
Oh yeah.
And we anticipate them to win this one as well. So Florida Mayhem, they're definitely not a dark horse team anymore. They're right there, up there, really proving that they could go the whole distance.
Yeah, very much so. All right, Oasis. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, CJ!
Woo! This one's for you, CJ. This one's for you. And Seeker instantly Esports. They need to get the birthday cake out. They need to get the candles out. They need to get ready for the birthday celebrations.
That would be so sick right now if they took the pause and then they all got up from their chair and they gave CJ a cake. Unfortunately, I don't even think they're in the same room, but that would have made it even more legendary.
That would have been sick, actually. A little birthday hat on or something. It sounds like an audio issue is going down, so quick reset of the client, and then we'll be back in ready to go. I mean, the Valiant could also do the same thing here, Scott. They do play with their hearts on their sleeves, Scott. And I wonder if they're going to come out with something a little bit spicy too. I mean, it's been pretty exciting to see the Valiant and how they've evolved throughout the season. I was super excited to see Seeker in the mix coming into the team because he made an explosive entry last year into the Overwatch League. He's just been a very, very exciting player to watch overall. Pretty hyped up player and, you know, surrounded by players that also have some merit to them too. They've just not really found that success. On the Florida Mayhem side, though, yeah, obviously they have a merit, and they also have a rest of the team that's also just star-studded. So,
and talking about vibes, Valiant have had great vibes. They came into this season with no expectations for anything from them, and they managed to get 2 wins. They've actually been a great team to watch and an entertaining team to watch. We'll see if they can get something special.
Nice
RuPaul's already picked off of a great boot from Lyre.
Lyre?
And that's going to be first team fight to the Valiant.
Man, does it again. Luscious locks and even better boots, apparently. LA Valiant going to win this first fight. Alrighty. Nice little boot. That would have been sick if we got some environmentals there, but that will be Valiant capping the point first. Someone taking a lot of damage, and I mean, these comps, Scott, they really want to do 2 different things here, it seems.
Accomplish the same idea, just in different ways. Obviously, the Kiriko is a lot more survivable, but has less AoE healing, while the Orisa just can stand up and just live a lot longer, but the Junker Queen has more offensive capability. So, in general, the Florida Mayhem, they want to just sort of rush down and live out the fight, while the Valiant, they want to just exist and get in the face with the Junker Queen.
Railgun charging up for Merritt. Here comes the 5K. Oh, it's just 1 now. It's just 1
2
for the time being. No, not quite. We don't want to call it that early. Good shot on Seeker, though, from across the map. Highly charged Railgun is a thing to be feared, especially in the hands of Merritt. It's good. So, speaking of like matchups, Scott, like not only just Mayhem versus Valiant here, but like Merritt versus Seeker, 2 exceptional Sojourn players.
Oh yeah, Merritt has been lights out on any hit scan, but especially last year on that Sojourn, he was one of the best.
First triple collat.
Potentially last.
Potentially, yeah, actually though.
A lot of people have played a lot of Overwatch since Sojourn came out. I have not seen a triple collat. Even getting a double collat is considered very rare in its own right. You see the Valiant really trying to step up, but they're just taking so much damage from the Mayhem as ultimates are starting to come online.
Yep, 33% for the Valiants. Mayhem almost matching them. There is the Terror Surge available for someone. CJ healing up Cryo in the front line. Using a little bit of help himself there for a moment. There's the window. There comes the Terror Surge though. Nice Lamb's going to save Seek for the time being. Same with the rest of the team. However, the sound barrier coming out from the Florida Mayhem doesn't quite make it to Merritt in time. Blade pulled for Knots. There's a rush on the field too. Florida Mayhem are going to be super healthy with RuPaul just throwing out those offenders, healing everybody up to 100 HP. And there we go. Someone just cleaning up. I mean, as soon as that rush comes out, Scott, there's just so much healing from RuPaul, as well as the amp it up being on a lower cooldown. Tough for Valiant to make anything work there.
And I wonder almost if that's one of the reasons RuPaul is playing that Kiriko, because the Kitsune Rush is just much better of a teamfight ultimate than the Baptiste Amplification Matrix. As you saw, CJ stepped up, dropped the window, but the rest of the fight just didn't really happen around it, so they found no value, while the Kitsune Rush essentially won Mayhem that fight. Now, Florida Mayhem are going very aggressive with an overclock. Did not find many picks, but oh no, they're split up.
He's what? Ooh, good pick.
Churong does fall, so that's a 1-for-1 trade. So the Florida Mayhem might fall back to the point, but we're up to almost 90%, so Valiant have to get on this point.
Yeah, they got a touch. Chong will be back in just a moment, using those skates. Nice little angle for Mera right now, but he has to be rather careful. They know Lai can just run him down at any moment with the rest of the team in tow. Krawi nearing their ultimate 2. Rampage is available right now. Krawi might have a little bit of tough time to use it though. Blade has been pulled, Lamb comes down. Seeker with the ultimate though. A nice deflection actually kills the Lamb, but Seeker still ends Checkmate's life. Krawi cuts Mera in half as now someone is trying to even this tide up. The Valiant is still coming up with kills though. Seeker just so good on the Sojourn. That's a lot of kills in fact. I think 4 in that fight. A team kill for the Valiant as the point flips.
A pretty consistent story we've seen throughout the entirety of the year from the Los Angeles Valiant. Put Seeker on the Sojourn, watch him take names, and he comes up clutch really when they needed him the most. Now they're at 50%, they're climbing up, and that was a lot of ultimates from both sides, but we talked about it earlier, Jack. RuPaul coming up to another Kitsune Rush. How are the Valiant going to stand up against this? It's just so much extra damage, extra attach speed. It's just so hard to fight into.
Easy high ground take there from the Florida Mayhem. Can't really stand up to Orisa in the 1v1, even if you are the Junker Queen. There's the window, nice little boof. Someone's taking a bit of extra damage, but that's about it. Look at the damage. The Terror Surge is out. It is going to land on somebody, and that someone is Krawi. A spear thrown into the back line of the Valiant, but without a tank, Valiant are going to have a tough time touching this point. Point's being capped right now by Mayhem. There are no touches for LA right now as the blade has been pulled. Checkmate dead. He hunts for the Lucio, but Chong a little bit too slippery for him. He ends up running away, and Merit cleans him up. Nos had no dash reset to close the distance as someone just hunkers down on the point. Overclock coming out for Merit, and nowhere to be seen is Seeker. He's trying to run, he's trying to hide. Merit dodges out of the way of all the incoming damage to the Valiant as Krawi comes back on the Doom Fist, holding that power block. Merit's Overclock didn't find too much purchase there, but he might not even need it to be fair. Look at the low health members on the side of the Valiant, not sure they're going to survive this one. Checkmates just dashing through 3 members, and there we go. Round number 1 goes over to Florida.
Chorong's just so slippery. If Nos was able to take down Chorong, get another reset, he probably would have taken out Merit, and they potentially could have closed out that fight, but just Chorong, too fast, too quick, can't keep up with me, and Florida Mayhem taking the first round, and honestly, pretty competitive back and forth round. So we're going to see some switches maybe coming up from Florida Mayhem, going back to the someone Reinhardt. This feels like a pocket pick that they're just always holding on to, waiting for something special.
You say that, but like, is that really a pocket pick for someone? Someone's just so good on every single tank. Like, there's a reason why he's in the MVP bonus this year.
That is a lot of people's justification for why someone deserves to be MVP. Right. His flexibility and how the team is able to play around him and anything that they need to do makes him so valuable and one of the unique tanks that we have in the Overwatch League. So let's see how this Lucio Reinhardt composition actually works. If they can get on top of Valiant, they're in a good spot, but how do they get there? What is happening with the Lucios?
I don't know. The Lucios just kind of looking at each other, one on high ground, one on low ground. Speaking of high ground, Loss is pretty low on it. Well, there we go, eventually called out, and now someone, WM1 with the Ryan. Gotta be careful though. He's got a lamp in his back. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened to Liar in that situation, gonna be honest.
I think the May wall, he had to go over the May wall, exposed for just a little bit too long. I think he was having a 1v1 on the edge against Chorong on the Lucio, as all Lucios must do, but then he ended up getting caught and punished for it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't duel Chorong if I'm being honest, but Liar has more confidence than I do.
Yeah, more confidence than most. Chorong is a bit of a beast. But one of the big reasons too, he came in as a rookie, obviously on the Toronto Defiant last year, and really shone, even as a main support. See why he's been sticking around, that is for sure.
Even through some of the woes of Toronto Defiant, now he's on a really strong team, the Mayhem. You've seen the quality of player he is. Great wall.
It's about, what, 3,000 damage per second? Bastion through the window. Ooh. Oh, very... Krawi and Seeker did not stand a chance. Lights out for Merit there. And he's just chasing him to spawn, using that grenade jump. Over and out, and it's a Valiant reset. They dropped their own window there, which is a little bit sad. Seeker didn't quite get enough damage down.
It's been interesting seeing teams experiment with either the Mei or the Genji. The Genji obviously gives you those resets and a little bit more, I guess, a blade, those big ultimates, but the Mei just gives you so much tempo. So far already, Mayhem's 2 fight wins have come off of great Mei walls from Checkmate, just isolating a target and then taking them out.
Yeah, artillery strike for Merit in a couple of moments. I want to see it happen. Grenade! After the buff, Scott does do a lot of damage.
It's really strong.
Here it is. Artillery strike. What can they find? Look at Nos for the time being, but Nos used that dash away.
Still holding on to it. There it is.
2. Boom, boom. Oh, Liar subjected to the artillery barrage.
And players have gotten a lot better of getting value, and now they're going aggressive.
No, Seeker! Get out of there! Oh, he got saved by the lamp for half a second. What a good push by Florida Mayhem. And the Shatter, not sure where it went. Don't care where it went, to be honest with you. Krabby did end up eating the Blizzard there with the Spear Spin, but unfortunately, I think Valiant are out. Liar hits the Ajax and hits the gap in chat. As the Florida Mayhem do end up taking Oasis.
Vibes are good, but Florida Mayhem proving why they are fighting for the #1 seed. Their coordination, their execution.
Just too good.
Just understanding their advantages. You said it, Jack. They use the Bastion ult at the perfect time as they're trying to enter, slow the opposition down. He actually held on to his final 2 shots of the Bastion ult, waits it out, wait for people to sort of become a little bit, I guess, unsuspecting of the ultimate to come down. Takes down 1, and then they just put their foot on the gas, run down the Valiant, and there's almost nothing they could do. They whiffed a Shatter, the Blizzard got eaten, and it didn't matter. They still won the fight.
Bastions have, not only in solo queue and like Overwatch League, they've been getting rather good with the ultimate.
Yeah.
It's not an ultimate people have practiced up until this point, it feels like, because Bastion just really hasn't been relevant in the meta at all. But sometimes saving that last shot, you're thinking when you're in a game like, oh, he's used that last shot, surely, right?
Yeah.
That was a long time since I've heard the like little noise, right? And not expecting a random artillery shell to like smack on the floor and do some damage, or maybe even find a kill. So, yeah, it's interesting to see Bastion evolve in the meta. And honestly, keep it coming. Love me some Bastion play.
Well, I love a little bit of Bastion play.
Okay,
you know, it's getting over the threshold a little bit too quickly here for my liking, Jack.
All right. Double turret though with Talk Bastion. Say no more. Midtown, New Junk City. It'll be the first time us cast in New Junk City, so that'll be fun. New Queen Street if we need to go there. But right now, it is very much looking like a mayhem game. Like you said, Scott, fighting for that #1 seed. We'll be right back. Map number 2 up next.
birthday to you. Let's go, CJ. Happy birthday to you. Let's go, CJ. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. DB, yeah, we're gonna win.
Are you one? Are you two?
Let's go, CJ! Happy birthday. I like the middle of that. Seeker was like, TB. Take TB. Happy birthday, CJ. I hope it's a good one.
Can't believe Seeker doesn't appreciate it that it's CJ's birthday.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
TB. All right, Midtown is the map. One substitution for Florida Mayhem. Maka in.
And this is something that we've seen from the Florida Mayhem since this patch came out. Maka has been coming in to play the Alari. A lot of people didn't expect him to play this season. Even Goomba came out when they signed Maka being like, hey, we're looking forward to the future seasons for Maka to come onto this team. So bold strategy, but it's good to see Maka getting some playtime now. And he actually played a great Alari the first time we saw it. And when you are that bench player, it sort of gives you freedom to just practice and put all your time and effort and energy to learning a new hero. And we've seen Alari starting to fall out of the meta, so I'm curious to see what the Florida Mayhem are going to do with it.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to play anything else here. We'll have to wait and see. They're on defense first, so at least we get a little peek at their composition. Okay, all right. Hello, I'm seeing. Double turret meta. Oh, yes. We're here. It's almost like I wrote the script for this meta, I'm going to say.
So would you say the vibes are good when they're playing double turret mode?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Unfortunately, the turret is not that good. The Torb turret is not that great. The Torb itself, is pretty good. You hit E, there's a fire rate increase now. There's a shorter time between you getting ready with your primary when you switch weapons, between your hammer and your rivet gun. So Torb a little bit better. Plus, he can't really get dove. Here's the overload, and it's like, well, you can't really kill me because I have a lot of armor.
He goes up to like 325 health with the temporary, with the armor. Like, that's what makes Torbjorn in general a very strong character. He just has a lot of health and can put out a ton of damage. And funnily enough as well, the ultimate, the floor is lava is actually a very effective ultimate in a lot of respects if you're dropping in the right spot. Market getting very low, but the way Florida Mayhem are going to play this setup is they want to set up everyone in different angles, lots of different crossfires, but the Los Angeles Valiant, they're not going to give that to them. They're playing this Symmetra and they've already teleported into this small room. The question is now, how do they get out of this room to take an effective fight?
Yeah, they ideally just kind of teleport onto somebody. That somebody
is someone?
Being the backline. I mean, but look at this. I mean, the healing is just crazy.
Yeah.
Let's be real, too. From the Batiste and from the Alari. Nice little lamp there, but then again, Scott, they're in the same situation, right? I mean, you have to teleport on somebody, but you've just taken so much damage on the rotation, it's going to be tough for you to find anything else. And there we go. There is the cleanup.
And that's the problem when you're doing this teleport as well onto this like high damage comp is you need to kill the Torbjorn turret.
Instantly.
Then you need to kill the healing pylon. Then you need to kill the invulnerability lamp as well. There's so many things that you have to deal with before you're going to be able to start finding picks. All the while you're having to withstand the amount of damage that the Mayhem are pumping out. And you saw right there, the Valiant just did not have enough in the tank to be able to start finding picks.
Yeah, they're trying it, and then they switch. So just looking at the same kind of composition here. Just going for the skill matchup. The problem is, Scott, so far ahead of the Florida Mayhem right now in terms of ult charge. Not, of course, on the Genji, so he did retain his ult charge, but, I mean, getting the Genji blade off here is going to be so difficult. But Captain Sun is available from Mark. There's a window from CJ, a little bit of space. Nice outburst, actually getting away from some poke damage. And here it is, Captive Sun on the point. Oh, good eat by Crowley. Pretty slow traveling ultimate, Scott, but Crowley is hot on the presses, hot on the mark, sorry.
It's been one of the hard things about playing Alari is at this level getting a high value Captive Sun unless you're putting it with multiple other ultimates, but oh, the Florida Mayhem, they're just hurting the Valiant.
The Captive Sun flyer, straight in front of Merritt. Using the lab too. There's the flux to top it all off. There's the candles, CJ. Yeah, blown out.
Well, Jake asked for this on the desk. He wanted to see Merritt get multiple 5Ks, get multiple picks, and that's what the Florida Mayhem have been doing. They're just really stuffing the Valiant in, not giving them any opportunity. It was a good Captive Sun by Laya, but there's just not enough follow-up to find any picks with how strong that Immortality field was from RuPaul, and only a minute 20 remaining now, Jack.
Yeah. Pretty rough. Flux, Blade. I mean, Flux into the artillery strike. Something we don't see a whole bunch.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, it's
It could work, it worked. They go up in the air, right? Then you get smashed back down, then a mortar lands on their head. Think about that.
Yeah, checkmate.
Checkmate.
Oh, he's getting so low.
I mean, they're getting dominated right now in that goal. Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Oh, the land. Oh, the Flux is so good, though. There you go. I'm telling you,
told
Scott.
me.
It's crazy. It was just the other way around. They fluxed. They artillery strike, then instantly fluxed, right? They were trying to all run away, and Krawi caught them off guard. There is the checkpoint unlocked, and that fire engine is going to get a move on.
Valiant finally breaking down the door with just ultimates, just throwing ultimates at the problem. Nothing that Mayhem can do, and I spoke about it before. That is one of the big issues with playing Alari Baptiste.
No big defensive ult.
You don't have that big defensive ult. You don't have a Transcendence to heal you through the Flux. You don't have the sound barrier to give you that little bit of extra health. You just are relying on just raw healing or an immortality field, which isn't enough most of the time. So, Los Angeles Valiant, great play. Now moving on to the second point, but Florida Mayhem, now they're the ones with the ultimates. How does NOS find any value with this Blade that doesn't have a nano boost to work with it?
You're really just looking at forcing some kind of cooldown. Even just getting the lamp out might be enough, you know, as long as you have some additional follow-up there. You have to be in position to actually do that. Normally, as you do jump straight in.
Alari battle?
Alari fight on the sidelines. Don't worry, we'll be back in a moment. Because that fight is never going to end. There's Krawi, unfortunately, succumbing to his own spheres.
And that's a problem. When you're playing this off angle as the Alari, you're not helping your tank, you're not healing your tank, you don't have a pylon there.
It's still happening.
Captive Sun?
Oh, no. Merit from behind. No, and Shaden needed help. That's all right. Checkmate's got it. Nos and Lyra end up going down. A bit of an aggressive Captive Sun. I will say from Lyra.
Aggressive
I could do this.
One way to put it.
Yeah. I can do this on the high ground. They have land, but I can do this.
Yeah, a little ambitious. We've seen crazier things happen. The Captive Sun can just really turn fights, especially as soon as you start having that chain reaction of the blowing up of the Sun trigger. But Florida Mayhem, they look so firmly in control right now. They have a great setup. They have someone playing the front line, Checkmate, and Marka just playing on this off angle, pumping out damage, while you have RuPaul and Merit just sitting on the high ground. How do you deal with any of these individual threats? They're cross-firing and helping each other. Baptiste window does give them a little bit of space, but then the Flux comes down from someone.
You see that healing beam, but a good rock actually cancels that one out. There goes the Blade, and no, well, it came and went. Not really forcing anything, maybe just that lamp. Marka did end up throwing his Captive Sun in, took out the lamp of the Valiant, so at least those small cooldowns are down as the assault begins on the high ground for the Valiant. However, Seeker with only 30 HP and Checkmate hitting E and just running him over. Almost got a hammer kill on him there by the looks of it. RuPaul did end up going down, but I mean 40 seconds to go in a high ground position for the Florida Mayhem. Almost unobtainable for the Valiant. I mean, you've also got to run through artillery strike right now and also the Molten Core. Checkmate.
The Molten Core is just so difficult to enter into. If Checkmate gets it in a good positioning, then it's going to be hard for the rest of the Valiant to help out. It really needs to be on Croy and Seeker once again. The Flux Bastion-on combo that you've been hyping up so much.
Here it goes. Krawi's looking for it at least. Oh, Rock's been used. Maybe Krawi hits it right now. There it is. Hits the Flux. There's the ultimate. I'm seeing where those all mortars land. Oh, they didn't quite land on someone. They end up finding Merit though. And Lai picks up a kill of his own. So with a few seconds to go, they do end up touching the point, so OT is here. The LA Valiant with a nice couple of ultimate combinations to either side of the map, end up dismantling Mayhem's control of that high ground.
Yeah, but someone wants to go back and fight for a bucket. He is coming up to the Captive Sun. Valiant have to be careful about grouping up in this situation.
Window. Good push away there. Window of the high ground stops Florida Mayhem from getting onto it. And another Captive Sun eaten up by Krawi. That's the second of the day. Krawi in a little bit of trouble though, the only person on the payload right now for the Valiants. Mayhem more than healthy and more than happy to fight this one. A window for RuPaul, no more healing required, only damage. The LA Valiant get halted just before that second point. The little wave there by Merit as he does end up exploding into small pieces.
Unfortunately, just getting caught a little bit there by Lyre before that fight really started to kick off, and as soon as you lose that big healing output from the Alari, just didn't have enough to take on the fight. Florida Mayhem just really having a great understanding of how to play this composition, and that's one of the scary things. If you're a top team watching Mayhem right now, they don't really have any weaknesses. They're happy to play the rush, they're happy to play this shooter style comp. They can really do anything with just 5 even 6 players are having to bring in Marker if they want to play the double flex support, but just overall, this is a team that feels meta-proof in a lot of respects.
Checkmate says, I want to play Ryan. The good old days.
Chad, mate, let him out, Goomba. Hey, let the vibes run, let them roll, take someone out. Honestly, I'd like to see someone on DPS as well. Put someone on DPS, Checkmate on Reinhardt, let it go.
Honestly, yes. Oh, Lai says, if you Ryan,
Make it happen.
Make it. Coaches, you know what to do. Make it happen. Checkmate on Ryan, put Liar on Ryan. The Liar heart. I bet it goes crazy.
I bet, who do you think wins? Okay, important. Checkmate or Liar Reinhardt? Next map, Checkmate tank. Okay, oh my god, it's happening.
All right, sounds good.
Let's go.
TY coach, I'm coach, no type please.
Where's Paintbrush? I need Paintbrush's confirmation and word that this is going to happen.
He's on his yacht in the Bahamas, bro.
Damn, okay.
Wi-Fi's not so good out on the water.
You can't call the satellite phone?
Nah, doesn't want to waste the money, but. All right, what you got for us, Valiant? What you got for this defense?
They're actually going through the train. This is a pretty unconventional thing, but honestly, people don't even defend it because of how unconventional it is, but just Croy on his lonesome was able to take down RuPaul. That's how much of a death trap going through this train is. And
it is such a bait.
It's such a narrow corridor that you have to all walk down. It's just free damage for the Sigma. You know, Croy's already got 40% ult charge from just throwing a few of those spheres in the room. Looks like they're going to try it again.
Try again? I mean, if you get out onto the high ground quickly, you can put the pylon in the train cart. It's hard to be destroyed. You get merit on the high ground. It's great, but...
It makes sense because of where the Valiant is setting up with their Torbjorn turret and their healing pylon. They're taking off this off angle. Yeah, once again, someone picked.
Checkmate's dead. He's like, no, I'm going to throw this game. I just want to play Ryan.
I would like to play Ryan as fast as possible, so I'm good.
As fast as possible.
High damage output from both Sigmas. They're going to get quick fluxes at this rate, but also Liar and Marker are just getting so many support ultimates because they're able to just play around the healing pylons. But the question is, how do they find value with these captive suns?
Liar desperately trying to find a place to actually put that healing pylon. Oh, how did Liar survive that? Marker, on the other hand, takes care of Seeker with a captive sun. Here comes the Mortar Strike, straight onto Krawi. Oh my god, the rock from onto Krawi, pushing him into that damage. All right, feeling pretty good with themselves, I'd imagine, if you're the Florida Mayhem. All right, pushing Krawi all the way back, and yeah, no support ultimates for the Florida Mayhem or the LA Valiant now, as Florida are going to assume the position. And there is a flux, reverse one onto Krawi. They are still trying to commit, Scott, but I'm not sure how far this is actually going to take him. There's just too much damage and too much setup as well from the Florida Mayhem. They're just in such good spots.
Yeah, Checkmate just shooting the rivet gun down the corridor, found 2 picks before the fight even really began. How do you get back into this fight if you're the Valiant?
Don't think you can, Scott.
Yeah, they're going to have to run.
Seeker trying to find a few pop shots there. There you go. All right, RuPaul switches to Lucio just to get back to the point in time, and going to switch over to the BAP, I'd imagine. There we go, yeah.
Makes sense.
All right.
So now, Florida Mayhem, they have 4 minutes remaining to get to the end of this second checkpoint because the Valiant ended up pushing it. So how do the Florida Mayhem break this hold from the Valiant? Because we saw how strong it was for themselves. Ooh, getting very aggressive. Nostif,
no hammer. Okay, Marker, you can't lose these. Explodes 2 of the summons. Oh no, more summons have appeared. The turret. Oh, another summon down. All good. 3 kills.
Okay, Merrick comes in, sort of breaks that truce of what's going on. Ends up taking a couple of players down, and this is going to be difficult here for the Valiant.
Devastating angle, Scott. Devastating. CJ is going to stop this pressure from the Florida Mayhem, though. Using that window on the high ground. So just for the time being. Wow, Seeker dicing with death there.
Corey's going to be really careful. He ends up getting rocked by someone as well, forces the lamp.
He's very dead, surely. Yeah, there's the headshot. They do end up trading. And here comes the Molten Core.
There's just so many things popping up in the kill feed.
It's all the summons.
All the summons are falling down. Oh, great flux.
CJ, no lamp. There's Seeker. And here's another Molten Core. Why not? To top it all off, and Liar hits the... Oh! Liar soaring through the skies to his death. That looked wicked, though.
It looked cool.
That was a trailer moment, where in the trailer version, Alari kills 3 people.
Well, those 3 people are usually standing still, which makes it really easily. I don't think really the Mayhem were standing still in this one, unfortunately, Liar, but that is going to be Florida Mayhem getting through the first stroke. Now they need to be to get this final little bit. They're now the ones in control of this balcony area. You can see the Valiant trying to fight for it, but how do you get through this small choke to go toe-to-toe with the Mayhem? RuPaul already has another Amplification Matrix and Merit with an Overclock. That's all. Did he hit anyone?
No. No hit markers. The game down by the looks of it, so I don't think so. Window. Overclock.
So much damage.
It's a one-shot body shot. Oh, Seeker. Almost. Oh, he takes him out. Double body shot from Seeker as he rips his own overclock. Here comes the captive son from Marker. He's doing a lot of damage. Seeker trying to go for the 1v1 duel, but that healing partner just doing too much. But Seeker still managing to find value here. So almost got the kill. Kept Marker busy for a little while, only 30 HP, as Marker handedly dealt with Seeker, but CJ comes to the rescue, and now Nos on the Widowmaker. A last valiant attempt from LA Valiant as they try to just plot themselves on the point to try and stall this out for the rest of the teammates to come back, but there are just too many bodies and too many high health bars on the side of the Florida Mayhem, and too many ults to boot. Florida end up taking Midtown as we go on to our third map. A clean 2-0 so far, Scott. I mean, like Jay said, it's what you want to see. Just get in the server, just 3-0, move on, and hopefully end up getting that first place seeding. And this is what the Florida Mayhem are fighting for right now. They could snatch it away from the Atlanta Reign.
Those are all very good points about the importance of this match and what we've seen so far. I don't care what you're talking about, Jack. I want to see Chad May play Reinhardt versus Laya. That's all I'm really focused on right now. I want the coaches to live up to their words.
If they don't, fines are going to get in.
Yeah.
I'm handing out fines personally.
That's a legally binding contract, what we saw in chat. Yeah, what happens in match chat, there's sanctity to that. You know, they need to live up to it. So I expect it. What map is it? Oh, it's going to be New Junk City as well.
That's a map.
That's a great Reinhardt map. Honestly, it needs to happen.
RuPaul was like 3 HP when Lai went for that. So Lai, you do get that one. It's all good. It was just BAP, I don't know, OP or something. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
That was the reason.
BAP OP.
Sure. BAP OP.
Enough said.
Yeah. New Junk City is the map up next. We're going to Flashpoint. Don't go anywhere. Florida Mayhem up 2-0. Welcome back, Florida Mayhem and the LA Valiant. We're going to New Junk City, the next map. It is a Reinhardt map, FYI.
It can be played.
It can be played. So, I'm waiting to see what is getting revealed on our screens, because if I remember correctly, there was a little promise made in match chat. There he goes. Next map, Checkmate Tank. Florida Mayhem. Gumba, great. If you've not done it, I'm going to be very mad.
Yeah. And I think there needs to be some context added to the viewers. Checkmate made his rookie debut in 2021 as a DPS player, but after some turmoil, he had to move over to the tank, and we're seeing it here
Chadmate is back.
Chadmate is back. He's going ham. Honestly, talking about ham, I also want to see someone on this DPS.
Yeah.
He is a legendary player. He can play a lot of different things, so maybe we'll get that. So now the question is, you know, what are they going to be able to do? Or has this been practiced? Surely not. Oh, look at these stats. Honestly,
Deaths per 10. Give it up for the boy at deaths per 10. 13 deaths per 10. Legendary stats.
Hall of Famer on the Reinhardt. Super who, am I right?
Woo!
Honestly, and it was an impressive play, because what they essentially did is they just tried every single Reinhardt Symmetra trick in the book. They did the TP shatter, they did the pin through the TP, they did the reverse pin. They were cooking something. It didn't work at all, as you can tell, 13 deaths per min. Let's see if Checkmate's upped his Reinhardt game since then.
Oh, I'm sure he has. I can't wait, man. This is like vintage Overwatch at this point, I feel like, with a Chadmate on the Rhine.
Yeah, honestly, you love to see it. The question needs to be raised now: did Liar live up to his own bargain? Because, you know, Liar said,
or will he live true to his
the Liar heart, you know, is something that we've never seen. No one's ever seen. Maybe it's the best. You know, maybe we need this battle of the juggernauts on the Reinhardt.
You know those like random accounts at rank 1 sometimes?
Yeah. Maybe Liar.
Liar and a Smurf.
Yeah.
Liar and a Smurf.
Yeah, honestly.
Best Reinhardt in the region, maybe.
Honestly, Lucio and Reinhardt are pretty much the same hero.
Yeah, you run at people.
Yeah.
And then you know, Lucio hits people sometimes, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing, except for one has a
They should have me for mocap.
It's good to see both teams having a bit of fun with it. Obviously, the LA Valiant season has come to a close after this match. They now, you know, 2-13, I believe, right now. You know, they're struggling against the currently very strong Florida Mayhem in this meta. So, honestly, if we could have a little bit of fun with it, I'd be down.
Yeah, I mean, why not at this point? You know, Jake, no fun allowed. No, Jake, no fun allowed. Line.
Yeah, maybe that's what's slowing everything down. That's why we have a break, because Jake has gone and he said, okay, no, shut it down. No fun allowed. Yeah. Okay, I would like honest Overwatch.
He's getting in the lobby and then just moving people around. Like, no, honest Overwatch. You got to keep doing no DPS on tank, no tank on DPS.
Jake's pulling his executive coach card from last year. It's like, oh, I haven't used this all year, but I need to make my case.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, the best thing about this series, honestly, is potentially having Florida Mayhem overtake the Atlanta Reign. It's actually quite an exciting prospect. Like, as much as we were kind of memeing about it earlier, it's interesting to think about how dominant the Atlanta Reign were up until the latter half of this season. And now a new contender might actually overthrow them rank 1. Like, it's crazy to think that Atlanta only just started losing games, but these other teams they were also really consistent. Like, with 13-2 at the Florida Mayhem, it's not like they were sneaky about it at all. It's just everybody was just so focused on the Atlanta Reign. Like, when are they going to lose? And now they have a couple of times. They're at the top of the table, looking so much more competitive.
And that's the one major wrinkle that's coming in these playoffs. Of in the mid-season madness, let's be honest, Atlanta Reign were head and shoulders above everyone else while playing that Sombra meta. But ever since the meta has shifted, even, you know, they obviously lost that one match towards the end of the stage. They haven't looked as dominant as they have been in the past. They have great players. They are going to be able to compete at the top end. But all of a sudden, if you're the Houston Outlaws, Florida Mayhem, Boston Uprising, Atlanta Reign is a beatable prospect, and that could change everything moving into the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's what I really like about this meta too, just how everything has just changed.
Yeah.
Literally everything. No more Sombra. No more Sombra. Like, it was cool, obviously, seeing people like Lipod Sombra just absolutely decimating.
Yeah.
But then, obviously, after a while, it's just like perma-dive. And, you know, Brig and Ana, pretty cool to watch sometimes. There's a quite a high skill cap there and surviving dives, although Brig is a bit of a demon in the backline and stops a lot of dives. But it was cool to see big EMPs and like Winston dives with traces and stuff. But like, this meta is just everywhere. And we are getting into the game in just a moment. We're just taking a Valiant substitution.
Oh, it's happening.
Coming in.
They had to
There it is!
They had to go into the books. They had to go in the back to just guarantee that this was possible. Liar is...
He's on DPS. He's on...
Liar is now on DPS. Nos is on... Honestly, at least something's happening. Maybe... First of all, Liar lied, okay? He's backing down from the Reinhardt duel. Maybe Crawley wasn't confident on the DPS. It's hard to really know. But honestly, what does Liar play? Liar's a big memer. We've seen bits and pieces.
He looks like a Genji player to me.
He does look like a Genji player. He's that guy of like, oh, I could pop off on Genji. Maybe we'll see it. But we are moving into the game now. New Junk City on the docket.
Liar on DPS, Nos on support, and Chad Mate on the tank. Marco is also taking a step back. Trong is in for the Florida Mayhem. So substitutions all round. I can see Ham with a giant smile on his face. Someone playing his first DPS game of the season. Scott.
I think it's only fair that if Liar diffs someone on DPS, then Liar is now an MVP candidate and someone is out.
Oh, the transitive properties.
Yeah, exactly. It has to happen. Or if,
that makes sense.
Or if someone does end up winning MVP, but Liar diffs him, then Liar is really the true MVP.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. Wow, that actually makes sense.
Yeah, what can I say?
Nos, I'm doing a Rack Attack cosplay, okay?
Okay.
Show us what you got. Oh, wait, Life Weaver then?
Oh? Wait, no, he's on DPS.
No, Nos said that.
Oh.
Nos is on support. Maybe a Weaver?
Oh, Liar Junkrat, of course. What were you thinking?
He's a Junk player.
Of course he's a Junkrat player.
Okay,
And you know you're going into it. Never mind, he's a Genji player, you're right. But honestly, you're going up against the Reinhardt. It seems like Florida's going to come out with something that makes sense. Both teams are coming out with something that makes sense.
This is terrible. This is epic. Confidence. I need more bullets. That's true. He does need more bullets.
Honestly, it's not even the Liar Genji that I'm questioning. What's the Nos Lucio like? Something special?
That's true.
I think if we've learned anything of the history, Lucio is a difficult hero to play at this level of the game. It's very easy to be punished. Look at him. He's already running way far.
He's like, whoa, guys. They're like, guys, help.
Speed.
Lost the mid rush. All right, show us what you got, Liar, on the Genji, and Chad, mate, we know what you got. 13 deaths for 10.
Let's see if we can live up to that name once again.
Nice little shout. Liar on the Genji. Looking good so far, not gonna lie. A couple of right-click misses. Oh, Checkmate ends up going down. Traded with Seeker, though. And someone on the Genji. A true matchup for the ages there. Liar and someone. I do like the transitive properties idea as Strong helps someone take down Nos, who is hinting into the back line as the point does unlock. LA Valiant and Mayhem. A little bit scrappy nature. Yeah,
2v1, yeah, doesn't count, doesn't count. 2v1.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
No honor here, no honor.
Dude, this is, you just look at all these outlines, this is going to devolve into a brawl. Dude, here
Where is someone going? Oh, Checkmate, sorry, I forgot who was on right now. Where is Checkmate going? There's the window with
honestly, maybe the change to Reinhardt that you can cancel his pin really elevated his gameplay, because in the past he would have just kept going. So maybe this is what's
he's going, that's for sure. Merit dies to a grenade from Seeker. Nice little lamp there from RuPaul. There's Liar found himself between a rock and a hard place. There's the wipe.
Yeah, you can, Checkmate is creating so much space right now, it's like unfathomable how much space is coming for them. Yeah,
oh yeah, there you go. I can stop shift. Interesting. I've discovered a new technique called stopping my shift.
Checkmate in chat right now. Someone, did you know you can cancel pins? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my, living and you're learning. Also, yeah, they can see a shield.
The jump
shadow around the corner. Oh, he gets 3 potentially there, but Chong still dies to a grenade from Seeker. All right, point in contestation. Nos, Crowley. Nos doing his job, escorting the Orisa.
Checkmate doesn't care about the point. No, just gives it up.
Long range spear from Crowley as he makes his way back to the fight. Here's the someone played though, deflecting the Bastion. The Bastion wasn't shooting at him. You can cancel that, by the way. You can cancel deflect now.
Yeah.
So, just let you know someone you can cancel deflect. So living, learning, everybody's learning here. Oh, and Liar on the tour gets taken down. Someone with 2 kills though. All right. New checkpoints, not unlocked just yet, because halfway through that fight, Valiant did end up finding that flip squad. They're almost at 50%. Someone is still dominating.
Is anyone surprised? Let's be honest. Someone is going for the crown of the best tank player to ever transition to Genji in the Overwatch League. There is a sample size of 2, so he just needs to get over the super Genji to be able to sort of get over these allegations.
Well, it's looking good so far. So that's all I'm saying.
He just won that fight on his own.
That's true. Trong wasn't there?
No.
No, not at all. All right, there you go. Mid-fight won by the Florida Mayhem. New spawn, new checkpoint. And yeah, I'm waiting for Liar's Molten Core, man. That's what I'm waiting for right
now. Honestly, He moves over to the tour going, pretty easy here to play. You just drop the turret, shoot in their general direction. Not too much to get. Oh, great fire strike. Oh,
there's the pin. There's the stop by Checkmate. Living, learning.
I don't think a pin has been hit yet.
No, I don't think so. All good though. Someone finishes CJ with a dash.
There
Refinery.
it is.
Oh, the pin! Checkmate from downtown. I didn't see it coming.
They're actually on the wrong point though, which is worth noting. So they move over to Refinery.
Oh, it's over there.
Yeah, right. Checkmate. Don't care, didn't ask.
RuPaul begging. He has no deaths, please.
I don't hear.
Wow, RuPaul's sabotaging his own teammates. I want everybody to be a witness to this.
Someone doesn't need heals. He is a strong, independent Genji who doesn't spam I need healing all the time. I'm going to take all risk.
You guys can't kill him. All right, Blade for someone. This will be his second of this map so far. What you got for someone?
He's looking for, how do you get through this choke right now? Seeker's taking an off angle.
Oh, Crowley's just walking. That's how he's going. There's the pin. Oh, someone. And Checkmate dashing straight to the back line. Crowley tried to help the team, but no. Not quite quick enough. Even that spear spin, javelin toss doesn't matter. 15-player kill streak for someone. Maybe he just doesn't die this whole game, Scott. I mean, you know.
Honestly,
fine by me.
Easy for the MVP, honestly.
Easy for the MVP. And I don't think there's a touch here either for the LA Valiant. They're way too far away. And see Florida Mayhem.
Give us point.
Give us point.
They've come to collective bargaining. That's where they're at now.
I mean,
wait,
sure.
Did they actually just move away from the point?
I mean, they're just pushing up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Refinery. It's gone.
I guess Valiant don't have a Lucio, so they couldn't have just, like, surprise gone in for a late, but...
Exactly. Well, Checkmate's got Shatter, and he's probably going to go in, is all I'm saying. Oh, there it is. Oh, what a shatter from Chad, mate. Oh, I mean, Valiant, you should have saw it coming. RuPaul with the biggest grin I've ever seen in his face.
Where was the follow-up? No,
he said he wasn't going to heal. RuPaul said he wasn't going to heal anymore. So
yeah, that's true.
Lai did end up taking down Checkmate with his turret. New checkpoint unlocked. We've been having so many fights off these points, man. Junkyard is the next point.
I don't even know what point's unlocking soon. It's just fights are happening all over the place. That Shadow absolutely inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Got a
nice with the ult. Merit with a visor from a million miles away. Finds Crowley, but that's really about it. Chorong, someone dead. Crowley too. No one's taking the point just yet, Scott, just FYI.
Yeah, just absolute brawls. It's almost team deathmatch at this point. RuPaul drops an amplification matrix.
All right, straight the visor from the low ground, yeah. Seeking out on heights, looking over the point. Chorong doesn't want to take that duel, no way. Florida do end up capping Scott. Seeker just playing ring around the rosy right now with Checkmate grabs their health pack. Oh, keep on running. You've got Lucio and Ryan after you. There's the flip. Valiant still end up capping there. Scott is the Florida Mayhem trying to regroup. Checkmate so low. RuPaul refusing to heal.
He even refusing to heal so much it actually goes over to the Alari. Like, you know what? I'm not going to start heal people anymore on
Play
that
around the turret.
Everyone's having fun. I'm also going to have fun and play Alari.
Well, CJ getting chased down here.
Someone, Chorong, heal me.
Yeah, Chorong, come back. Any health pack spawn there, so might be okay. All right, Checkmate's healed. Don't worry, everybody. It's all good.
All right, you can see both teams sort of setting up the Valiant. They've got their just trying to run rings around the Mayhem. They don't want to take a direct fight into the Reinhardt. Nano Soldier, but nothing really to shoot at, especially with the sound barrier going down.
Sound barrier does hit a few there. Someone in a little bit of trouble, dashes away, getting chased, dodges out the sleep, but no, Seeker still claims him. Traded Nelson, RuPaul, yeah, all the supports are down apart from Chorong right now, so very little heals to go around for anybody at all. I think it's mainly down to the Soldier heal station, to be honest with you. Merit now on the high ground as Valiant nearing that 99% mark. Scott, Crowley falls. Now Lai getting chased, hits the E, hits the molten core. Ooh, a little ambitious Lion, you gotta say. Turret goes out, doesn't find too much as overtime is ticking, and Chorong does get the touch. They weren't going to give him a free point there, Scott. No messing around.
Yeah,
no messing around.
Business as usual. No shenanigans happening in this map.
Yeah.
And you can see the Florida Mayhem, they're going to play more aggressively. They have the Lucio. They know they can run over, and also Checkmate getting dangerously close to another Reinhardt Shatter, and he's lurking.
Oh, CJ. There's the visor. CJ. Oh, what a sleep. Little 90-degree sleep there from CJ. However, that visor is just ripping and tearing through the Valiant. Florida, you still got to be careful. Few of you low health bars, but Merit is making sure this fight is not close.
Yeah. And this is dangerous here if you're the Valiant because they just keep staggering.
There's the Blade.
Someone Blade, he wants
Kill the
even
summon.
more blood.
I mean, sure. Life Weaver moment from CJ, pulling Krawi back into the spawn. It's the last fight, Scott. This will be the Series 2.
And yeah, it's going to be so difficult. You have to clear corners. Checkmate has the Earth Shatter. As soon as the Valiant step up, Checkmate can drop this one.
Oh, there's the Shadow straight on Liar. 4th hero of the game, by the way, going on the Sombra. Wants to make it worth it. Checkmate picking off the map. Oh, he missed. He forgot he could cancel shift. Oh,
no way.
Someone tell Checkmate he can cancel the shift.
Okay, they are throwing to give the point. I am convinced.
Mad respect. Mad respect, LA Valiant. They claim the point.
Someone takes out both DPS on the Genji. Wow. Honestly, someone Genji clears. It's been very impressive. Has he fallen yet, actually?
He has died.
Oh, he did die.
Don't worry.
That one time,
he did die, yes. He's up to 2 deaths.
2 deaths?
2 deaths.
Really?
12 final blows, too. So 12 and 2 right now, or 23 if you want to count eliminations.
Yeah.
Good KDA.
I will say Liar's stats, I'm not going to say I'm outlied, but he is struggling on the DPS. You know, it can be happened. The Valiant don't really seem to have any. He actually goes over to his 5th hero of the round and goes over to the Soldier.
I like it. Getting a lot of playtime and a lot of heroes. I like that a lot. Oh! Do you really want to face Merit in a 1v1 with the Soldier?
He's so away.
Terror Surge. Dodging out of that one is someone. Dashes straight away. Point unlocks. Someone trying to lock it down, but here comes the beat. It's only a 3-man, doesn't hit RuPaul. This Krawi just trying to run down Checkmate. Trying to make sure he pays for it. Because, my word, he's got a mad value with these shatters in this series so far. And there you go. All right, no cap either for the Florida Mayhem, so this is a clean point for Valiant, clean start.
Seems like RuPaul is taking this don't heal my teammates to a higher level. Right now, actually moves over to the Ana. This is absolutely devolved into a ranked game, but I'm here for it. Someone and Merit both coming up to their DPS ultimates. Ooh, Nos has to use the lamp very early because he gets anti-naded from across the map. This could be difficult because now the Blade, the Fires are all coming up and they don't have that defensive tool.
I think they're trying to get a Nano Blade going.
Oh yeah?
They could be trying to get a Nano Blade going. Oh my, RuPaul is just doing so much damage. There's the pin from Checkmate. Sound Barrier comes in, but Live's already dead to someone. There's the Blade, no Nano needed. A CJ Nos. Oh, they're all gonna fall to someone's Genji. The best the world's ever seen.
Oh, okay, let's
give him more, give him more. Krawi ends up going down as the point should get flipped now. 3 kills for someone on the Genji Blade.
Honestly, someone doesn't need a Nano. He's just doing it all himself. Now they now have the Nano Visor to be able to hold on to this. And CJ used the Sound Barrier just there. Oh no. Seeker over to the Bastion. This is just mystery heroes almost.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a very hard point to get into because there's just so many chokes. You can see that everyone's trying to find off angles.
Fire Visor. Oh yeah. 5% away. Oh wow, nice. Speaking of Visors though, Nano Visor for Merit. It's going to be the last fight if they wipe quickly. Nice tracking onto Liar there as he doesn't manage to run away, but they're going to chase him down. No, Liar, run! Run, Liar!
Keep going.
Oh, but they got the Lucio. Oh, he puts down the Visor. Oh, he puts down the healing station out of the Visor and gets pooped out of it. Oh, Chorong and Merit pushing Liar to the brink of extinction there as the Florida Mayhem getting 80+%. Last fight for the Valiant and Liar switching over to the Tracer to try and get back in time to make it a 5-on-5, Scott.
And Checkmate has the shatter, the nail in the coffin for the Los Angeles Valiant.
He's pinning it.
Yeah.
He's going to pin it.
He's going. You can't stop him.
He's waiting for that goal.
Oh, the 180 shatter?
Oh, the 180. He's going to get pushed off. No. Oh, they don't give it to him. There's someone, Genji does it. A clean out, a clean sweep even for the Florida Mayhem. Someone just elated with the Genji performance, and I would be too.
Yeah.
Debuting the Genji today, and I loved every single second.
And more importantly to me, the Chadmate redemption arc.
Oh, yes.
Honestly, it gets memed, it gets talked about, it's things of legend, and we finally got to see. You could tell he's been practicing. Well, probably not. He didn't know you could cancel pin. But, you know, it's still nice to be able to see the players having fun with it. That is the end, we'll see, of the Los Angeles Valiant this season. They actually had a really impressive run considering the circumstances that they were in. They took a couple of matches. They went toe-to-toe with some of the best. It's been a fun team to have all season.
Yeah, it really has. They've just been incredibly entertaining despite only winning 2 games. They really tried their heart out, and the kind of in the rumor mill and what people were saying from like scrimming the team was they will try 110% every single scrim and every single match as well. Not that other teams don't, it's just that they really did wear their heart on their sleeves and maybe their heart on their mouse pads as well. Like they were just very entertaining, regardless of how well they did throughout the season, Scott. I mean, we're going to bid a farewell, but I mean, on the other side of things, Florida Mayhem, that is a nice looking scoreline.
Oh, yeah.
14-2. They might just overtake the LA Valiant as well. Sorry, the Atlanta Reign is what I was going to say.
Well,
They've
they're
overtaken
definitely
the
over
LA
the
Valiant.
LA Valiant.
The Atlanta Reign, depending on how the games go tomorrow. But player of the match for this one is going to be Merit. Unfortunately, it wasn't Chad, mate. Unfortunately, it wasn't someone's gift.
Revote.
Recount him.
Yeah, but honestly, Merit, he did play really well. This is the Jake pick of the match, you know, the one Merit deserves it. He was world class in this hit scan. His Sojin play, this is something you need to fear moving into the playoffs. Merit's able to finally play a hero that he's super comfortable on. He wasn't comfortable on that Sombra earlier on the season. They made it work, but now everything's going into their wheelhouse. It's a dangerous team to face off against.
Extremely dangerous. The flexibility is insane. It works extremely well for their team this meta, and it's nice to see Marcus stepping in too.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned before he actually got subbed in for this series, they were kind of waiting. Like, oh, you know, we're building for the future, right? We might not see him right now, but having him step in on the Alari, he's looked good. And, well, these stats look pretty clean too. Very low deaths, very high final blows, kills, etc., damage. You don't need more than that, really. Just an eye test is enough for Merit's gameplay most of the time.
Yeah, his Bastion looks solid. This is an unconventional pick we haven't seen from many people, especially since the rework. So people have been picking up. It's obviously a great hero for Merit, but also just in general, just big shout outs to the rest of the team. We saw so many shining lights. It was awesome to see Checkmate come back over onto that Reinhardt. We even got the someone DPS thing of legends, just a very flexible player, showing it even more, going over to the Genji. And honestly, it was pretty solid.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I mean, we probably won't see it again, sadly.
Wow.
Play-ins,
Never say
playoffs
never.
are coming up. Never say never. True. But the likelihood of that showing up probably not super high, but I will be hoping. I'll be there, waiting, praying at my someone altar in my apartment, hoping to see that again. And with Checkmate Reinhardt, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, so we've all seen that Checkmate's definitely the best Reinhardt on the Florida Mayhem now. So you know, we saw those shatters. How many 4-player shatters have you seen someone hit? None. None even come to mind. See, Checkmate.
Gumba, Gravy.
Yeah.
You're watching.
we know you're watching. Keep an eye out for it. But yeah, honestly, in general, across the team, they're all hitting huge peaks. Churung on that Lucio. We have RuPaul being very flexible. They can really do it all.
They really can. We're going to jump to the desk. They're going to round out the day. Thank you so much for watching. Desk, take it away.
Winning moments of the Mayhem here. Someone, of course, not just making a point for himself as an MVP candidate, but also maybe a DPS role star.
And also, they showed it to us that they could have fun and win at the same time.
Just this guy. This guy.
Vibes are undefeated.
Vibes.
Let's go, Vibes.
Good vibes.
Is that what you guys think was going on in that match?
Did you hate it?
Guys, I mean, I don't know. It's like fine, but then honestly, if Valiant didn't troll, they would have had a chance.
It's fine.
Valiant also trolled though, so it was like, it was a little.
Good vibes.
See?
Both teams had good vibes.
I'm not the only one.
I'm a hater.
Fair
That's okay.
question.
Somebody's
That's
got to
all
be the angry hater guy.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
You know, maybe
Gonna have one
someone's
in
a
the
better
ring.
Genji than Check. Never mind.
I mean, maybe it is though. Maybe the numbers back it up. I don't know. We can make an argument however we want. However, you got. What do I know?
No, I'll go.
No, yes.
It's time for me to do the interview.
Yes,
I'm
please
gonna talk
do.
to someone.
I love
I'll
that.
ask him.
Love that for us.
See what he
about his
thinks.
Genji and see what he thinks. All right, everybody. Post-match interview. We got someone. All right, of course, you guys won. That was a clean 3-0 from the Florida Mayhem. I see you laughing. We got to talk about your Genji, and I think your team even sort of wanted us to show your stats on Genji. So before we go into the interview, let's take a look at your Genji stats first. 자, 일단 인터뷰 전에 저희 오늘 또 굉장한 걸 봤죠. 우리 또 선원 선수의 겐지를 생각지도 못한 겐지를 보게 되는데 일단 저희 스탯부터 한번 볼게요. 체크메이트 선수와 같이 비교된 스탯인데 yeah, as you can see, you know what? I would say that you're better. 이거 뭐 지금 서머 선수 이거 스크린에 보이시나요? Do you see this?
네, 보여요.
as you can see, you're leading in eliminations, final blows, Dragon Blade kills, and you got less death than checkmate. 자, 보시다시피 뭐 킬도 그렇고 뭐 데스도 훨씬 적고 you are a lot better than checkmate. Or do you agree? 자, 일단 이걸 보면서 내가 체크메이트보다 훨씬 더 나은 겐지다. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. You guys heard it first. Someone agrees that he is the better Genji than Checkmate. I mean, it seems like you guys were having a lot of fun. Do you actually enjoy playing Genji, when you're not screaming, I guess? 이거 혹시 겐지를 뭐 경기 연습이 아닐 때는 또 이럴 때도 혹시 뭐 겐지를 자주 이렇게 픽을 하시나요? 뭐 혼자서 플레이를 하실 때?
뭐 가끔 휴가 때 한두 판씩 딜러 해보는 거 말고는 많이 하는 것 같진 않아요.
Alright, I don't actually play a lot, when I'm like just taking a break. When there are breaks, I put in 1 to 2 plays of Genji, but that is it. I mean, you were amazing on that Genji. It was really fun to see you on the Genji as well. But another fun thing is, of course, you are in the running for the MVP. So everybody who's watching our show right now, MVP voting or the voting is until tomorrow morning. So get your votes in before everything closes. Why should people vote for you as MVP? 자, 오늘 겐지 플레이도 너무 대단했지만 당연히 또 MVP로서 이제 MVP 후보에 올라가신 서먼 선수라서 사람들이 왜 우리 또 서먼 선수를 MVP로 투표를 해야 될까요? 라고 좀 어떻게 좀 설명 좀 해주세요. 왜 해야 될까요?
그러니까 저를 이제 MVP로 이제 뽑아야 되는 이유는 MVP 뜻이 이제 Most Valuable Player라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그에 맞는 사람을 고르자면은 저밖에 없는 것 같습니다.
Alright. I think people should vote for me because MVP stands for most valuable player. And I think that is what I am. And I think just downright, I think that is why I should be voted as the most valuable player. Alright, last but not least, final question. I think after this match is over, this match is already over, but the next time we're going to be seeing Florida Mayhem is going to be in Toronto for the playoffs. So what can the fans expect from Florida Mayhem in Toronto? 자, 오늘 경기를 끝으로 이제 다음 플로리다 메이햄 볼 때는 이제 토론토에서 뵙게 될 텐데 팬들은 좀 어떻게 보면은 플레이오프에서 플로리다 메이햄의 좀 어떤 모습을 기대할 수 있을까요?
일단 저희가 지금 이제 기세가 연승을 하고 있기 때문에 엄청나게 세고 그 기세를 바탕으로 게임을 지배하는 거를 좀 즐기시면 될 것 같아요.
Alright, we're definitely on a ride. We're definitely on a stride right now, and we're continuing on this momentum. So I think you guys could expect us to continue this momentum into the playoffs as well, and that is what you guys should be expecting in the playoffs as well. Alright, that is it for the interview. Big congratulations on getting the win, and see you in Toronto. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 토론토에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Bye bye.
Goodbye, someone. We love him. Love his Genji moves after one too. He was in character.
He was better than us on the charades. I gotta take that charade of the whatever he's doing.
Yeah. It was fantastic. Let's actually roll some clips from this match. It was a quick one. It was an entertaining series. No matter how much Jake did not want to be entertained, they delivered anyway. Scenic shots, beautiful stuff.
That was pretty serious to begin with,
They owned
started
them
off
for 2
sweaty,
maps.
yeah.
They didn't play around for the first couple of maps, Jake. How satisfying was it to watch them?
They only took a risk when they felt they could for sure close out the match. Even if they lose that map, whatever, just go back in the next map and finish it off. So I can respect that. I can respect a little bit of fun. And also the sweat they did, right? Checkmate handled the Genji really well. Someone handled the Genji really well. Checkmate also did well on the Rhine. Like, not insane, but like did fine. So, and their team play was still rock solid. So it was just a situation where they don't necessarily need to be firing on all cylinders as individuals. They're great as a unit, and that's what I think really showed through.
I also want to give a quick shout out to LA Valiant. This was their last match, but I think our casters mentioned this as well. They were not in an ideal situation coming into the season, but I think they lived above everyone's expectations. Like players like Seeker, they had so many great moments as well. What do you like? What do you
the fly. Goodbye.
But yeah, LA Valiant, I think they were a very entertaining team. It was really fun to watch them, and maybe in the near future we get to see them again.
All right, they reverse swept the LA Gladiators, which you could label as the beginning of the end for the LA Gladiators.
They took them down with them. They said, it won't just be us.
They broke the mental.
If one LA team's not going to playoffs, neither of us is going to playoffs. Hey, these are not bad. These are respectable.
Well, I mean.
Yeah. Hey, no. I think Checkmate redeemed himself. I think after today, he.
They're better than the 2021 stats.
True. That is true.
We can take an average. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, because before this map, I think when we saw it, Checkmate had 0.5 or
13 deaths per 10.
Yeah, that is legend. There's a legendary stat line.
Looking at this, someone's just better, and he said it. He's a better Genji than Checkmate.
We're just out here trying to steer some internal drama.
Gaslighting.
What are we doing?
Yeah, someone would totally maintain these stats playing as the best teams in the league.
I need to see
totally.
the someone versus Super Genji. The two tanks.
Now we're
cooking. Bring it up,
finals. It's super. Bring Super back.
Bring Super and have a Genji 1v1 with someone. That would be good.
We're living for
Spice.
that. Why not? Why not? First things first, though, let's relive the day. Taking a look at today's scores. Some matches had everything on the line, and then some. New York Excelsior had their faith in their own hands, and they ran away with it. After Danny's hype speech, they were ready. They did it. They defeated the Vancouver Titans, and they came into this match as the underdog. Boston Uprising took a simple 3-0 victory against the Gladiators, who are unfortunately, as of today, eliminated together with the LA Valiant as well as the Vegas Eternal. It just feels rough over there.
Yeah.
Pain, suffrage.
Both LA teams
you okay?
Gladiators fought hard today. I think that was the saddest part. It was a 3-0, but it was like the most tragic 3-0 where you actually are making the maps competitive. Like it's not like it's a complete beatdown stomp. Like closer than the last match, frankly. And yet, it just wasn't even close to enough, right? Boston are such a dangerous opponent.
This would have been enough against different teams. I think this is the frustrating part. Against any of the mid-table teams, that performance today would have probably brought on a victory. But looking at their schedule, right after the break, right after that 2-week stretch where we had the patch, they had the roughest opponents right after that. So that schedule was not working for them, of course. So
they had their chances, though.
They did before that. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you can't just peak at the very end. It is what it is. Now it is time for the best of the day. And I want you to start us off.
Yeah, so, I mean, Smurf had an insane highlight in that very match. I think he was a big part of why the Gladiators look so lost there. No, production.
They do seem lost.
This is the wrong
they
clip.
do seem lost. Yeah.
I'm working with amateurs here. I'm working with total amateurs.
Where are you looking?
They got the wrong clip.
Yeah.
They got the wrong clip.
Wow.
Okay, yes. All right, everybody forget anything you might have just seen. This
Calling out
is the best of the day.
production? Who walked in front of the camera?
This is styling. Look at that pull. Ooh! That's such a ridiculous knife. I mean, that is really incredible. Like from a mechanical perspective.
Talking about styling.
Look at this. Look at this.
Can we look at the clip one more time? We're talking about styling.
I'm sorry. This is a ridiculous clip, guys. Let's keep the focus. Keep the focus on the game. All right.
That knife. Smurf was styling.
It was like he was going one direction and he got pulled back to go the other direction.
I'm talking about going one direction and getting pulled back to the other.
I'm talking about the game, Johnny. Come on. What else are you talking about? Come on.
That was a sick play. But
also,
yours.
I had to do one this season, guys. I had to get it in before the end.
That's another tragic thing about it, right?
I realized I was like,
you should
I should just commit it. I was scared, all right? I didn't know what to do.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
That's what I love the most about it. Like, if he would have just kept on going, it would not have been funny at all. But the stop, the slight confused John Travolta, like, I'm back. Anyway, yeah, so that was our personal best of the day and yours as well. Sick play there. And once more, I know Danny just did the CTA, but I want to do it again because we need to hammer it home. Votings are closed tomorrow, so get yours in. Cast your MVP vote. Let us know who you think got this one in the bag. It is the last opportunity for you to decide who you think should be on top. And we want to help you out here a little bit. So we make our own MVP tier list. Just, throwing out some names, maybe help you with our biased opinions to make yours.
All right. It's a hotly contested season for MVP.
It honestly is.
Like,
I
really,
think you can make a really good.
Yeah.
You can make a really good argument for a lot of those players.
Yeah?
Yeah, so let's do that.
Let's
do it.
All right, I'll do the tier list. All right. Wait, okay. I don't know.
All right.
Someone's.
Here we go, baby.
Wait a second. Okay, so we got a list of all the finalists, the MVP finalists, okay?
The
And
talent is there.
we'll just among ourselves, you know, we're experts at this game.
Yeah.
You know, we got a great panel over here, so we're experts, and we'll just give our own opinion about, you know, who we think are favorite or not. So we got all 10. Here's what I'll say, okay? When I put someone down, we can't go back and change, okay? We can't do second opinions and stuff, okay? We gotta commit. So I propose we do alphabetical order. Everyone opposed? Raise a hand. No one is opposed.
You can do whatever you want.
All right.
You've got the belt.
Okay, so fearless. We got GOAT, viable, and the talent is there in our MVP tier list.
If somebody says the talent is there, I'm gonna flip. All right, don't even speak that. It's between GOAT and viable.
I think it's right in between GOAT and viable.
We're gonna do mediums.
Mediums.
Are we gonna?
Right in between.
Are we gonna allow ourselves a medium?
We can't go in between.
He's a viable goat.
I did not.
Oh, viable.
I can.
No. Whoa, Johnny. Calm down.
Okay, it's viable.
He's definitely viable.
Okay,
Always viable.
Okay. Fielder.
Goat.
One part of the Atlanta Reign support duo.
I feel like viable because I just feel like it's too hard with him and Chio as a duo. I don't know. It's the duo, right? I think we've seen people talk about this. It's hard to put one of them as like the obvious goal. And we'll get to him later in the list, but Atlanta Reign has been pulling for one-star MVP candidate.
They don't want to split their votes, which honestly is smart.
You know,
Can I drop it? GOAT?
Drop
Are you
it.
gonna say the talent is there for
Okay.
Fielder? All right, I don't know about that.
I need to stack them a little bit to make room here.
Yeah.
That's cute, yeah.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Let's move.
We love a good
We got a big one right here. We got Lip.
Goat.
Goat.
No question.
Goat.
No question.
No question.
We don't even need to talk about that. He's the GOAT.
I mean, quite literally, the talent is there, but it's GOAT.
You could call him the GOAT like without this conversation.
Will be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The talent will be there no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what.
No matter what.
Okay.
This won't ever not be funny to me.
GOAT. First one on the GOAT list. And by the way, for viewers at home who are gonna screen cap this and be like, well, Lip is first in the GOAT list. Okay, it doesn't matter where you are on the list. Okay, we're going alphabetical. Okay, doesn't matter where you are on the list. Okay, I don't want to see those comments afterwards.
Listen to Johnny.
Yeah, don't make him angry.
Okay, we got Merit. Merit. He literally got Jake's player of the match for serious gameplay.
I feel like Merit is kind of a GOAT.
GOAT? You think Merit is a GOAT?
I feel like at least viable. At least viable.
At least viable, Merit?
Yeah.
Go viable.
You
got a lot of candidates to get through.
You think Merit deserves MVP more than Fearless and Fielder?
No, he does not.
Viable. I'm okay with viable.
Johnny, are you listening to us? So you're not.
I just don't like the talent is there.
I kind of hear what I want to hear, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Viable?
It's very selective hearing over there.
Who is going to go on the talent is there?
No,
We'll get there.
No one.
We'll get there. Just keep
all right.
Not Merit.
We got 4, okay? Shoe.
I kind of want to go
Goat.
Goat.
She was a goat. Always has been. Will forever be.
It is tough this year, guys. It is hard.
No matter what.
It is hard this year. There are so many contenders.
Goat it is.
Personally, I'm gonna throw hands. Anyone arguing against it?
Seriously.
Sure.
I mean, the reason they're nominated for MVP, right? It's already
exactly.
We kind of need Avril for this next one.
Okay.
We got Feud.
The talent is there.
I'm sorry, the talent is there. Yeah.
Talent is there.
Talent is there. How about you?
Skewed is a great player.
He's great.
The APAC teams did not get top 4 at the Mid-Season Madness.
Yeah, they did make it to Mid-Season Madness, but 2 teams had to make it.
Yeah.
So.
Talent's there.
Okay. All right.
That's a talent is there. I just think the competition has been too stiff for the rest of the players in the West.
You're being compared to the literal 10 finalists.
He's an MVP candidate. That is already impressive.
Okay, someone.
Go.
Has to be.
Top goats for
He
sure.
proved that he's a great Genji
Someone's
player as
already
well.
had enough
He can play everything.
screen time.
We've talked about
down on
enough
that
about
Genji.
someone.
All right, we got Stalker.
That is
Atlanta
so tough.
Reigns.
I feel like Atlanta Reign would want us to leave Lip as the only GOAT from their team and
well, we're not doing
force
this
those
rating
votes.
for them.
I feel like,
That's true.
I feel like Stalker is a sleeper pick for GOAT.
I agree, Stalker is GOAT. I agree, Stalker is GOAT.
He's kind of hovering in the 3rd place conversation after Lip and someone when it comes to like front running.
Which is so hard, right? For any player for the Atlanta Reign to like stand out as the GOAT when the team overall is just like popping off left and right.
But Stalker's Tracer was different. It was just different.
Yeah, but it was like just
Yeah, but like
But then he's got the echo too when he needs to bring it out.
And
it's
he
fearsome.
goes up against
The
veteran
Genji.
players who like
Can we
really
go
have
to
been
the side
showing
for now?
up.
Viable.
Can we
Goat?
leave it to the No, okay.
No,
put
goat.
that-
I feel like he's a goat.
Goat? Viable.
Really?
He's a
I
small
just can't
goat, but a
believe
goat.
people don't remember what Stalker did to literally
I would
every
rather
team in
have
the league for
Fielder
6
and Goat
months.
and have
This is like
Stalker
recency
I need a
bias.
decision. I need
Okay.
a decision. Goat?
I'm a goat voter.
You're gonna go goat?
Vote.
He's Atlanta Reign. Everyone's a
Okay,
goat in
fine,
there.
goat.
It's just-
Okay. I will
I'm
say
going.
Bible.
I'm going.
All right,
goat.
we dropped
I'm going.
it.
Goat.
Except,
I'm happy,
except
I'm happy.
apparently Fielder.
Okay. Violet. Houston Outlaws. We already put you up there with Goat. Violet.
I'm gonna say viable.
Goat.
Viable.
I feel like just playing main support, it's hard. It's very hard
He could
to
play
be in the goat category.
Stop it.
It's goat or viable though.
Okay. Okay. We already have 4 goats.
It's viable.
We only have 1 Talus there, and it's 4 skewed.
Yeah, well, that's tough, but he's still just.
You guys are
he's
gonna
not
see
there.
a theme
He's-
from the
he's a
players I
viable,
vote for the
viable,
Talus
viable,
there.
By the way,
viable.
I hate that I'm blocking the names.
Viable.
I'm moving.
Viable. I think
Viable.
goat. You make the choice.
Honestly, if you don't put
Jake?
Fielder as a
Jake?
goat, you can't put him as a
I think
goat.
it's goat or
You
viable.
can't.
Both?
All right, I
You
don't care.
can't. What?
Let's go.
Suddenly
Let's
you
go.
change the
Put
rules.
it in the middle.
Violence both. Violence both.
What?
Viable and
Why can't Fielder be both?
Seth. Last one, we got Cest from the Soul Inferno.
I see a lot of talent.
I just think, honestly, guys,
A lot of talent.
the West region has been too competitive this year for an MVP not to be in the West, in my opinion.
I think put him right in between the talent is there and viable.
Agree.
It kind of fits in here.
No.
No? Okay.
But I just
You're
don't
not-
think that
you're not
the
creating a
results
boy
have been
band.
there. The results for me, they
Yeah, I
haven't
think it should
been
be
quite
right
there. Don't block.
Don't block.
No. In between here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. All right. There we go.
I think
There
we're
we go.
looking at a decent
All
list.
right. There you go. There's the
Okay.
something tier list for MVPs this
This is-
year.
Oh,
This
we're
is
gonna
a
get so
talent.
much hate on Twitter.
Our opinions.
Ow.
From our opinions to yours opinions, maybe, if we converted you. Something Christmassy like that. I don't know. There you go.
Yeah, because
And
Christmas
his heart
is all
grew
about
3
conversion.
sizes that day.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
voted for
looking forward to
MVP.
Christmas, Zoe. Don't be a hater, okay? I know we got
Early. We are early. It is in
Gotta get in early. Gotta get in early.
It is the beginning of September. You're not
I mean-
speaking
When does the Christmas music come on?
It's America. It'll be like 2 more
Soon.
weeks, man. Chill.
After Halloween.
The day after Halloween will be
pretty
Christmas.
much
I'm a
that.
Christmas guy. I don't know what's up.
I love Christmas. Isn't it Christmas?
It's great, but not in September.
It's almost there.
The world's your oyster. Every day feels like Christmas if you get to watch Overwatch League games. There we go. And we got more for you. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, starting with the Eastern region. If you want to see for yourself which of these players is standing out and deserves your MVP vote, well, get in bright and early. 1 a.m. start. You can watch the Hangzhou Spark take on the Dallas Fuel, followed by 4 more matches, which I don't want to actually verbalize. And then, of course, we also have matches here tomorrow. Nothing other than seeding on the line for those gentlemen. Atlanta Reign is playing for that first seed. They have to win against the San Francisco Shock in order to keep that one. Currently, the Mayhem are contesting just that. And if you don't want to miss any of the action, but you're afraid you might, well, don't worry. We got you. Download the schedule directly into your calendars. All you have to do is sync your app right now using the QR code on your screens. And I already did it. It's great.
Oh, you did it?
Yeah, I did it. I mean, not that I don't get work invites anyway on my calendar.
Yeah.
I just
We have to
double
work
down
so-
on it. How many
notifications do you need?
It makes me feel important.
I do think, I just want to say though, for those matches tomorrow, I actually think there's some interesting stuff going to be going down. I think it's a big question mark. Houston should be favored to beat London, but it's a question mark of like how good is that Ryan style? Is it actually really good? Because London are masters of it. We've seen heroes like Sim and Bastion be really good, which is something London's very comfortable with. And Houston has run all sorts of styles. I think those are like unexpected matches. Shock potentially could be good at poke, good enough to beat Atlanta. Hard to say. I don't know. I think there's
Also, like,
seeding on the line, but like
some
you
of
want to
those-
prove you can win. That matters more than
You
anything.
do, but also you might want to save some ammunition for play-ins as well. So, you know, some teams where they personally are not playing for seeding, they might want to hold back. They might not want to go all out and like show their cards. We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow and of course tonight in the Eastern region first. But if you're just sitting at home right now being all sad, which I get because Owl is over for the day, well, don't worry. There is more Overwatch action coming your way. That's right. We have Calling All Heroes, the Unite Minor 2 happening right after this. So stick around and we're going to see you again here bright and early tomorrow. See you there. right.
Wow, that is loud.
That is much louder than... Why is it going to be a slushy?
Does it keep going?